main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 New Realm. In the vast space, a grey-blue ray of light pierced through the deep darkness, flashed by at a rapid speed, and headed deeper into the boundless space. This ray of light was Cybertron, which had left the Five Directions domain, and was traveling in the vast universe. At this time, Cybertron manifested a huge ship with a radius of 3,000 feet. From a distance, it looked like a small land floating in space. In the Cybertron control room, Guo Dongshan and Kong Sanfa, who were already at the 5th level middle grade, Zhao Xianzhao, who was at the 4th level, and Wu Yanbo, who was at the 3rd level peak, were all there, along with the Protoss hunters driving Cybertron, Vernon and Leviathan. The group was talking about what Cybertron had seen and heard along the way after leaving the Five Directions domain, as well as some leisurely topics. Zhao Xianzhao wore a cold grey metal armor majestically and said with great interest, "How do you see it? This armor is the latest thing made after Cybertron absorbed a purple gold mine not long ago. It has extraordinary defense. If you are below level 3, don't even think about damaging this armor." The others glanced at it with little interest. Wu Yanbo said seriously, "The armor is good, but a good horse needs a good saddle. Armor is for different people. If you wear it, it's like a pearl covered in dust." What a pity. Zhao Xianzhao was obviously in a very good mood. He waved his hand generously and said, "You are jealous of me. I can understand that, so I won't argue with you." Ignoring Wu Yanbo, he turned to the other two and said, "The Life Origin starfield called Sword Domain that we passed a few days ago is not as magnificent as our Five Directions domain, but it also has more than 3,400 life source stars. The key is that billions of stars in the entire domain are connected, and they actually formed a natural ancient sword shape, which spans the space, and there are also colorful galaxies like sword tassels, floating and flowing. It is really wonderful to the extreme, and it makes people sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature." Wu Yanbo said humorously, "Well, there is also the Teku Buddha domain that we passed not long ago. Every inch of space in the domain is shrouded in the monstrous Buddha light, forming its own time and space system. Is that the legendary magical power of the Buddhist small universe? Along the way, the Life Origin starfields we encountered along the way are not as magnificent as the Five Directions domain, but each Life Origin starfield has its own characteristics, and the practice methods are also extremely developed. Learning from the masters in these domains will help us a lot. The so-called stones from other mountains can polish jade is probably this reason." Zhao Xianzhao glanced at Wu Yanbo unhappily, then looked at Kong Sanfa, who had a bronze complexion and stood there like a golden Buddha. "Kong Sanfa, when you passed by the ancient Buddha domain, you discussed Buddhism with the great ancient monk from the Xianwei Zen temple. Did you win or lose in the end? And in Dongshan, you competed with Don Kizzy, the #1 young master in the sword domain. Did you win or lose? Afterwards, you two looked calm and no one was bleeding or injured. Was it a draw?" Kong Sanfa said sternly, "I discussed Buddhist principles with the ancient monk from the Xianwei Zen Buddhist temple. We were discussing whether the Buddha existed first in the universe or the universe itself. It wasn't a competition, so how could there be a winner?" Guo Dongshan followed closely behind and said proudly that Don Kizzy is a complete frog in the well. He can only see the sky above his head. He claims to be invincible and looks down on people from our Five Directions domain. He says that except for sword cultivators, other practitioners are heretics. If this was said by Miss Guo, who is at a very high level, I would have thought deeply about the reason behind it. Who does Don Kizzy think he is? He is just looking for a beating. How could I lose to him? I beat that guy up, and you can't see any injuries on the surface, but he's actually in a terrible state." Wu Yanbo and Zhao Xianzhao laughed when they heard this. It was obvious that the Don Kizzy they had met was a very unpleasant character. Now, hearing that Don Kizzy was defeated miserably by Guo Dongshan, the two of them gloated and smiled. After Guo Dongshan thought for a moment, his expression became a little serious, and he said in a serious tone, Have you noticed that, as we traveled along the way, we have seen people from the forces of the Mother several times in some relatively developed starfields? Not long ago, we ran into a young demon god among the 6 gods under the command of the Mothers in the Sword Domain. It seems that Darnkizzy came to challenge him, and it seems that he was instigated by him. Kong Sanfa nodded and said, the forces of the Mothers have been passed down for thousands of years, and the hidden strength under their command is unfathomable, far more than the small part we have seen in the 5 Directions domain. Currently, the forces of the Mothers are extending their tentacles into many starfields of life origin in the form of missionary work. He added, the forces of the Mothers seem to be planning some big moves. The great ancient monk from the Cheyenne Wei Zen temple in the Buddha domain also told me that Xenu, one of the 5 servants of the goddess, and another mysterious woman have also appeared in the Buddha domain. Several people in the Cybertron main control room frowned subconsciously after hearing this. After a moment of silence, Guo Dangshan suddenly said, we should be careful. The chaos in this universe has just begun. I have been feeling uneasy recently. By the way, how is Fang Sui doing in the South region? He boasted to me that his goal of going deep into the South region is to cross the South region all the way and finally return safely. During this period, he will kill the strong men of the shadow camp he meets along the way, commit violence and stir up the situation in the South region. Where do you think he is now? The others shook their heads together, indicating that they did not know. Suddenly, several people stopped talking, and at the same time, they felt something, and looked towards the entrance of the main control room. After sleeping for so long, I finally woke up. On this day, Artemis Tina, after a long sleep, quietly opened her eyes as clear as a blue lake. Tina, who woke up, was like the moon goddess, with infinite grace. She was surrounded by 4 extremely majestic and silver glowing moon goddess hunting wolves, roaring to the sky, and the sound moved the starry sky. A world filled with gloomy haze and yin energy everywhere. At this moment, on the dark and grey land of this world, there were muffled sounds like drums. A huge human-shaped skeleton, with yin energy swirling like a long river, was running freely on the land like a god or demon. This skeleton could reach the sky with its hands and split the earth with its stomping feet. It looked up and roared silently, with a fierce and ferocious posture. Above this world, with the roar of the skeleton, the sky suddenly shattered, and the dense yin energy that had lasted for eternity was washed away by a huge hole. This skeleton was thousands of feet tall, and was covered with countless evil ghost totems. It moved like a living thing and looked terrifying. This place was the underworld of the underworld, and it was said to be one of the destinations of all life in the world. At this moment, the huge skeleton ran wildly on the land of the underworld. Its jaw opened and closed, swallowing and spitting out the most refined core yin energy in this world as it ran. As time passed, the bones continued to grow and become larger, and their bodies were like mountains. It passed through mountains with thick yin ki, dark canyons and plains, and swallowed up many hidden places along the way. Yin ki accumulated for endless years, and its body continued to grow taller as it ran. Finally, when it ran into a calm and extremely dark ocean, its height had reached 3,000 feet. Its waist and ribs were submerged in the ocean, but its upper body was above the ocean, like a towering white bone peak. Then the bones made a suction motion towards the ocean. In an instant, the seawater poured back, and the endless yin ki water was sucked into the mouth of the bones like a big river, and the sea surface was surging. Crack, crack. Yin thunder began to form next to the bone's body, and fierce bone lightning flashed one after another. After a few days, the entire yin ki ocean was almost dry. The skeleton stood up straight, and finally stopped running forward in the underworld. The empty eye sockets were filled with ghostly spirits, and it looked back into the distance, as if listening to some kind of call. It began to turn around, and run back the way it came. Half a month later, it came to a high mountain, where stood a burly young man with blue hair dancing like a god or a demon, wearing scarlet blood armor, and his eyes were gleaming with sharp light. After approaching the young man, the skeleton body shrank rapidly, and finally shrank from a huge monster that stood tall to less than the size of a thumb, walked into the young man's eyebrows, and turned into a sitting skeleton body. As a result, a ferocious and majestic skeleton relief appeared on the young man's forehead, which was lifelike. The young man was Zhang Shizhen. He took back the skeleton body and murmured, "The next level of the underworld." After that, He stomped his feet lightly, and the ground under his feet cracked. Zhang Shizhen fell into the cracked gully and disappeared. On the other side of the Wufang South region, on a certain desolate life source star, in the millions of mountains, Eldarin and others all looked gloomy, still searching for Fang Sui's traces. Of course, they could not get any harvest. At this time, Fang Sui, who was blessed with divine blood, entered a time and space beyond the universe. Fang Sui's spirit was looking down on everything, focusing on the whole universe. In a trance, time flowed backwards in front of his eyes, and billions of years passed in an instant. His consciousness seemed to have returned to the birth of the entire universe, and then time stopped flowing backwards, and in an instant, it showed a universe from its creation to its peak, and finally the entire universe was shrouded in darkness. Billions of stars were extinguished, and all living things were extinct, which was equivalent to destruction. The entire universe died. In a very short period of time, Fang Sui saw the birth and death of the entire universe from the perspective of an observer, and a universe showed a complete reincarnation process in front of him. Fang Sui's body changes with the birth and death of the universe. When the universe was born, his body was full of vitality. The 361 orifices, thousands of meridians, and 100,000 pores were all brilliant and crystal, full of vitality. When the universe died, and was shrouded in darkness, Fang Sui's body became lifeless. His orifices were dark and dark. After the darkness around him, whether it was billions of years or just a moment, a ray of sunlight first lit up in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness. The universe that Fang Sui saw in his eyes also bloomed with a ray of light again, gradually regaining vitality, and one star after another flickered and lit up. The universe was brilliant, as if it was reborn. While the universe was born and died, in Fang Sui's body, the countless symbols that were dispersed from the drop of Horus blood were completely integrated into every detail of his body. Fang Sui's blood was regenerated by himself, and he was refreshed. A heart in his chest was like a seed of vitality, regenerated and surging. Fang Sui's injuries healed without medicine, and his whole body was filled with divine light. His cultivation suddenly rose, and it grew layer by layer without limit. He just sat cross-legged in this magical time and space, his eyes closed, silent, without anyone or himself, unaware of the existence and passing of all things. At this moment, Fang Sui seemed to breathe with the entire universe, coexisting and dying together. Soon, the power in his body broke through some kind of barriers and shackles. He entered a new realm calmly. At this time, in the page space of the golden scripture, the remains of the god Horus shook suddenly, and the whole body was shining with golden light. Suddenly, two rays of light broke through time and space and slowly lit up. Horus' dark golden eyes opened again at this moment, when he had been dead for a long time. At the same time, the evil fetus of Ergalzi in the golden scripture had a ferocious face, as if he had finally made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore, and flashed up, moving freely, without any signs of being restrained or imprisoned. Obviously, Ergalzi's evil fetus had been hiding his strength until this moment, when he completely exploded. The evil fetus merged into a ray of divine light and actually crashed into the center of Horus's brows and disappeared. P.S. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 477. More than just a breakthrough. Fang Sui, who was reflecting the birth and death of the universe with his soul, did not notice the sudden change of Ergalzi's evil fetus breaking through the restraints and rushing into Horus's forehead. His state at this time was mysterious and could not be sought after. With the help of Horus's blood entering his body, Fang Sui seemed to have touched the core mystery of this universe. At this moment, Fang Sui's body and consciousness were in a state of chaos, transcending all things, and the power in his body was growing without limit. Almost every moment that passed, his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. However, Fang Sui was in the process of cultivation, and did not grasp Ergalzi's unusual movements, but Bast and others all had a sense of it. The next moment after Ergalzi entered Horus's forehead, Bast, Ulaius and Anubis appeared in the pages of the golden scripture together, looking at the remains of Horus at the same time. Ula sneered, "This guy is so bold, relying on the fact that he is an evil creature created by the Zilay sect with the power of all living beings. He can avoid the pressure of the remains of the gods. He wants to take advantage of the moment when the Lord and Horus are connected, and Horus's sea of consciousness is open, to invade and seize the divinity and help himself. Bast narrowed his eyes and said, since this guy's a spiritual alien created by the power of all living beings, it is not impossible for him to devour the divine power remaining in Horus's already dead consciousness. He took advantage of this opportunity very well. Anubis continued in a deep voice, it is precisely because of the huge benefits that he made up his mind to take advantage of the opportunity. If he can really successfully absorb the core power remaining in Horus's body, his evil power will surge, and it will be difficult to contain it. Bast said viciously, it's a pity that we are both gods incarnated in the world, and we can't enter the remains of Horus to stop this guy, otherwise he will definitely be in trouble. This guy took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the power that should have belonged to the Lord after the Lord communicated with the remains of Horus. Damn it. Let me cast the soul-seeing spell to see what this guy did after entering Horus' body. After Bast finished speaking, he waved his cat's paw and chanted a spell with fluctuating syllables and irregular sound frequencies. As the spell sounded, a golden ripple appeared at the center of Horus's eyebrows, like a door opening, revealing the scene in Horus's sea of consciousness. Allah, Anubis and Bast looked into the sea of Horus's sea of consciousness. Horus's sea of consciousness was dark, like the void of the annihilated universe, a world of its own, unfathomable, but without any vitality. The amazing thing is that in the darkness of Horus's sea of consciousness, there are stars. Unfortunately, these stars are dim, and some are even cracked and broken, and incomplete. Obviously, because of Horus's death, his sea of consciousness has also been ruined, and fell into silence. It can be imagined that when Horus was alive, there must be thousands of stars twinkling in his sea of consciousness, shining brightly, like a complete universe. Even though Horus's sea of consciousness is now extinguished and dark, there are still two stars in the center of the endless darkness, which are different. Although these two stars have also been extinguished and dead, without any vitality, they are extremely majestic and huge, and the whole body is dark gold. What is particularly amazing is that there are countless rules and power symbols left on the surface of these two stars, and some symbols are still radiating faint light. In the dark sea of Horus's divine consciousness, the symbols on these two dark golden stars flicker, just like the stars in the vast space shining, beautiful and magnificent. Bast, Anubis and Ulaius looked into Horus's sea of consciousness and discovered the trace of the evil fetus. After entering Horus's sea of consciousness, he was on one of the two dark golden stars, swallowing some faint regular symbols on it. Under the gaze of Bast and the other two, the evil fetus successfully absorbed several symbols on the star into his stomach in a blink of an eye. The evil fetus's energy was rising wildly, and his face showed an extremely proud expression. He suddenly felt something and turned around, but he found that Anubis, Bast and Ula were looking at him from outside. The evil fetus sneered, raised his hand, and made a gesture of wiping his neck, making a naked provocation to Bast, Anubis and Ula. Then the evil fetus turned around, ignoring the gaze of Bast and others, and continued to absorb the remaining power in Horus's sea of consciousness, and the other of the two dark golden stars in the center of Horus's sea of consciousness. Its key was indeed connected to Fang Sui. There were symbols on the star that fell off on their own, following a key flow, overflowing from Horus's sea of consciousness, and finally entering Fang Sui's body, merging with him. Bast paid attention to the changes in Horus's sea of consciousness, and said worriedly, the evil fetus took advantage of the fire to absorb the remaining power in Horus's consciousness. We just can't do anything to him. It's really hateful. Anubis said calmly, after the evil fetus comes out, the first step must be to bite back at the Lord. Ula, with a hideous image and a snake head and a human body, rarely frowned the scales at the position of his eye sockets, just like a human frowning, obviously also felt that the situation was a bit tricky. Time passed very quickly, and several days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Fang Sui's power was always growing. At this time, not only was the power fluctuation scattered around his body strong and powerful, as heavy as the sea, but every time he breathed in and out corresponded to the birth and death of the universe, exhaling for birth and swallowing for death. This is the so-called breathing is like yin and yang, and the human body is like the universe. At this moment, once Fang Sui opened his mouth to breathe, a ball of chaos would naturally flow out of his mouth. This ball of chaos would flow in and out of Fang Sui's mouth and nose with his breathing, swimming like a dragon and a python. Every time he breathed, it was like he was experiencing the reincarnation of the small universe in his body. The scene was wonderful and mysterious. Between breathing, Fang Sui's body would also emit a series of broken sounds. The sound was unknown, but it was clear and deafening, and it continued. This broken sound was like there were layers of barriers in Fang Sui's body, and he was breaking through them one by one. Time kept passing, and no one knew how much time had passed. Until one day, Fang Sui's body suddenly became bright, and he suddenly opened his mouth to inhale, giving people the feeling that he could swallow the long rivers and vast seas into his stomach with a single breath. When this inhalation ended, Fang Sui's eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, 2 lightning bolts broke through the dark time and space. These 2 lightning bolts were the divine light piercing out of Fang Sui's eyes, like 2 rounds of scorching sun, shining in all directions. Fang Sui's face was full of energy, his eyes sparkling. I was originally not far from breaking through to the 5th level. This time I was injured, and then I healed my wounds. The ki in my body affected the circulation of the power of life and death, which caused the resonance of Horus remains. It was a blessing in disguise. I broke through to the 5th level earlier than expected. Well, it's not just as simple as breaking through to the 5th level. While Fang Sui was muttering to himself, he carefully felt the rapid power fluctuations in his body after breaking through the barrier, and then realized that, because of his awakening, he stopped practicing and withdrew from the magical state beyond the universe. His body and consciousness instantly returned to normal time and space. Fang Sui felt lost. This opportunity to enter the universe beyond time and space is extremely rare. This time he withdrew, but he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to enter it again and experience the endless mysteries of the universe. He turned his head and looked around and found that he was standing in a million mountains with dim light around him and fog covering the sky. At the same moment, a light laugh sounded and a light golden light appeared out of thin air in front of Fang Sui. The evil fetus actually successfully walked out of the Sun Golden Sutra with Fang Sui's awakening. At this time, his face was full of smugness, and his eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Fang Sui. Fang Sui, you really deserve to die. In just a few days, I can completely absorb the power in the remains of the eagle-headed god, forge a divine body, and achieve perfection in cultivation. Just because of your stupidity, you ended the connection with the ki of the remains of the god in advance, and even caused me to have to interrupt the process of absorbing the remaining power in the remains. For some reason, the evil fetus has grown from a child to a teenager, with red lips and white teeth, and smart eyebrows and eyes, but unfortunately his face is old. In his eyes, there is even more evil and fierceness, staring at Fang Sui fiercely. The evil fetus said sinisterly, but it doesn't matter. Since I know that you have the Shinto code in your body, and the code contains the remains of gods, as long as I can absorb you and devour your blood and consciousness, I can inherit your code and absorb everything in it. He then joked, since you are about to give me such a great benefit, I can let you choose a way to die, suicide or trouble me to do it myself. Fang Sui was standing on a towering mountain deep in the Million Mountains. The surrounding view was wide, and the mountaintop under his feet was more than 100 feet in area. The cold wind blew on his face. Fang Sui's hair fluttered in the wind, and his feet stood on the mountaintop. The evil fetus stood in the air a few feet away from him. Fang Sui said in a relaxed tone, you took advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits, and you forgot who you are? You want to rebel? You still call yourself this god, and you don't remember what it was like when you called yourself master and called yourself Ergauzi? Shut up. Zite's eyes were stern and he said, you are a lowly human. Why should I become a slave? I called you master. I was just teasing you, you fool. Did you take it seriously? My purpose is just to get benefits from the remains of the god. Now that my purpose has been achieved, I will make you die a miserable death today. Fang Sui's face was calm and calm. After Zite finished speaking, he gently waved his hand, like calling his own puppy. Zite snorted coldly, his eyes were shining, and he suddenly shouted, flipping his hand to make a strange hand gesture. The next moment, the surrounding world changed drastically, as if the stars were moving, and the world was overturned. A magical force dragged Fang Sui into a dark void. This method of changing time and space in an instant is enough to prove how powerful the evil fetus is now, and the method he used is a kind of divine art similar to the domain. In this domain, the evil fetus has the power of dominating everything like a god, and it is unmatched. He smiled with a firm face, and his figure swayed slightly. At a speed faster than light, he suddenly appeared in front of Fang Sui, and waved his hand to slap Fang Sui's forehead. It was a ruthless move, and a fatal blow. PS. Thank you for your various support. The 7th day should resume the normal 2 updates. Chapter 478, Changes. Fang Sui took a step to the side casually, and narrowly avoided the attack of the evil fetus by a hair's breadth. A flash of surprise flashed across the confident face of the evil fetus. It should be noted that Fang Sui's step to dodge his attack seemed simple, but in fact it was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be left, but it was actually right, and it seemed to be in front, but it was actually behind. It was not only that it was impossible to judge the landing point in advance, but the key was that Fang Sui's step was slow to control the speed. When he took a step, he attracted a stream of energy, which made the evil fetus's swift attack like a thunderbolt breaking through the air, and then inexplicably slow down. This situation is really rare, and it can even be said to be unheard of. Fang Sui's step seemed simple, but in fact it had exceeded the scope of magical powers or magic. It was a kind of rule-based power that touched the fundamental nature of things. This method, let alone a 4th or 5th level figure, even an ordinary 6th level master would never think of mastering it, far beyond the level that ordinary cultivators could understand. Therefore, although Fang Sui only took one step, the evil fetus knew it at a glance. When he benefited greatly from the remains of Horus, Fang Sui also made great progress. Well, it would be boring if you are vulnerable. The evil fetus smiled indifferently. Fang Sui's methods were brilliant, but they were far from enough to make him afraid. He absorbed some of the remaining power in Horus' body this time, and his combat power increased by more than a few times. He was sure that he could kill Fang Sui. Gauzi, do you still want to continue? Fang Sui said jokingly, with a playful look. The evil fetus curled his lips and said disdainfully, you really don't know how to live or die. His figure flashed and approached Fang Sui again. Merge soul. Devour body. The next moment, the evil fetus seemed to have turned into a black hole. With it as a core, everything in the surrounding area began to collapse towards him, including the void and the power of rules that were difficult to see with the naked eye. The purpose of the evil fetus was to devour Fang Sui, or more accurately, to treat Fang Sui as a pill, and prepare to swallow him alive. Unfortunately, everything around was collapsing towards the evil fetus, but Fang Sui was the only one who stood firmly in place, motionless, and was not affected by the evil fetus at all. At this time, Fang Sui also began to speak. Changes occurred suddenly. The key that had originally collapsed towards the evil fetus suddenly reversed, and began to collapse towards Fang Sui, including the position of the evil fetus's forehead. There was also an inexplicable key that was absorbed and quickly flowed towards Fang Sui. This key was the divine power that the evil fetus had previously stolen from Horus. At this time, it trickled out from his eyebrows and flowed towards Fang Sui. The evil fetus's expression changed in shock. From the previous calmness and composure, that everything was under control, to a look of shock. It only took a moment for the face to change so quickly that it was amazing. You put a ban on my body in advance. The evil fetus seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and his body was suspended in the air, unable to move. As he spoke, his face and body also changed, and he actually rejuvenated. In a short period of a few breaths, his face regressed from a teenager to 7 or 8 years old, becoming a child. Soon, the evil fetus turned back to the appearance of 3 or 4 years old. This change still did not stop, and the evil fetus was about to turn into a newborn baby. Fang Sui said calmly, if I don't pay more attention to you, a capricious and useless thing, then I deserve to be tricked by you. When I imprisoned you in the Golden Sutra, I put 2 restrictions in your body, one bright and one dark. The bright one was actually used to attract your attention. When you broke it, and thought that there was no more trouble, you wanted to stop being a second dog, and prepare to rebel. The dark restriction was activated by me, and you, the evil fetus, were finished. He added, you stole Horus's divine energy before, and now I will make you spit it out with interest. At this time, the energy poured out from the evil fetus's eyebrows, and was absorbed by Fang Sui at an increasingly faster speed. Sensing that the power in his body was getting weaker and weaker, the evil fetus's expression changed continuously, sometimes fierce and resentful, sometimes annoyed and unwilling, but finally fixed on a face full of regret, crying with snot and tears, Master, please spare my life. Actually, I, Ergalzi, pretended to rebel, not out of sincerity, but mainly to practice with you. You, the old man, have just made a breakthrough. Don't you need someone to practice with? What I did before was just to make you more happy. Ergalzi is loyal, and the world can testify that I have never thought of betraying you. Unfortunately, the evil fetus's expressive performance did not move Fang Sui at all. He smiled and watched the evil fetus's energy getting weaker and weaker, and his whole body getting smaller and smaller. Then the evil fetus's body began to become illusory, as if it was about to disappear into nothingness. The evil fetus looked terrified and begged again and again, and his eloquence was really heartbreaking. Buster appeared on Fang Sui's shoulder at some point, smiling and saying, this guy's really a good material for confusing right and wrong, and he has no skin or shame. This divine cat actually believed what he did before. I really want to have fun with you, my lord. It's not out of malice. Hearing this, Zete cried out to the sky, my lord divine cat, please understand. I, Ergalzi, really have good intentions and just want to have some fun with you, my lord. Unfortunately, no matter how he begged, Fang Sui was indifferent and indifferent. Seeing that his own demise seemed inevitable, Zete gradually restrained his humble look of trying to please others, and his face became full of resentment again, staring at Fang Sui fiercely. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, look, I originally wanted to test you. I thought that, if you could repent in the end, I would spare your life and let you be Ergalzi. Unfortunately, Ergalzi, you failed to repent in the end, but showed your true colors. You are still this damned. Who do you blame for your death? The evil fetus looked a little confused, obviously not knowing whether what Fang Sui said was true or false. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to speak again. With a bang, the body of the evil fetus, after being extremely illusory, suddenly collapsed and disappeared, leaving only a mist-like aura, which was absorbed by a ray of light shining from the center of Fang Sui's eyebrows. With the disappearance of the evil fetus, the space in which he had changed the world and dragged Fang Sui into it suddenly collapsed. Fang Sui turned around and found that he was still standing on the top of a mountain. The surroundings were silent. After absorbing the remaining ki of the evil fetus before its death, Fang Sui stood with his eyes closed. After a moment, he opened his eyes, frowned and said to himself, I originally kept the evil fetus to inquire about some secrets about the power of the mothers. Now I have absorbed his core ki after it dissipated, but unfortunately I can only extract a few memories from it. He added, but there are some secrets in these few memories. The power of the mothers is only the tip of the iceberg of their entire power. It turns out that they can inherit the immortality of the ages. There is another major power under their command that serves as the backbone. It has never been revealed in the world. For hundreds of millions of years, it has always been in the dark, developing on two fronts with the power of the mothers on the surface, and quietly laying out the mother of life. The mother of life Fang Sui obviously learned some secrets of the power of the mothers after absorbing some of the memories of the evil fetus, and these secrets involve the strange mother of life who occasionally shows up in the 5 directions. Fang Sui frowned deeply, standing on the top of the mountain, his robe fluttering. After a lot of thinking, he let out a sigh of relief and then flew away. At this time, Eldarin and others had long since left the Baywen mountain range after searching for Fang Sui for a long time. The entire mountain range was quiet, with only endless poisonous miasma covering the mountains. From time to time, insects and beasts of various shapes could be seen appearing in the deep ravines or mountains. A strange scene appeared after Fang Sui left. On the top of the mountain, where he was previously, a secret airflow slowly gathered, from thin to thick, and soon gathered into a thick fog, somewhat like a fog cocoon suspended in the air. This cocoon was only the size of a fist at first. It seemed to have consciousness, and was very hungry. As soon as it took shape, it began to eat. Within 100 feet around it, everything was pulled by a force, and began to gather, and collapse towards the cocoon, and be absorbed by it. Soon after, the cocoon's engulfing area expanded, and it began to consciously devour life. Within a radius of dozens of miles, some strange beasts and poisonous creatures living in the millions of mountains were bound by an inexplicable force one after another. They were captured by this cocoon from a distance, turned into balls of blood mist, merged into the cocoon, and became nutrients. The cocoon's absorption of all things around it became more and more terrifying. Half a day later, the nearby mountains rose from the ground with a huge collapse sound, and broke into thick heaven and earth vitality, which was also swallowed and absorbed by this cocoon. One mountain after another broke, and the beasts wailed. The cocoon continued to grow and expand, changing continuously, and finally turned from an illusory aura into a solid entity. The whole body was round, like a chaotic divine fetus, which seemed to be nurturing a god. The surrounding mist was like a long river, flowing slowly, and it looked extraordinary. As time passed, the world changed, and the divine fetus grew rapidly. Suddenly one day, the divine fetus quietly cracked, and a small figure walked out of it. This figure was a 2 or 3-year-old baby, who was the evil fetus, that was supposed to be killed by Fang Sui. He reappeared in this world, with a sinister sneer on his face. I'm a god who entered the world by gathering the thoughts of all living beings from the Zilay divine religion. As long as a core of energy is not extinguished, I can regenerate at any time. No one in the world can really kill me. Fang Sui, this god will make sure you die a miserable death. I will settle this account with you clearly. The evil fetus glanced at the surroundings where everything disappeared and was absorbed by itself into a barren area. After identifying the direction, it quickly went away. Strangely, when the evil fetus disappeared, there was another change. A figure appeared silently, staring at the direction where the evil fetus left, with a slight smile on his face. Then the figure turned into a void of air and followed the evil fetus away. The figure that followed the evil fetus was Fang Sui. Fang Sui was well aware of the weirdness of the people under the power of the many mothers. Jiao had said in person that some people in the power of the many mothers were almost immortal and extremely difficult to kill. Knowing that it was difficult to kill the people under the command of the mothers, Fang Sui was moved. He left first, then secretly returned, and indeed discovered the scene of the resurrection of the evil fetus. Therefore, Fang Sui became the aureole, and followed the evil fetus without anyone noticing. Fang Sui was a little curious. Although the evil fetus was barely resurrected, it was seriously injured and looked in a hurry. Where was it going? The evil fetus moved quickly, and in a clear direction. Soon it came out of the Million Mountains. PS. Normal updates will resume. The next chapter will be at 5 or 6 in the evening, and the next chapter will be after midnight. Happy reading everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Fire Infant. In the hinterland of the 5 southern regions ruled by the Shadow, there is a life source star called Daewon Star. Daewon Star is located at a strategic point, and is one of the most important southern hub stars under the Shadow's rule, which can connect many life source stars. Therefore, Daewon Star is particularly prosperous, with many cities, magnificent buildings, and thousands of races gathered together. What is particularly rare is that in some cities of Daewon Star, many intelligent races from outside the 5 regions can be seen. This is a prosperous scene that is quite rare in the central region of the 5 regions. Obviously, the Shadow Clan has successfully extended its tentacles into some life origin star systems outside the 5 regions, and launched a strategy of making friends with the distant, and attacking the nearby. Some life origin star systems outside the 5 regions have begun to have in-depth contact with the Shadow Clan and trade with each other. After the evil fetus was resurrected in the Million Mountains, it did not contact the Shadow and the mothers, but went forward alone, sneaking through some secret teleportation arrays along the way, and continued to go deeper into the Shadow-ruled area without alerting others, and finally came to this Daewon Star. There is a city on the Great Yuan Star, called Rangshan Fire City. This is an ancient city full of Western mythological architectural style. There are many beautiful temple-style buildings in the city, which look majestic and imposing. Unlike the lifeless cities under the rule of the Shadow that Fang Sui had seen before, although there are many sects under the mothers in Rangshan City that fool the people and take the opportunity to spread the doctrine, the atmosphere is quite open and does not forcibly restrict the behavior of the people in the city. Therefore, the city presents a different prosperity and vitality. Pedestrians shuttle through the streets, which is almost the same as some big cities in the 5 regions. The difference is that everyone here has forgotten the fact that the Shadow Clan is an invader and has killed countless intelligent lives in the 5 regions. They have become obedient citizens who wholeheartedly support the Shadow Clan and the rule of the mothers. It stands to reason that the evil fetus should contact the mothers immediately after it escapes from the Lord's custody. What is this guy doing secretly and alone? Fang Sui followed the evil fetus all the way and was strolling on the streets in Rangshan City. Buster's curious voice came into his mind. Fang Sui stood in front of a small stall selling various minerals, examining the quality of the minerals on the stall, picking and choosing, and looking very carefully. In his mind, he responded to Buster, the evil fetus is born with a rebellious nature. He probably didn't want to be used as a pawn by the mother forces, so he rebelled and came here alone, acting secretly. I don't want to guess what he is up to. Anyway, we will know later. Buster chuckled and said, to use your hometown dialect, the evil fetus is holding back his fart, and he must be doing something shameful. Fang Sui patted his forehead, feeling helpless about Buster's Earth dialect. Are you going to buy something or not? Why are you picking and choosing here? These ores of mine are base materials that cannot be obtained for refining instruments. They are genuine and of fair price. If you want to buy, pay the energy crystals quickly. If not, get out of here immediately. The ore seller was a burly middle-aged man. Seeing Fang Sui picking and choosing, but not paying the energy crystals, he immediately saw through Fang Sui's sincerity in buying things and became rude. Fang Sui took it lightly and stood up obediently to get out of here. Asshole, you are so unsatisfactory when buying an ore. You are hesitant. You are a poor guy at first glance. Fang Sui walked out a few steps and the cursing voice of the ore seller behind him continued to come. Fang Sui naturally would not argue with a small vendor and pretended not to hear it. In fact, he was distracted at this time. He was strolling on this long street, but in his mind, a wisp of consciousness had already been separated, attached to the Netherland armor that had turned into a void aura, and followed the evil fetus. Rangshan City is located in the center of an ancient mountain range, surrounded by mountains and peaks, with magnificent terrain. Not far from Rangshan City is a mountain called Huajing Mountain. It is said that it was a sacred mountain that rose from the ground after the earth veins erupted the earth's core fire in the ancient times. The whole mountain is dark red, like a burning flame, extremely hot, as solid as iron and stone, and it will not be damaged for a long time. In fact, Rangshan Fire City got its name because of the existence of this Huajing Mountain. There is a sect called Dehuo Palace under the command of the mothers. Thousands of years ago, they occupied this Huajing Mountain, excavated it in the mountain, and built countless palaces. The purpose of the evil fetus coming to Daewon Star is to sneak into the Huajing Mountain outside Rangshan City. At this time, the evil fetus passed through the wall and corridor in the building inside the mountain and quickly went deep. The evil fetus itself is not a flesh and blood body, but a foreign object formed by the gathering of the thoughts of all living beings. So the body can also be transformed between reality and illusion at will. After his vitality was seriously damaged, although his strength was not high, he turned into a body of nothingness and was still able to successfully sneak into the heavily guarded Fire Crystal Mountain. The evil fetus turned into a ball of mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye and came to the depths of the underground under the Fire Crystal Mountain without any ripples. He found a magma branch connected to the Earth's core fire vein, escaped into it, and continued to go deeper underground. Fang Sui manipulated the underworld armor, followed by separating the magma and diving all the way down. Fang Sui soon discovered that there was a different world under the Fire Crystal Mountain. Under the ground, billions of feet deep, there was actually a magma river, interlaced and blazing, like an underground space of a palace. At this time, in the center of this underground space, that was thousands of feet wide, 3 people were standing in the air. One was a tall old man wearing a light green robe, with bright eyes, shining and soul-stirring, and full of momentum. He was a 6th level master. One of the other 2 people on the field was a graceful woman with the charm of a young woman, oriental facial features, long hair draped over her shoulders, graceful posture, and a lazy and charming temperament. From the side, the woman's figure was curvy and extremely tempting, with 2 round buttocks like full moons, and the shape was almost perfect, which made her purple skirt tight and eye-catching. The young woman's pair of autumn water eyes moved flexibly, and from time to time she glanced at the other person beside her. It was a young man wearing a silver white light robe, a jade belt around his waist, and a handsome man with long hair draped over his shoulders. The young man stood in front of the young woman with outstanding appearance, and he seemed to be more handsome than the young woman. Such a person is really rare in the world. This handsome young man was an old acquaintance that Fang Sui had met at the beginning of his trip to the southern region. Together with the young master of Yinding sect, they were in a smuggling teleportation array controlled by the Bat Army, waiting for Wu Shen to be teleported away. How long will it take for the fire infant to be born after thousands of years of bathing in the Earth's fire? In front of the 3 people in the belly of the Earth's core, there is a bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. It is simple in shape, and the walls of the tripod are engraved with the stars, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. This tripod is 9 feet in diameter and more than 12 feet in height. It is extremely large and sits at the intersection of countless rivers of magma in the Earth's core. The 3 legs of the tripod penetrate into the magma, constantly collecting the firepower of the Earth's core. The whole tripod is burning with dazzling flames. The most amazing thing is that the belly of the tripod is faintly transparent, and you can see a baby sitting cross-legged in the tripod. The whole body is red, and there is a round of runes flashing in his hands. It is like a magical object like a small sun, and it looks a bit like a pill formed by the power of the rules of fire. The one who asked when the fire infant in the tripod would be born was a young woman in a purple dress. After she finished speaking, the tallest of the 3 glanced at Wu Shen next to him and said dryly, "Lord Rangshan, you have hooked up with the son of love and desire, one of the 6 gods under the command of our mothers. Be careful not to be captured by him and become his captive from now on. You must know that every generation of the son of love and desire is known for being ruthless and having a heart as hard as a rock. Don't let yourself die without knowing how you died." Fang Sui heard these words through the netherworld armor, which was dormant in the underground magma branch like the evil fetus. His heart moved slightly and he thought, could it be that Wu Shen is one of the 6 gods under the command of the mothers, called the son of love and desire, and the young woman is the Lord Rangshan? The young woman known as the Lord of Rangshan City wrinkled her nose in disdain and said in a disgusted voice, "You old man covet this lord of the city. Do you think I don't know? Don't you see how old you are? The old bird under your crotch can't even fly. Whether this lord of the city hooks up with Wu Shenzi or not, it's not your turn anyway. Why do you worry about it?" The old man was very thick-skinned. He smiled, without any shame or anger. Before he could say more, Wu Shen frowned slightly and interrupted, "For my awakening in this life, the fire infant has been nurturing the fire in the underground fire palace here for thousands of years, absorbing the nourishment of the Earth's core fire of the entire star. How long will it take for the cauldron to take shape?" The old man said seriously, "It is close to perfection now. Only the fire god pill in the fire infant's arms has not been fully formed. It will probably be completed in a few days." By then, Wu Shenzi, you can draw the fire infant into your body and burn through time and space in an instant, taking the opportunity to call back the power of the gods lost in the depths of time and space, while awakening the memory of 3 lives. You can also break into the 6th level in one fell swoop. Wu Shen frowned and said, can you awaken the memory of 3 lives? The old man said, awakening the memory of 3 lives at a time is the limit. Otherwise, the awakened memory will not obey the control, and there will be problems such as mental disorder. In Rangshan City, Fang Sui talked to Buster in his mind and said, I know what the evil fetus is doing here. His goal is to devour the fire baby in the cauldron, and replenish his consumption. This fire baby is obviously something similar to the evil fetus. They are all foreign objects sacrificed by the mother forces, to merge with the 6 sons of the gods or the 5 servants of the goddess, pushing them to awaken their memories and increase their strength. Buster rubbed his hands and said, should we get involved? Fang Sui smiled, but did not answer. On the other side of the volcanic underground palace, the evil fetus lurking in a branch of the underground magma was so bold that it dared to venture close to the bronze fire cauldron when Wu Shen and others were not far away. The strange thing was that the evil fetus was only equivalent to the 3rd level cultivation at this time. Once it moved, it should have been discovered immediately, but it sneaked all the way under the magma and successfully sneaked to the location of the fire cauldron without alarming anyone. Buster, who was monitoring the evil fetus's every move through the underworld armor, was surprised and asked, how did the evil fetus get close to the fire cauldron? How come Wu Shen and others over there didn't feel it? Fang Sui said, the evil fetus is not a human body of flesh and blood. He dared to steal the fire baby. Naturally, he had some special means. It's not surprising that he succeeded in sneaking in. At this time, the evil fetus that sneaked under the fire cauldron sat cross-legged in the magma under the cauldron silently, forming seals with his hands, and quietly opened his mouth to make a suction motion. Immediately, a stream of vitality overflowed from the cauldron, which was secretly stolen by the evil fetus, and sucked into his mouth. In just a few breaths, the evil fetus showed signs of increasing energy by absorbing the essence of the cauldron. At this time, the tall old man seemed to have some kind of induction, and looked at the fire cauldron in surprise, but unfortunately he did not notice any other abnormalities. Since the fire baby will take a few days to get out of the cauldron, I will come back in 2 days. After Wu Shen finished speaking, he turned around and left with the Lord of Rangshan City, leaving Huajing Mountain along the way, and walking towards Rangshan City at the foot of the mountain. The tall old man did not stay any longer, and his figure disappeared in a flash. At this time, only the evil fetus and a huge cauldron with blazing flames, as well as the dark armor lurking in the dark, were left in the underground fire palace. Seeing that everyone left one after another, the evil fetus became bolder, with a strange light in his eyes, muttering something, and pointing with both hands. The fire baby sitting in the cauldron holding the elixir made a painful low groan, and there was a flame symbol between his eyebrows that had accumulated for thousands of years. It was taken out and flew to the evil fetus under the cauldron. Just as the evil fetus was grinning and opening his mouth to devour the flame symbol, Fang Sui, who was far away in Rangshan City, smiled and said to himself, the timing is right. The next moment, something unexpected happened in the underground fire palace. PS. Normal updates will resume, and the next chapter will be after midnight. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 480, Destroying Citizen Strongholds. Wu Shen and the Lord of Rangshan City went out of Huajing Mountain and headed towards Rangshan City. Wu Shenzi, what are you thinking about? The Lord of Rangshan City asked with a charming smile. Wu Shen said softly, I was thinking about a message I received not long ago, saying that Fang Sui from the 5 regions had sneaked into our shadow region. The Lord of Rangshan City laughed and said, I heard the news too. Later it was confirmed that the person who was killed by Yinding Sect Master Gu Yan and Demon General Gumoki and others should be Fang Sui. This person rashly went deep into our shadow region, but had no power to protect himself, and was killed tragically. It seems that his ability is ordinary. Wu Shen shook his head and said, Fang Sui is not simple. The death maze that appeared in the east region was destroyed by him. It is equivalent to that hundreds of millions of Shadow Tribe members died indirectly because of him. Our plan to invade the 5 regions has also been greatly affected. Whether it is your Shadow Tribe members or our mother's forces, this person has been listed as the second most kill target of the young generation after Gao. The Lord of Rangshan City said disapprovingly, I don't believe that there are any young people who can be the opponents of the little demon emperor Dark Yin Yang and Dark Saint Girl in our shadow camp, as well as the reincarnated sons of God under the command of the mothers like you, Wu Shenzi. According to my judgment, the man called Fang Sui was able to thwart our plan to invade the 5 directions domain just by chance. From the fact that he chose to enter our shadow area for training, it can be seen that this person is extremely arrogant and blindly confident. Even if such a person has some achievements, there is no need to worry. It's a pity that he is dead. Otherwise if I met him. Humph. Wu Shen glanced at the Lord of Rangshan City. Fang Sui's body is not found, which may not be true death. The Lord of Rangshan City did not refute it, but just smiled softly. In the underground fire palace on the other side, the evil fetus took a flame symbol from the center of the eyebrows of the fire baby and the fire cauldron. Just when he was about to succeed, the tall old man who had left before suddenly came back and looked at the bottom of the cauldron with anger in his eyes. Where did this thief come from? How dare you? The tall old man, with a murderous look on his face, turned his hand and grabbed under the fire cauldron. In the magma under the cauldron, the evil fetus was stunned, not knowing where he had revealed his tracks, so that he was discovered. He hurriedly swallowed the symbol taken from the center of the fire baby's eyebrows, and without caring about anything else, he immediately plunged into the depths of the underground rock pool and fled for his life. In fact, the evil fetus was discovered because he suffered an unexpected disaster. He had been acting secretly and did not arouse the old man's vigilance. The reason why the old man came back was that Fang Sui had played a trick on him, causing the dark armor lurking on one side to accidentally release a ray of energy, which diverted the disaster to the east, causing the old man to have a sense of induction, thus ruining the evil fetus's good deeds. At this time, the evil fetus fled in panic, and the energy could no longer be hidden. The old man was full of anger, and he entered the underground magma without hesitation, chasing the evil fetus. Fang Sui was in Rangshan City, laughing. At the same time, the Netherworld armor in the underground fire palace turned into a thin wisp of nothingness, and entered the fire cauldron from a hole in the fire cauldron that absorbed underground fire power. After the Netherworld armor entered the fire cauldron, it sacrificed a black gas, and instantly snatched the fire pill with dazzling red light and regular flames in the arms of the fire infant in the cauldron. The Netherworld armor then rolled out a second black gas, trying to capture the fire infant. Unfortunately, the fire infant sat cross-legged in the cauldron, with runes flashing all over his body and aura like a mountain, and the Netherworld black gas could not move. This fire cauldron was actually connected to the earth veins of the Great Yuan Star, and the fire infant and the fire cauldron were one and the same, inseparable. After Fang Sui broke through, even though his supernatural powers were amazing, he had not yet reached the point where he could capture the stars. Therefore, the black gas of the Netherworld armor swept out, and the entire fire cauldron shook, and even the Great Yuan Star was shaking slightly, but he still could not capture the fire infant. Fang Sui made such a big noise that all the cultivators in Huajing Mountain were alarmed, and they were rushing to the underground fire palace. Fang Sui made a prompt decision and gave up plundering the fire infant. The Netherworld armor transformed into a fire cauldron and turned back to use the Netherworld key to form a knife, slashing the cauldron. A deep knife mark appeared on the wall of the cauldron, and the cracks were dense, making a sound like a huge bell, spreading thousands of miles. Then the Netherworld armor disappeared in a flash. At this time, the tall old man who realized that there was a problem in the cauldron and didn't care about chasing the evil fetus, hurried back, found that the fire god pill held by the fire infant in the cauldron had been lost. His face changed drastically, and he was furious. After the Netherworld armor robbed the fire infant pill, it continued to follow a wisp of ki to chase the evil fetus, while Fang Sui himself was still stranded in Rangshan City. He first turned his head to look at the center of the city, then turned his head to look in the direction of the city, and walked out of the city leisurely. Previously, Fang Sui had sneaked into the city with the evil fetus. This time, he walked out of the city in a swaggering manner without any scruples. The city gate was extremely lively, with a long queue of people. The troops under the command of Shadow checked the passing people one by one, and only allowed them to enter and exit the city gate after confirming that there were no problems. Fang Sui came to the city gate and walked straight out of the city. Swish! A whip shadow with lightning came towards Fang Sui's head, but he took a sideways step and easily dodged it. Fang Sui turned his head and saw that the one who whipped was a member of the Shadow tribe stationed at the city gate. He was a 3rd level strongman of the 100 Eyes clan under Shadow. He was tall, had no eyebrows on his face, and was born with 4 eyes side by side, which looked extremely creepy. The 4 eyes of the Shadow tribe members were sharp, and they tightly covered Fang Sui. They gently shook the whip in their hands, which was shining with electric light and sparks, and grinned. Just because you want to leave the city, but don't wait in line for inspection, I can charge you with the crime of trespassing, and take your life. Squeak. The Shadow tribe member took a step forward, and swung the thunder whip in his hand again, whipping Fang Sui. This time, Fang Sui easily caught the whip, and he said calmly, "You are right, I'm here to break into the city." When the 100 Eyes tribe was slightly stunned by what he said, Fang Sui suddenly pulled out the whip in the opposite direction, and the whip tip nodded like a spirit snake, instantly piercing his forehead. At the same time as this person died tragically, there was a commotion around him. Someone is desperate, kill the guards. He is not under the rule of our shadows. Everyone, kill this person. As all the voices rang out, nearly 100 Shadow tribe members stationed at the city gates swarmed in with murderous intent on their faces. Just when many onlookers waiting to leave the city thought that a fight was inevitable, the Shadow troops surrounding Fang Sui fell silently, and no one around even knew whether it was Fang Sui who did it. When everyone was dumbfounded, in a mansion in the center of the city, Wu Shen and the Lord of Rangshan City both felt something, and turned to look in the direction of the city gate. Wu Shen frowned and said, "What a strong skill, just relying on the fluctuation of thoughts. He killed the entire team of soldiers guarding the city." The Lord of Rangshan City said sternly, "This person acted arrogantly in my Rangshan City. No matter who he is dead today." After speaking, he jumped up and rushed to the city gate. At the same moment, Fang Sui walked out of the city gate calmly, but did not go far away. He turned around and looked at the towering city wall that was hundreds of feet high, and said calmly, "Fang Sui came to challenge me. Rangshan City Lord has accepted it." Fang Sui said this calmly, but everyone in Rangshan Fire City heard it clearly. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Sui raised his hand and punched lightly. There was no power or strangeness in his punch, which was quite a return to nature and the meaning of simplicity. After the fist was thrown, his fist began to shine with a little golden light, which gradually became stronger, like the rising sun. Boom. Then Fang Sui's fist turned into a golden fist shadow, and with a loud bang, this round of sun-like fist shadow directly hit the city wall. Quick, activate the city defense formation. Before the voice fell, the city wall had been hit by the fist shadow like the sun, and began to crack and collapse. Amid the rumbling sound of shattering, the city wall facing Fang Sui was first hit by this fist, to create a round hole with a flat edge, and then the entire city wall was suddenly wrapped in a layer of golden flames, burning fiercely, and collapsed into ash. Fang Sui's punch was so powerful that it collapsed a 1,000-mile city wall. The scorching sun fist force he punched was condensed and did not disperse. After piercing through the city wall, it seemed to ignore the distance and suddenly appeared in the central area of the city, as if jumping across time and space. What was amazing was the timing of this punch hitting the center of the city, which happened to be the moment when the Lord of Rangshan City jumped up. To the onlookers, it was as if the Lord of Rangshan City had jumped up and met the punch with his forehead. Just after the Lord of Rangshan City jumped up, this punch broke through the air and hit the Lord of Rangshan City on the forehead with great skill. Crack. The sound of shattering was deafening, and a crack appeared on the forehead of the Rangshan City Lord. She had just jumped up when she was intercepted by this punch and fell to the ground again. However, she was a 6th level primary grade master after all. Although her injuries were serious, they were not fatal. However, the fact that she was defeated by a single punch was indisputable. The The face of the Rangshan City Lord was as white as snow, without a trace of blood. The defeat by a single punch was a heavy blow to her state of mind. Even if the injuries could eventually recover, she would never achieve higher achievements in cultivation in this life. The next moment, everyone sensed that Rangshan City was shaking violently, and the ground inside the city began to crack into countless gullies. "Get up!" Fang Sui shouted loudly, and raised his hands. With his movements, the foundation of Rangshan City cracked with a crack. Under the foundation of the city, where it was connected to the earth, one after another, the formation patterns as thick and horizontal as giant pythons broke at this moment. What was even more incredible was that the entire city slowly left the ground with a rumbling sound and was pulled up by Fang Sui with a force so strong that it made people's heart palpitate. The 1,000-mile city floated in the air, and the shocking degree of this scene made people's hearts and minds palpitate. Boom. Rangshan City was thrown out by Fang Sui, and with a loud sound that shook the earth, it collided with Huajing Mountain not far away. Huajing Mountain was broken from the middle, and Rangshan City was also torn into pieces. Countless buildings collapsed, just like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth, and the destruction of all things. Fang Sui laughed loudly and said, "Fang Mao passed by here and came to shake this city. If any one of the hundreds of tribes under the command of Shadow is dissatisfied, you can come to challenge me at any time." The people in the city were intimidated by Fang Sui's arrogant power of destroying the city in the stronghold and severely injuring the city lord with one punch. For a while, no one dared to speak in response, and a pin drop could be heard. At this time, Fang Sui threw another punch like lightning, and the target of the bombardment was the void in front of him. The void in front of him was shattered by the punch, and Fang Sui took a step forward and walked into the broken void and disappeared in a flash. After he reached the 5th level, he could finally truly break the void and enter and exit the positive and negative space. Shattering the void means that a cultivator's power has officially reached the stage of touching the rules of heaven and earth. It also means that Fang Sui has truly entered the level of transcendence and perfection in his practice. When Fang Sui raised Rangshan City from the ground, Zite had already left Rangshan City far away. However, even though he was thousands of miles away, he could still sense the vibration of the ground under his feet. The entire Daewon Star was shaking unsteadily. Just when Zite was full of surprise and horror, a figure broke through the air in front of him and said with a smile, "Ergauzi. P.S. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Happy reading everyone." Chapter 481 Dark Soul. Deep in the chaotic space-time bordering the 5 Directions South region, there is a deep and vast black hole. The base camp of the shadow creatures, the Dark Star, is in the center of this black hole. At this time, a powerful and deafening voice rang out in the main hall of the towering building complex on the Dark Star. "Moi, how is the matter? I ordered you to keep going." Moi is the former leader of the Demon Generals and the current second Demon General. Moi bowed and responded, "I'm incompetent and have not completed the orders of Lord Demon Marshal. According to the last proposal of the new Demon Chief, I have dispatched elite masters to attack and kill Fang Sui's close relatives, but we have not found a suitable opportunity yet." He continued, "Fang Sui has formed a team called the Demon Cult, and almost all of his close relatives are in it, but the members of the Demon Cult are now acting separately, and their whereabouts are secretive. We recently determined that some members of the Demon Cult team have left the 5 Directions domain and are currently traveling in the universe outside the domain. The masters I sent to stop them have already set off, but no news has been sent back yet. Other people in the Demon Cult team, such as UK King and Zhang Shizhen, one is in the Guanghanyu family, and the other has disappeared without a trace and her whereabouts are unknown. They do not have a suitable opportunity to attack. We have wiped out a lot of the peripheral members of the Demon Cult team, which is enough to make Fang Sui feel distressed." The person who could make the former Demon Chief report so respectfully and in detail was naturally the Demon Marshal of the Heavens. At this moment, the strong body of the Demon Marshal was sitting on a throne with an exaggerated and ferocious shape, with a terrifying and shining light in his eyes. What was surprising was that one of the Demon Marshal's arms was broken at the shoulder, and layers of black gas were emanating from the broken part from time to time, trying to transform into a new arm. Regeneration of broken limbs was originally an easy task for a demigod of the level of the Demon Marshal, but unfortunately, every time his arm was regenerated, a sword energy would appear from the position of his shoulder, instantly cutting off the Demon Marshal's arm again, and blood would splatter everywhere. The arm of the Demon Marshal of the heavens was constantly regenerated, and then cut off and shattered. Therefore, he was always in a state where it was difficult for his broken arm to regenerate, which looked very strange. The former Chief General, Moi, stood several feet in front of the Demon Marshal with his eyebrows lowered and his head lowered, never looking up at the Demon Marshal. Last time, a Demon General was killed because he looked at the broken arm on the Demon Marshal's shoulder for a second longer and was killed by the furious Demon Marshal. Moi still remembered it clearly. Not long ago, the Demon General went to the Immortal Land to abduct Gao, but instead had one of his arms cut off and returned in defeat. To this day, the broken arm has not been able to regenerate. The Demon General regards this incident as a great shame and humiliation, and anyone who even slightly offends him will die a horrible death. After Moi replied, the Demon Marshal was silent in silence. After a long while, he said without showing any emotion, "Do you know why I didn't use the body shaping technique to completely change my body and dispel the sword energy that Gao shot into my body, but let it circulate in my body and keep cutting off my arms?" Moi responded respectfully, "Lord Demon Marshal has always been far-sighted. I have never been able to figure out what he was thinking." The Demon Marshal snorted and said, "I'll let the sword energy emitted by Gao circulate in my body for two reasons. One is to remember the humiliation and pain that Gao has brought to me. One day, she will pay a price 1,000 times greater than the price of having her arm cut off. I will make her live a life worse than death." After a pause, he said, "The second reason for letting this sword energy wreak havoc in my body is because I'm familiar with and deciphering this sword energy. When I have fully understood the secret of the sword energy and know it like the back of my hand, it will be my chance to go to the Immortal Land again and avenge my previous shame. You see." Moi looked up when he heard that and saw the Demon Marshal stretched out a hand, and his finger was like a sword, and a ray of sword light came out from the tip of his finger, which was gently vibrating, as if it had a living soul. The sword light from the tip of the Demon Marshal's finger was not very powerful, but it had a sense of being moderate and simple, returning to nature. Moi was an expert in cultivation. He saw the key point at a glance and was very excited. He said, "Master Mashui can actually simulate the immortal sword energy that is not passed on by the Immortal Land. This is incredible. We, the Shadow Clan, are naturally incompatible with the immortal sword energy. We are like natural enemies. It is extremely difficult to imitate the immortal sword energy." Mashui raised his hand to interrupt Moi's words and said in a deep voice, "Based on the sword energy left in my body by Gao, I tried to figure it out day by day. I'll let this sword energy wreak havoc in my body and capture the core of the sword energy's changes. After countless attempts, I have now deciphered some of the secrets of this sword energy. When I fully master the mystery of the operation of this sword energy, I can use it to find the flaws in Gao's swordsmanship, and the entire Immortal Land will pay a heavy price for it. When Gao cut off one of my arms that day, I'll let her pay with the entire Immortal Land." The Demon Marshal's voice slowed down a bit, and he reflected again. "Now it seems that I was careless when I first arrived at the Immortal Land. I didn't know myself and the enemy, so I deserve to be defeated." Moi asked, "What about now?" The Demon Marshal said in high spirits, "Based on my current understanding of the sword energy emitted by Gao, if I go to the Immortal Land again at this time, I have a 60% chance of defeating Gao. If after a period of time, I have completely mastered the secret of the sword energy of the Immortal, I will have a 100% chance of defeating Gao and destroying the Immortal Land." Moi bowed in admiration. Lord Demon Marshal's actions are unpredictable. How could Gao have thought that a sword strike that day would give you the opportunity to see through the secret of her swordsmanship and sow the seeds of her defeat the next day? The Demon Marshal smiled slightly complacently, waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go down, and we have to hurry up to deal with the Demon Cult team." Moi was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and said, "We received a secret report not long ago saying that Fang Sui had penetrated deep into the area under our rule. He had previously appeared in Rangshan Fire City. His magical powers were quite amazing, and he even defeated the 6th level primary Rangshan City Lord." The demon marshal had expected this and interrupted him, saying, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I have asked the Dark Demon Saint Master and conducted a destiny divination on Fang Sui. I learned that Fang Sui was one of the few people who came into being to prevent us from invading this universe. That's why he has made rapid progress and is extremely difficult to kill. Now the Dark Demon Saint Master has begun to reduce this boy's luck. Soon he will be in trouble and his death will come." He continued sinisterly, "Besides, no matter how good he is, he can never be a match for Dark Yin Yang." Moi suddenly realized, so Lord Demon Marshal had already made arrangements and asked the little demon emperor to kill this boy. The demon marshal nodded slightly and said nothing more. Moi left tactfully. At the same time, Fang Sui continued to go deeper into the area ruled by the shadow. Since the day when he destroyed Rangshan City, Fang Sui was like stirring up a hornet's nest. In recent days, the number of pursuers has increased dramatically, and the war has continued. Relying on the broken void, Fang Sui can move flexibly in and out of the positive and negative spaces, but he has never fallen into the siege of his opponents. He has been fighting frequently all the way, and it can be said that there is a small battle every 3 hours and a big battle every 5 hours. At this time, Fang Sui had just torn through the encirclement of a blocking team that wanted to besiege him and came to a life source star called Night Star. This star is different. It is in darkness most of the time and rarely sees sunlight, so it is called Night Star. After Fang Sui came to Night Star, his goal was to enter the main city on the Star Night City. As Fang Sui walked, he transmitted his voice in his mind. "Ergauzi, one of the pieces of information you revealed to buy your life is in this Dark Night City." In the pages of the Golden Scripture, Ergauzi's head was pierced by a chain of flame rules, and he looked dejected and listless. A few days ago, Fang Sui destroyed Rangshan City, and then broke the void to intercept Ergauzi. He beat Ergauzi so hard that he was frightened. During this period, Fang Sui was merciless and killed Ergauzi several times. Unfortunately, the senior figures under the command of the mothers are indeed mysterious. Ergauzi seems to be unkillable and can always be resurrected after being killed. Later, Fang Sui's heart moved slightly and he decided to capture Ergauzi into the Golden Scripture first and then kill him, urging the Golden Scripture to refine his posthumous aura. After Ergauzi realized Fang Sui's method, he immediately howled heartbreakingly and revealed several big secrets of the mother's forces in succession to exchange for his life. Fang Sui's heart was throbbing after hearing this, so he temporarily let Ergauzi go and imprisoned him in the Golden Sutra. To count, after Ergauzi met Fang Sui, they fought each other many times. No matter it was conspiracy or open fighting, he never won once, and each time was a miserable defeat. Until now, Ergauzi really feared Fang Sui from the bottom of his heart. What Ergauzi feared most was that, if he was refined in the Golden Sutra, Ergauzi had a premonition that he might really die. This made Ergauzi terrified, and at least he dared not have any other thoughts for a short time. At present, Zite only asked Fang Sui to spare his life, so he answered whatever Fang Sui asked, and he really told everything he knew. This Night City is the sphere of influence of the Dark God cult, one of the many branch sects under the command of the mothers. They refined the Dark Chaos Divine Fetus in the Night Tower Temple in the city. That thing is also called the Dark Soul, which is similar to me, and the Fire Infant. Once it is formed and born, it has its own spiritual wisdom. It is a secret object cultivated by the mothers over a long period of time, to be used as a match for the 6 sons of God and the 5 attendants of the goddess. My original plan was to absorb the Fire Infant first, and then absorb the Dark Soul, to increase my own strength. Ergauzi said sickly, thought for a while, and then added, "Master, if you do as I say, and rob all the mothers who have worked hard to cultivate these magical objects, to increase the strength of the 6 sons of God and other guys, and awaken their memories, your own strength will surely make a huge leap, not to mention becoming the #1 master among the contemporary youth." and the key is that you can also suppress the rise of the young generation under the mothers. Then he said, just like the fire infant, that the son of love and desire used to awaken his three life memory and improve his cultivation. First, the origin symbol on the forehead was absorbed and swallowed by me, and the rule fire pill in the fire infant's arms was snatched away by you, the master, leaving only an empty shell of the fire infant for the son of love and desire. He absorbed the complete fire infant, which could have awakened his three life memory, and rushed to the 6th level. Now he can awaken his 1 life memory and rush to the 5th level middle grade. He should be thankful. Fang Sui ignored the evil fetus's advice and suggestions. He suddenly punched out while moving forward, breaking through the void, and then shuttled through the void and easily entered the heavily guarded night city, which was shrouded in night all year round. Fang Sui tore through the void and quietly appeared on the top of a building in the city. He looked far and near with a radiant look in his eyes. He just glanced towards the center of the city and subconsciously squinted his eyes. PS. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 482 Storm Disaster. Ergalzi sensed Fang Sui's silence and asked in amusement, "What's wrong?" Fang Sui retracted his gaze that was scanning the center of the city and said calmly, "This night city seems ordinary, with pedestrians coming and going inside and outside the city, a prosperous scene. But I have a warning sign in my heart. In the Night Tower temple in the center of the city, someone has set up a killing trap to wait for me to fall into the trap." Ergalzi was stunned and said, "How could they grasp the whereabouts of the master and set up an ambush here in advance?" Fang Sui sneered, "How difficult is this? First of all, from the route I have been traveling, I can more or less infer some clues, plus the fire baby incident, and the judgment that you, Ergalzi, are a capricious thing. So I inferred that you would leak the secrets of the mother's forces to me. So they knew that we would come to this dark city to snatch the dark soul. So they set up a trap here to wait for me to fall into the ambush." Ergalzi immediately expressed his loyalty and said, "This group of people are really treacherous. They are no match for the master openly, and they use these crooked tricks secretly. It's a pity that the master saw through them at a glance, and the winner was immediately decided. I have to explain first that I really didn't expect them to set an ambush here, otherwise I wouldn't dare to let the master take the risk here." Ergalzi's incessant chatter was interrupted by Fang Sui without any politeness. "Okay, how can I not know what kind of person you are? You have learned a lesson this time, and the next time you want to rebel, you must be sure that I'm seriously injured and can kill me, or the opportunity is perfect and you are sure you can escape from me. Except for these two situations, you will not rebel again, and you must work hard to show your value in front of me and make your life better, right?" Ergalzi was stunned and kept saying it was weird in his heart because what Fang Sui said was exactly what he thought. Ergalzi said embarrassedly, "Master's wisdom is really the best in the world. He doesn't think about anyone else. The little thoughts in my heart were seen by the master." Fang Sui smiled and said, "You are still responsible. You didn't deny it out loud, otherwise you would have suffered immediately." Ergalzi flattered, "Master, since you have discovered that there is an ambush in this city, let's retreat first." Fang Sui shook his head and said, "I came to the south region to experience life and death. There is no reason to retreat when encountering danger. As long as it is not a deadly situation, I must face the challenge. They put the bait, and it doesn't matter if I bite the hook. Let's see whether the fisherman is stronger or the fish that bites the hook is better." Dragging the fisherman into the water, and the boat capsizes, and the people die. Ergalzi was about to continue flattering, praising Fang Sui's rare courage. Fang Sui had already shattered the void with a punch, and his figure flashed into the reverse void, leaving the city of night, and suddenly appeared on the top of a barren mountain hundreds of miles outside the city. The night wind blew, and Fang Sui's long hair and robes fluttered in the wind. He looked up at the bright and clear moon above the stars in the night sky, his eyes shining brightly. Ergalzi murmured, "Didn't the master say he was going to take the bait? Why are we out of the city?" Fang Sui said in a deep voice, "Taking the bait is good, but blindly rushing into someone's ambush is just courting death. I plan to practice for a while first, adjust my condition to the best, and then it won't be too late to take action." Galzi suddenly realized and flattered him. Master is wise and thoughtful. No one I have ever met can compare to you. And your ability to travel through the void is amazing. You can break the void at the 5th level. You are truly unique in the world. Fang Sui pouted his lips in self-deprecation and said, "You are wrong, Gao. That is, my future wife, when she was at the 5th level, she could not only travel through the void easily, but also went deep into the chaotic space-time, and fought with the demon marshal whose mana was suppressed by the interface rules at that time, but still reached the peak of the 7th level. I'm far inferior to her, but fortunately she is my own wife, so it's not shameful." Galzi was immediately astonished and said, "The mistress is really a fairy from heaven. Even amazing talent and beauty are not enough to describe her. The 6 sons of gods, the 5 servants of the goddess, and the shadow demon emperor are all ashamed of themselves compared to the mistress. They are not even scum. You flatter her so well." Fang Sui joked casually. He couldn't stand his nagging, and waved his hand gently. Galzi immediately became silent and more obedient than a dog. Fang Sui retracted his gaze to the bright moon, and stomped his feet lightly. The hill under his feet split silently. He fell into the belly of the mountain and disappeared. The most amazing thing is that the mountain closed immediately, and there was no trace of the crack on the surface. Fang Sui opened up a small space in the belly of the mountain, sat cross-legged in it, and silently began his first breath adjustment after the 5th level. Fang Sui, who was at the 5th level, had undergone earth-shaking changes in his body. First, in addition to the 4 suns of gold, red, blue, and dark in the sea of consciousness, there is a new sun of magical power, which is brilliant purple, noble and gorgeous, with raging flames. From then on, there will be 5 suns coexisting in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, showing the supreme grandeur of burning the sky and destroying the earth. And the other source of power in Fang Sui's lower abdomen, the Divine Land, has also undergone great changes, with an additional underworld mountain and a new moon rising. 5 mountains and 5 moons. There are 5 underworld mountains, one in each of the 4 directions of the southeast, northwest, and northeast. The one in the center is the highest and most majestic, with the Book of the Dead Souls hidden inside. The underworld armor engraved with the natal spell is like a wise creature, sitting cross-legged in a posture of cultivation, sitting on the top of the central underworld mountain. 1 mountain, 1 moon, and 1 day. The 5th level Fang Sui is more powerful than ever. Cultivating to this point is truly extraordinary, and can perform all kinds of magic methods that ordinary cultivators dream of. At this time, Fang Sui closed his eyes and circulated the power in his body. His body suddenly became extremely bright. 5 rounds of scorching suns shone together, interweaving into a wave of fire that looked down upon him. Like a long river flowing eastward, it circulated and rushed in Fang Sui's body, wandering through every acupoint. His whole body was baptized by flames inside and out, and even every strand of hair was circulated with flames. His whole body was crystal clear, as if he had been reborn in the fire. The power of the flame circulated like this, and in an instant, it relieved Fang Sui's body of the battle damage and injuries he had suffered in recent days. The next moment, something even more wonderful happened. The raging fire power like the Yangtze River circulated in Fang Sui's body for a week, and then returned to the Sea of Consciousness. The Divine Land in his lower abdomen, together with the Dark Mountain and the Moon, released a powerful black gas, as agile as a flying dragon. The acupoints in Fang Sui's body then darkened, as if the night had come after the scorching sunset. The power in his body circulated, and light and darkness alternated, forming day and night, reflecting the heaven and earth, all kinds of mysterious and wonderful. In a blink of an eye, the dark power of the Divine Land also circulated for a cycle. Afterwards, the darkness retreated, and the scorching sun regenerated. The power in Fang Sui's body repeatedly operated in this way, and countless cycles of cultivation passed in an instant. From the outside, it seemed that in the short time of only a dozen breaths, the power in his body had already poured out and circulated many times. Then Fang Sui opened his eyes, but he was not in a hurry to get up. He turned his palm and held out a red fire pill that was burning with flames, as big as an apple, and like a miniature sun. It was the Fire God pill that he had taken from the Fire Infant not long ago. In the Golden Sutra, Urgalzi was always waiting to flatter, and immediately seized the opportunity to say, "Master, this fire god pill contains the power of rules. If you absorb it, it will greatly increase your own strength." Fang Sui seemed to have heard nothing and said nothing. He just carefully examined the fire god pill in his hand, put it away after a moment, stood up calmly, took a step, and walked out of the mountain, where he had practiced for a short time. He walked a few steps and easily crossed hundreds of miles, and came to the outside of the night city again. Fang Sui did not enter the city directly, but stood a few miles outside the city. A faint light flowed in his hand, and the Book of Summoning appeared. "Master, this is to use the world's best summoning technique, to bloody massacre the city, killing those who want to ambush us in the city, and blood will flow like a river." Fang Sui said impatiently, "You always flatter me randomly, which makes people sick of listening." Urgalzi was silent, and immediately became dumb, without a sound. Fang Sui slowly opened the Book of Summoning. The 5th level Netherworld summoning technique was no longer limited to summoning creatures from the Netherworld. It could summon natural disasters from the Netherworld that ravaged the Netherworld, wiped out all life wherever it passed, and wiped out all things. Fang Sui's eyes swept over the names of the summoning techniques one by one. Deathstorm, Darkness Coming, Netherworld Fog Sea, Undead Calamity, Earth Shattering and Sky Collapse. Fang Sui's mouth curled up slightly. Among these natural disaster summoning spells, the Earth Shattering and Sky Collapse was the most powerful. Unfortunately, it could only be performed at the 6th level, and it was not available yet. Fang Sui reached out and lightly touched the 2 5th level summoning techniques, Deathstorm and Undead Calamity, on the page of the book. At the same time, he chanted the spells of the 2 Netherworld disaster techniques in a unique way of pronunciation. The next moment, the world changed suddenly, and the wind and clouds surged. The night stars were originally dark all year round, and the sun was rarely seen. At this time, Fang Sui urged the death storm to come out, and the sky in the sky became darker and darker. The clouds seemed to be stained with ink, dark and lightless, covering the stars and the moon. The thick clouds slowly pressed down, and a turbulent storm gradually formed above the clouds. Looking up from below, the clouds in the sky were swirling, forming a huge storm group. Suddenly, the huge wind group covering the sky flew down with great power, whistling like thunder in the ears, and quickly pressed towards a tall tower-like building in the center of Night City. Crack. After it was born, it grew bigger and bigger. In the huge storm that connected the sky and the earth, there were lightning bolts, which struck the high tower in the center of Night City with a thunderous power. There were screams in the city, and countless people were in panic. Everyone was trembling with fear for the arrival of this world-destroying disaster storm. At this time, storm groups broke out one after another from the clouds, and huge wind columns thousands of feet high were swirling, sweeping towards the tower in the center of Night City with a terrifying momentum that destroyed everything. No one has appeared in the tower yet, but a protective light curtain has been raised, colliding with the rotating columns of world-destroying wind. Amid the rumbling sound, dazzling and brilliant light frequently burst out from the light curtain, like ripples in the water. A storm is coming in the city of night, and the flames of war are urging the city to go out. Suddenly, as the storm came, there was another buzzing sound. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky, like a devil's mouth, from which a dark shadow poured out. The shadow was composed of countless underworld creatures with low individual combat power, but in groups, covering the sky and the sun, and their number was countless. Fang Sui's second underworld summoning technique, the Undead Scourge, is coming. PS. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 483, Natural Disaster. Earlier, when Fang Sui had not yet approached Night City, several people were already on high alert in the main hall of the tower in the center of the city. Several people in the hall stood in a circle around a pool of black gas rolling on the ground. Some closed their eyes to rest, some looked indifferent, each with the demeanor of master. Among the people in the hall, there were Eldarin, who had previously participated in the pursuit of Fang Sui, and 2 6th level masters, Yinding Sect Master Gu Yan, as well as several younger 4th and 5th level masters, a total of more than 10 people, each of whom was a top choice at the time, and the Linoop was luxurious. There was also a middle-aged man in the hall wearing a black robe and a face as white as jade. This person was the chief high priest of the dark god cult in the city, and he also had a 6th level cultivation. The art of the god's domain descending to the world that he practiced was powerful and arrogant. In the middle of all the people was an ordinary looking old man in a grey wide-sleeved light robe. The old man's eyes were very deep, like a calm lake without waves. At this time, the old man was looking down at a scroll with a white jade axis in his hand. The scroll slowly unfolded, and a thin layer of mist spread over it, hiding the true appearance of the atlas under the mist. As the old man made a gesture with one hand, the mist on the picture dissipated, revealing a series of pictures that passed by as fast as lightning. These pictures flashed and disappeared, complex and difficult to understand, as if they were revealing a corner of the secrets of heaven. It would be difficult for ordinary people to figure out the reason from them, but the old man holding the scroll could easily understand the mystery. After looking at the pictures on the scroll, he snorted expressionlessly, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The Dark Elder stood beside the old man and asked respectfully, "What did the Inner Elder see from the sky peeking picture?" What ordinary people don't know is that the Dark Elder's council under the Mother Power is actually divided into inner and outer. The outer gate Dark Elders have a relatively lower status and are called by the order of ranking, just like the Dark Elder who recently hunted Fang Sui, who ranked 11th among the 24 elders of the outer gate, so he is called the 11th Elder. There are 12 inner elders in the Dark Elders Council, who are the real rulers of the Mother's power. Each of them has amazing skills and is absolutely extraordinary. From the title of the 11th Elder, it can be heard that the old man who is the leader of the people in the hall is one of the inner elders of the Dark Council and has a respected status. At this time, the inner elder said in a calm voice, "The sky viewing map shows that Fang Sui is approaching Night City. You should start preparing. Do we need to mobilize so many troops to deal with a young man?" The speaker was the chief priest of the Dark God cult. He looked contemptuous and did not think much of the gathering of so many people to wait for Fang Sui. Then he swept his eyes to Gu Yan's face and said disdainfully, "Your Yinding sect master personally took action and chased for a long time, but you couldn't do anything to a junior figure who went deep into my shadow area alone. What a joke. There are many sects and branches under the control of the Mother Powers. They compete with each other and naturally cannot be harmonious. The Dark God cult and the Yinding sect have always been at odds, so the high priest of the Dark God cult took the opportunity to attack and ridicule Gu Yan. Gu Yan said with a fake smile, "It is said that the Dark Priest's Dark Domain technique can change the world and is best at imprisonment and suppression. Today, that kid came, and the Dark Priest must help more." The Dark Priest said without hesitation, "That kid is wishful thinking. He dares to come to seize the dark soul of my Dark God cult. This priest will naturally take action and kill him on the spot." "Kill on the spot? This sect master will wait and see." Gu Yan, who was dressed in a bright red robe, sneered. The Dark Priest squinted at Gu Yan and said sarcastically, "What? Just because you, Gu Yan, couldn't capture and kill that young outsider, you think everyone is as incompetent as you and will let that kid get away easily?" Seeing that the tension between the two was getting stronger, the inner elder glanced at them and said, "Gu Yan and others failed to capture and kill Fang Sui. In fact, it is understandable that they failed. Fang Sui is a young talent who has emerged in the 5 regions. He is both intelligent and powerful, so he has been able to escape capture many times. Otherwise, I would not have come here in person. Fortunately, I have activated the sky peeking map to deceive this boy's perception of danger. He only knows that we have ambushed here tonight, but he doesn't know that this is the weather I deliberately let him see. He is stubborn and refuses to go. Once he falls into the ambush, he will find that he is facing a dead end. It will be too late to regret it then, and he will definitely die here," he added. Furthermore, according to the sky peeking map, he will encounter major disasters in the near future, and he may die every time. Tonight is the time for him to face the disaster. The Dark Priest was obviously very respectful to the inner elder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Elder. Fang Sui will appear later. I will be the first to take action, and will definitely kill him on the spot." The inner elder nodded slowly and glanced at the sky peeping map in his hand again. At this time, the mist in the map dissipated, revealing Fang Sui's figure, who had already arrived outside the Night City. The inner elder whispered, "You are just a fish in a pond, but you want to break through the net and struggle to death. This elder is very curious. How can you escape the killing game tonight?" In the central tower of Night City, many strong men were waiting safely, waiting for Fang Sui to enter the game. At the top of a building in another direction of the city, a tall and majestic young man in black armor stood upright like a peak pointing to the sky. This young man was not handsome, but his face was like iron, with clear edges and corners. The whole person had a strong and majestic momentum like a marble sculpture, heavy and restrained, which made people impressed at first sight. His eyes were deep and shining. He was more than a head taller and stronger than an ordinary man. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, and there was an indescribable sternness. His eyes were staring at the distance, and his eyes penetrated hundreds of miles without paying attention to the distance. He saw Fang Sui outside the city, and also saw the inner elders and others waiting in the tower in the city. After a moment, the young man retracted his gaze, sighed with some regret, and shook his head slightly. Then, without any gesture, the void in front of him was like being cut by an invisible blade, silently shattered. The young man was about to step into the reverse void and leave this place. Suddenly, he felt something, stopped, and looked at the top of another building not far away. The next moment, a woman wearing ink-colored light armor suddenly appeared on the top of the building. She was the beautiful Dark Saint. "You want to leave? Didn't the demon marshal ask you to kill Fang Sui?" The Dark Saint said gracefully, and in a clear voice. In fact, this young man with a tall and strong figure and a face as hard as iron is the famous first young master of the Shadow Camp, Dark Yin Yang, who is also known as the Little Demon Emperor. After the Dark Saint finished speaking, the Little Demon Emperor said leisurely, "Since I have personally come to see Fang Sui, I know that he has extraordinary potential. With time, he will achieve extraordinary achievements. Unfortunately, he is far from my opponent now. If I take action, I can kill him in a few moves. I really have no interest in such an opponent who can be killed so easily, so I'm ready to leave now." He added, "If he can escape the killing trap set by the inner elders and others tonight, and grow up for a while, maybe he will be qualified to challenge me in the future, but he is still far away now. And according to my judgment, he will die tonight. Why waste time here to watch something that already knows the result?" The tone of the Little Demon Emperor's speech was extremely conceited, with the heroic spirit of pointing out the world and being unparalleled. The Dark Saint curled her lips when she heard it, but did not refute it. It should be noted that the young Demon Emperor in Yin Yang has always been known as the Invincible Young Man. If someone else said this, it would be considered blind and ignorant, but it was natural for an Yin Yang to say it. The Dark Saint thought for a while and said, "You want to disobey the order of the Demon Marshal?" An Yin Yang laughed dumbly, and his feet did not stop. He disappeared into the void in an instant, and his voice came back steadily. "I, an Yin Yang, will not obey anyone's orders. The reason I came here is because I heard that a young strong man from the 5 regions entered my shadow rule area alone. I was itching to come and see if this person is worthy of my action. After seeing him, I can't say I'm disappointed, but this person is not enough to inspire me to take action. What Demon Marshal's order? I have never taken it to heart, so I will leave when I want to." An Yin Yang, be careful, Fang Sui from the 5 regions is actually very good. Maybe he can give you a surprise. The Dark Saint's voice came from afar, and an Yin Yang only sent back a confident chuckle, and then there was no sound. Obviously he had already walked far away. The Dark Saint turned her head to look in the direction where the Dark Yin Yang disappeared. Her eyes flashed with strangeness, and she sighed softly. Then she looked back at the empty and vast night sky, and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the wind and clouds pressed down on the city. Then a storm quickly formed, and the city suddenly became windy and turbulent, and the sound was deafening. The Dark Saint turned her head to look at the center of the city. Her eyes lit up with interest, and she said to herself, "Fang Sui obviously noticed that there was an ambush in the city, and did not enter the city. Why is the magic he activated so special?" When the Dark Saint whispered, Fang Sui stood outside the city, and started to activate the 2 disasters. After the summoning storm was born, a huge hole slowly opened in the sky, and creatures from the underworld that covered the sky and the sun flew out. These flying underworld creatures are the death disaster mosquitoes. When Fang Sui first started practicing on Earth, he successfully summoned this kind of underworld creature through the Book of Summoning. The individual strength of the disaster mosquito is far from amazing, but the introduction of this species in the Book of Summoning specifically notes that, if the death disaster mosquito can be born in groups, it will have the terrifying power to destroy everything. It is one of the most terrifying species in the netherworld. At this time, the disaster mosquitoes born in the sky covered the sky and the earth, and the number was so large that it was shocking. Countless disaster mosquitoes mixed in huge wind columns poured out, buzzing continuously, like a tide, pressing towards the tower-like building in the center of Night City. Our exclamations in the city came one after another. The reason why the disaster mosquito, a species in the netherworld, is terrifying is that they have a characteristic that they can suck and devour the essence of all things, including flesh and blood life, but not limited to flesh and blood life, as well as soil, stone, grass, and trees, and the disaster mosquito can also absorb and decompose energy from them. Therefore, the species of death disaster mosquito actually feeds on all things in the world. Wherever it passes, no grass grows, and life is completely gone. Therefore, once the disaster mosquito group is born, it will be called a natural disaster in the netherworld, and all things will retreat. The protective light curtain outside the central tower in the city was pounced on by the plague mosquitoes that surged like a tide. Countless plague mosquitoes flapped their wings, hummed softly, stabbed out their sword-like mouthparts, tightly attached to the light curtain, and sucked madly. The entire light curtain quickly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light curtain that was originally brilliant and flickering with symbols suddenly dimmed and soon ran out of energy, collapsed and shattered, disappearing without a trace. With a buzzing sound, the plague mosquitoes and the storm rolled into the tower together. The night of Night City is getting darker, and the changes under the night have just begun. PS. Please recommend subscriptions and monthly tickets. Happy reading, everyone. Chapter 484, Final Kill. The tower lost the protection of the light curtain and was immediately swept by the storm. There were traces of cracks all over it, and it was in danger of collapsing in an instant. People began to rush out of the tower one after another, trying to retreat to a safe area in the city. Unfortunately, as soon as these people left the building, they were immediately swarmed by the disaster mosquitoes and blocked their way. There were many masters rushing out of the tower. They all used their strength to form a light wall to protect their bodies, and at the same time, they attacked and killed the disaster mosquitoes. These people were powerful and extraordinary, and each attack could kill thousands of disaster mosquitoes. For a while, blood and flesh flew outside the tower. However, there were countless disaster mosquitoes, swarming like a sea. In a very short time, some people were drowned by the mosquito swarm, and then they were sucked through the protective light wall by the endless disaster mosquitoes like a tide. These people screamed, just as their flesh and blood had been devoured by the disaster mosquitoes. In the end, even the bones were left, and they disappeared without a trace, and there was no body left. When the disaster mosquitoes passed through, not a blade of grass was left. It was a natural disaster. At this time, the central area of the city was in chaos. The trap that was prepared to lure Fang Sui into the city naturally failed to be arranged as expected, which was equivalent to breaking without attack. It was like thunder and rain, and it was easily resolved by accident. Of course, the opponent's real masters were not injured. Ergalzi on this side was busy flattering, "Master, your summoning technique alone is invincible in the world. I think there is no one among the young people who can be your opponent. No, maybe the mistress is a little better than you. You are the second most worthy young master in the world." Ergalzi called Gao the mistress. This flattery was in the right place. Fang Sui felt comfortable and smiled. Ergalzi was about to make persistent efforts and continue to flatter. New changes appeared in the city. Fang Sui summoned black clouds to press down on the border, and the strong wind rushed to the city. The scene of the rampant mosquitoes was rapidly weakening. The swarm of mosquitoes, which had a full meal, retracted their wings and flew back to the hole in the sky in groups. The dark clouds in the night sky dissipated, and the strong winds stopped. The hole in the sky that seemed to be connected to the underworld slowly closed after the mosquitoes were taken back. In just a few breaths, the city regained clarity, and the previous horrific scene that seemed to destroy the world was gone without a trace. Everything that happened just now seemed like an unreal nightmare. The city fell into a deathly silence, and most people in the city couldn't even figure out what had happened. Ergalzi was surprised and said, "How come your magic disappeared in just a dozen breaths, Master?" Fang Sui said unhappily, "These two kinds of magic need to communicate with heaven and earth, build a bridge of interface, and bring disaster into the world. Although they are powerful, they consume a lot of mental energy. Now that the goal has been achieved, I have to take back the magic. Otherwise, it will consume too much energy. I'm not a murderer. The disaster mosquitoes are about to spread throughout the city, and by then it will become a dead city. Although I'm not a soft-hearted person, I don't plan to massacre everyone in the city at once." Ergalzi said blankly, "The goal has been achieved." "What goal has been achieved?" Fang Sui looked solemnly in one direction of the city, frowned slightly, and responded to Ergalzi, "What goal has been achieved? You'll know later." Ergal's mind was racing, thinking about how to flatter Fang Sui in a way that would be both appropriate and novel. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui suddenly soared into the air. The next moment, a black mist-like hand appeared in the air, where Fang Sui had just stood. If Fang Sui had not jumped up, he would have been caught by this hand. At the same moment, the void in front of Fang Sui opened, and a middle-aged man with a pale face walked out. He was the chief priest of the Dark God cult. He fixed his eyes on Fang Sui, and mocked him coldly, "You really have some ability to escape. It's worth it for me to come to catch you personally. Do you want to surrender, or struggle in vain?" Before the Dark God cult finished speaking, Fang Sui sneered and interrupted him unceremoniously. "If I wanted to surrender, would I wait until now? Are you a fool to ask such a stupid question?" The Dark God cult was furious and prepared to attack immediately, but the murderous intent in front of him was fierce. But Fang Sui had already taken the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Sui's hand showed the Dark Earth Divine Spear, and the spearhead suddenly broke through the air. This spear did not have any amazing vision or power, but it showed the word fast to the fullest. In a trance, the spear flew like a falling meteor, and like a lightning that split the world, it suddenly stabbed in front of the Dark Priest. "You are looking for death. How dare you show off your skills in front of this priest?" The Dark Priest put one hand behind his back, his face proud, and did not retreat. He stretched out a finger and accurately caught the trajectory of Fang Sui's spear and pointed at the tip of the spear. The Dark Priest's move was mysterious, so he was calm and confident that he could force Fang Sui into a disadvantage with just one finger. However, at the moment when his fingertip touched the dark spear, Fang Sui's mouth curled slightly, and something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon broke out around the dark spear, revealing 5 dark mountains surrounding the spear tip. In a loud bang, a gravity that was unparalleled in the world, like a mountain or a sea, surged out. When the Dark Priest discovered that the power was different and wanted to increase the force, it was too late. Crack. The finger that the Dark Priest stretched out to block the dark spear suddenly broke, and the dark spear changed ingeniously, with no fixed weight. The next moment, the gravity on the spear that could almost crush the world suddenly disappeared, and it became light and fluttering, stabbing out with lightning, pointing directly at the Dark Priest's eyebrows. As soon as he came into contact, he suffered a big loss and was injured and bleeding. The Dark Priest then put away his contempt and wanted to withdraw and reorganize his offensive. However, Fang Sui was unyielding, and the divine spear in his hand followed him closely. The Dark Priest's expression changed again and again. Before he appeared, he never thought that he would be forced into a disadvantage by Fang Sui in turn. At this moment, another voice sounded in the void. "Break through the 5th level. You have gained some courage, and finally stopped running away when you saw us." As the voice sounded, Yinding Sect Master Gu Yan broke through the air, and saw that the Dark Priest's finger was pierced by Fang Sui's spear. The gloating look on his face flashed, and then he attacked Fang Sui from the side. At the same time, a figure flashed in the void again, and the 11 Dark Elders also appeared from the other side, waving their hands to create a black gas, like a long rope, rolling towards the dark spear in Fang Sui's hand. No matter from which angle, after Fang Sui broke into the 5th level, he was already one of the strongest young people in the world. With his amazing combat power created by practicing the 2 great magic cannons, he had the confidence and strength to defeat even ordinary 6th level masters. However, no matter how proud he was of his martial arts, Fang Sui would never blindly believe that he could match 3 6th level masters at the same time. Therefore, his first choice at this time should undoubtedly be to withdraw and quickly escape from danger. However, Fang Sui's actions have always been unexpected. At this time, he did not retreat but advanced. His eyes were bright, and the divine spear in his hand ignited a dazzling flame, turning into a divine spear surrounded by golden flames. Around the spear tip, the strange phenomenon changed again, and 5 rounds of swirling suns appeared again. He did not leave any room, and with a posture of fighting to the end, he stabbed with all his strength. Bang! Fang Sui fell into the encirclement, but he did not consider retreating. Instead, he faced the challenge head-on. With a fighting attitude, he used his dark power to protect his body and took the punch from Gu Yan. The divine spear in his hand was as steady as a mountain. He moved forward without hesitation and pierced the black air rolled out by the 11 Dark Elders. Then the spear tip jumped out of time and space. In a nearly impossible situation, the speed suddenly increased, showing exquisite changes. One spear hit the Dark Master's eyebrows, and then 5 rounds of scorching sun phantoms appeared, and they hit the Dark Master's eyebrows at the same time. Crack. The first round, the second round, and the third round of scorching sun phantoms were all blocked by the Dark Master's internal power. By the 4th round, the Dark Master was almost exhausted. He tried his best to resist, but was touched by the 4th round of scorching sun. A burn mark appeared on his forehead, and his head was almost shattered. He was seriously injured. At this moment, the 5th round of scorching sun suddenly arrived. The Dark Master looked horrified and regretted it in his heart. If he had not underestimated the enemy when they first met, he would never have fallen into the current situation. Before long, the 5th sun was approaching, and the Dark Priest roared wildly, ready to die. However, at this time, a hand stretched out from the void, blocking the Dark Priest, resisting the 5th sun, allowing the Dark Priest to escape death. The inner elder, who had been hiding in the dark, walked out with a cold face. At the same moment, Fang Sui, after being hit by Gu Yan, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, pulled back violently and laughed. I knew there was an old guy hiding in the dark. As he spoke, his shoulders slightly arched, suddenly moved sideways, and sent his shoulders forward. A burst of force burst out, and the void in front of him was shattered like broken glass, cracking into countless fragments. Fang Sui rushed into the reverse void like flowing water. See you later. After speaking, he threw his hand back and punched, just resisting the closest Dark Elder who was chasing him. Then the broken void closed up, and Fang Sui escaped successfully after a brief fight at the cost of being injured. The two sides fought each other, and the time of collision was actually very short, but in this short time, the scene changed rapidly. First of all, before the fight, because Fang Sui urged the natural disaster to come, the opponent's pre-arrangement was disrupted, so that the opponent had to choose to come out to fight. This is equivalent to changing the position of the battlefield, offsetting the opponent's geographical advantage, which is naturally very beneficial to Fang Sui. But this is not the main reason why Fang Sui was able to escape successfully. Then the opponent's masters appeared one after another, and only one step away from trapping Fang Sui. A moment ago, as long as there was a slight delay, the opponent's masters stood on each side, and Fang Sui had no way to retreat, and he would probably face a bad situation of dying in battle. At that time, Fang Sui actually relied on a very short period of time and continuous unexpected changes in means to win a glimmer of hope for himself. Fang Sui first fought hard and held on to the Dark Priest, which forced the later appearing Gu Yan and the 11 Dark Elders to come to the rescue, which was equivalent to destroying the other party's position as soon as they appeared, forming a siege. Later, Fang Sui had to pursue the Dark Priest despite his injuries, and successfully led out the inner elders lurking in the dark, so that there was no worry about retreating. Otherwise, if Fang Sui chose to retreat, as soon as the 11 Dark Elders and Gu Yan appeared, he would inevitably be seized by the inner elders hiding in the dark, and waiting for an opportunity to attack and cut off his retreat. The danger is self-evident. It was in this series of seemingly subtle changes in choices that only took a moment to make that Fang Sui found a chance to survive in a disadvantageous situation and successfully escaped. At this time, Fang Sui successfully retreated, and Gu Yan and the 11 Dark Elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Fang Sui's growth rate is indeed chilling. I didn't expect that we were protected by the inner elder sky peeking map, hiding our aura and attacking suddenly, but this guy still escaped. However, he was hit by me, and his injuries are definitely not light. We should chase him and kill him. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find another chance to kill him. Gu Yan spoke in a low voice. The 11th elder nodded, and turned his eyes to the inner elder. The inner elder looked normal, still calm, but just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed and said, "Be careful." Something happened suddenly. According to common sense, if you get out of the encirclement of your opponent and you are injured, anyone should go away immediately in this situation. But Fang Sui did the opposite. He did not go away after getting out. The first thing he considered was to plan a counterattack in this situation. As soon as he got out of danger, Fang Sui broke through the air 100 miles away and returned to the normal space. Then, without delaying for a moment, he immediately pulled with both hands. The next moment, a huge bow appeared in his hand. It was the underworld bow that was shaped by the underworld arms technique. Unlike the underworld bow that he shaped at the peak of the 4th level, the underworld bow at that time was made of 99 underworld ki interwoven into a bowstring, with strong power, breaking through the air like lightning. At this moment, Fang Sui broke into the 5th level, and the underworld bow was born again, with an extra spirituality. The spells on the whole bow were wandering, as if it was a spiritual object. More importantly, the bowstring of the underworld bow had also undergone a great change. At this moment, the divine land in Fang Sui's body shook violently, and a thick black gas was steaming out. This black gas turned into a black thick earth dragon, coiled on the bow arm, and the dragon body stretched and turned into a dark bowstring. At the same time, the black dragon's head was just coiled in the center of the bow arm, raised its head and spit out a spell from its mouth, like a dragon ball, which turned into a long arrow. This form of the dark bow is the complete form of the magical weapon Dark Bow described in the Darkland Magical Weapon chapter of the Dead Book, the Darkland Dragon Bow. Suddenly, the bowstring trembled, and the dragon ball arrow on the dragon bow flew out of his hand, and actually penetrated the void, ignoring the distance, and broke through the air from the other side of the void in an instant. At this time, the inner elder blurted out, "Be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. The big dragon arrow broke into the forehead of the already seriously injured Dark Priest at a speed faster than the light of a light. Blood splattered, and the Dark Priest was shot into the center of his eyebrows by the big dragon arrow, passing through his skull. A deadly kill. P.S. This chapter is only a few dozen words away from 4,000. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 485, Tall as a Pine Tree. The night sky was bright and the moonlight shone on the earth. A few miles outside the city, the Dark Priest's face was still filled with the shock and fear of the moment before his death, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. The sound of his fall was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the 11th Elder and Gu Yan hard. At the same time, they both felt a feeling of fear or anger that they could not tell. They both shouted, and immediately prepared to chase Fang Sui. The inner elder beside the two remained calm, but there was a trace of unprecedented solemnity on his face. He said slowly, "This boy is unexpectedly ruthless and calm. In the current situation, he dared to fight back. Hey, this elder underestimated him. This is good. I have made up my mind. This time I must hunt him down to death, and I will not stop until he dies." After the inner elder finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the void in front of him cracked silently. The three of them set out together to hunt Fang Sui. Just as they were about to step into the reverse void, the three of them suddenly felt something and turned their heads to look. They saw a figure approaching rapidly in the distance. That figure was another priest of the Dark God cult, second only to the High Priest, who had just been shot dead by Fang Sui. When he arrived, he saw the Dark High Priest lying dead on the ground and was surprised. He stopped in shock and was stunned for a long time before he remembered the purpose of his visit. He looked at the Inner Elder and said, "Someone stole half of the Dark Soul's soul in the chaos. If it hadn't been discovered in time, I'm afraid the entire Dark Soul would have been taken away." With just this one sentence, the Inner Elder and the other three reacted at the same time. It turned out that Fang Sui had split his troops into two groups. He was here to deal with the Inner Elder and other masters, but he had made other preparations in secret and divided his troops to covet the Dark Soul on the bottom floor of the Dark Temple Tower. In fact, Fang Sui's purpose of coming here was to obtain the Dark Soul. His initial idea was to create chaos, lure out the opponent's masters, and then let the Nether Armor become invisible, sneak into the Dark Temple Tower, and wait for an opportunity to steal the Dark Soul. Previously, after Fang Sui summoned the two disaster means to invade the tower, he once said the goal has been achieved. Gauzy was stunned and puzzled at the time. He didn't understand what Fang Sui meant by the goal has been achieved. In fact, Fang Sui meant that the Nether Armor had successfully sneaked into the tower while taking advantage of the chaos. The move of the Inner Elders and others left the tower one after another and came to stop Fang Sui, which undoubtedly made it easier for the Nether Armor to act. At this moment, not only did Fang Sui retreat smoothly, but he also successfully took away half of the Dark Soul. The shock and anger in the hearts of the Inner Elders and others can be imagined. To use an inappropriate metaphor, their arrangement and actions tonight were originally intended to use their wives to lure the gangsters to show up, but unfortunately the gangsters didn't catch them in the end, but lost their wives instead. To a certain extent, the Inner Elders and the others were slapped in the face by Fang Sui, and their anger was really at its peak. At the same time, after the gloomy Inner Elders and the others shot an arrow that concentrated all their strength, Fang Sui's dark dragon bow disappeared, his chest rose and fell violently, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth again. Obviously, it was not easy to shoot an arrow that pierced through the void and lock the opponent with the spirit. Fang Sui injured the enemy 1000 times and injured himself 800 times, and his own injuries worsened. At this time, there was a black air flowing in the void in front of him, and the Dark Armor grasped a dark and inky chaotic air and quietly returned to Fang Sui's eyes. Gauzy's sensing ability was not sealed by Fang Sui, so he could clearly see what happened around Fang Sui. After discovering that the Netherland Armor had returned with the Dark Soul, Gauzy, like the Inner Elders and others, understood that Fang Sui had previously summoned the two powerful natural disaster type spells just to attract attention and create chaos. The real purpose was to cover up the Netherland Armor and sneak into the Dark Temple Tower to steal the Dark Soul. Gauzy, who had figured out the cause and effect, curled his lips secretly and muttered in his heart that this surnamed Fang was really nothing, full of tricks, extremely treacherous, and full of bad water. Gauzy thought so in his heart, but of course he said something else, flattering him wildly. "Master, you are so powerful, you have played those conceited old guys around. If I were them, I would be embarrassed to continue living after being played like this, and I would definitely find a place to hit my head and die." While Gauzy was flattering like a tide, Fang Sui was watching the Dark Soul taken back by the Netherland Armor. The so-called Dark Soul is a sleeping baby in a dark chaos. The baby is like sleeping in the mother's womb, with eyes closed, and the body is made of chaotic black gas. Perhaps because only half of the Dark Soul was stolen, the key is incomplete, so the image of the whole baby is blurred, very unclear, and hazy. "Master, this Dark Soul is nourished and refined by the most refined dark energy in the world. It took a very long time to form a fetus. If it is absorbed, it will greatly increase the soul power, so that the spiritual power of a person can instantly feel the original key between heaven and earth, and the cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Gauzy's voice was not finished. Fang Sui suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled, and the Dark Armor carrying the Dark Soul turned into a wisp of black gas, which was taken back into his body. Fang Sui then flew and broke through the void and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, an ancient map suddenly floated out from where Fang Sui was, which was the sky-peaking map mastered by the Inner Elder. See how long you can escape. The gloomy Inner Elder, the 11th Dark Elder, and the Yinding Sect Master Guyan appeared together. The three of them did not stop and activated the sky-peaking map to track Fang Sui's aura and followed closely behind him to break through the void. In the area, ruled by the shadow, there are many life source stars that have invaded the 5 directions. At this time, on one of the life source stars, a caravan was moving forward in the vast desert. This caravan was also smuggling. The whole team had more than 100 people and was quite powerful. Otherwise, they would not dare to go deep into the hinterland of the shadow rule to smuggle. At this time, the team was not far from their next destination. An extremely majestic and huge city appeared at the end of their sight and they would arrive soon. Seeing the city meant that the dangers encountered all the way in the wild land had become a thing of the past, so the atmosphere of the whole team became relatively relaxed, and everyone had a smile on their faces. Captain, we have made a lot of money on this trip, but we all heard that you are going to quit smuggling after this trip. Is that true? The income is so good, you just want to quit? The questioner was a young man walking in front of the team. The captain was a middle-aged bearded man wearing brown leather armor, with a rough appearance and wild behavior. He looked like a casual person, but in fact, who is not worldly wise in the smuggling business? Not to mention the leader of a team. This man was actually a tough guy with a rough exterior and a delicate heart. As he walked forward, his eyes were shining, and he kept scanning the surroundings. He did not relax his vigilance just because he was about to enter the city. He admitted frankly, yes, that's the case. Why? Our team has made a lot of money in the past few years. No one dares to smuggle deep into the hinterland of the shadow. Only a few of us dare to come. We have connections and strength. Although this business is dangerous, it is very profitable. Captain, why don't you do it? Several people around the captain asked together. The big man sighed lightly, thought for a while, and then explained, we can't just smuggle, we must also pay attention to changes in the overall situation. Now the 5 regions and the shadow camp are at war, and the killing is endless. This situation has never happened in 10,000 years. The current border area is changing, and there may be a big change at any time. This situation may turn into a disaster for our border smuggling team at any time. The young and strong men around the big man looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. The big man said again, haven't you noticed the changes in some of the cities we passed through recently? Every time we passed a city, the city was under complete martial law. The number of times we were strictly checked along the way was far more than before. It will be extremely difficult to engage in smuggling in the future. How can it be easy? A young man suddenly said, I heard a piece of news in the last city that all the life source stars under the shadow region were under full martial law. The reason was that a young strong man from our 5 regions broke into the shadow region alone and fought all the way from the border to the heart of the shadow, turning the world upside down. In the past few months, all cities have been under martial law. In fact, it is to investigate this person's whereabouts. Another person continued, I've heard about this too. It's a bit exaggerated to fight all the way from the border to the heart of the shadow, but this person does have amazing courage. It takes a lot of courage to enter the shadow ruled area alone. There is news that the man killed the Dark Priest in Night City a few months ago, which caused the shadow to make up its mind to kill him. There are many pursuers chasing him now, but they still can't do anything to him. Well, there is also the news that this person went deep into the shadow area alone. I don't know who deliberately fanned the flames, and it was actually transmitted back to the 5 regions, causing quite a stir. At present countless people in the 5 regions are paying attention to the news about this person. Hearing everyone vying to talk about it, and talking quite enthusiastically, the captain was not optimistic. He shook his head and said, in my opinion, this is the shadow area after all. The young strong man is getting deeper and deeper here, and he is attracting more and more attention from the shadow camp. If a 7th level figure is lured out, the young strong man will most likely die in this shadow area, which is a pity. The shadow camp will not be so shameless as to send out a 7th level near god level figure to deal with the young man. Everyone was expressing their opinions, and suddenly someone in the team pointed to the distance and shouted in a daze, "Look at what is sweeping in from the depths of the desert. My god, this momentum is like a giant dragon dominating the world." The people in the team looked together and saw that in the distance of the vast sea of sand, a yellowish sand wave was indeed like a huge dragon whose head and tail were hard to see, sweeping across the world with its might, forming a vast sea-like sand tide and rapidly approaching the city a little further away. In a trance, at the top of the sand tide, amid the lightning and thunder, there seemed to be a figure as steady as a mountain, standing proudly, as tall as a pine tree. PS. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. The magic can reach the sky and the armor is as strong as a mountain. In full view of the crowd, the figure standing at the forefront of the tide, which raised the yellow sand desert like a tide, rushed into the city in front of them. In an instant, the whole city seemed to be submerged by the endless sea of sand. Who is this person? It's too reckless to enter the city with such momentum. In the smuggling caravan watching from afar, everyone was stunned. After a long silence, many people began to talk at once. What level is this person who can raise hundreds of miles of desert into a tide? Can a 6th level person do it? I vaguely saw that the person standing on the sand sea tide seemed to be a young man in a black robe. I saw it too. He seemed to have just experienced a war and borrowed the remaining power after the war to hurry on his way. Otherwise, who would drive such a momentum forward for no reason? Everyone was making various speculations and discussions, and saw that after the yellow sand tide, another person appeared, led by an old man, followed by many people of all ages and appearances, but all of them had a strong aura and were extraordinary. In front of these people, a scroll was flying, shining with mysterious light. They followed the figure who drove the sand waves into the city, and entered the city. Someone in the smuggling team, who was watching, whispered, "The young man who drove the sand sea into the city seemed to be being chased. Could it be the young strong man from the 5 regions that we talked about earlier?" Boom. Before the person who spoke finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly broke out in the city at the end of the sight in the distance, which could be heard for 100 miles. Suddenly, a beam of light rushed out from the city, and a voice sounded, "I will borrow the teleportation array in this city. Everyone, take your time to chase." Then there was a loud bang, and the teleportation array in the city collapsed and was damaged. It was obvious that the person who entered the city first activated the teleportation array, teleported himself away, and then destroyed the teleportation array with the power left in the teleportation array in advance. It turns out that the person who rushed into the city before was to rob the teleportation array and teleport to another life source star. Many days later, another life source star ruled by the shadow. A vast area covered with white snow. In the ice and snow, stands one mountain after another. The black peaks and white snow complement each other, and under the brilliant sunset light, they are as beautiful as an ancient scroll, with a magnificent scene. On top of these peaks, you can occasionally see the remains of a palace, but unfortunately they are all damaged and deserted, and there is no one living there. In fact, these thousands of miles of frozen snow-capped mountains were once the location of a famous sect. Long ago, the sect was called the Snow Painting Palace by the world. After the Shadow Clan invaded the South region, the Snow Painting Palace refused to surrender, and all the people in the sect were slaughtered, and the vast snow-capped mountains were completely abandoned. However, at dusk on this day, a series of loud noises rang continuously in this ice and snow, breaking the silence here for a long time. The snow on the surrounding thousands of peaks was shaken by the sound, first sliding down, and finally collapsing with a loud bang, and an avalanche occurred. The continuous vibrations were because someone was walking on the snow, chasing and fighting. The two sides of the battle moved so fast that it was hard to see. one could only vaguely see a picture scroll in the sky that was constantly pressing down from the air, and a figure moving at high speed on the snow, as agile as a cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, it was a young man in black robes 100 miles away. Suddenly, the young man in black robes rushed into the collapsing snow and disappeared. The next moment, a terrifying shadow broke through the snow, and it was a suit of armor. As soon as the armor appeared, it quickly grew longer and transformed into a nearly 1,000-foot long giant, standing majestically above the vast sea of snow. The armor was surrounded by thick black air, and when it grew bigger, a pair of scorpion claws stretched out from its ribs. So this tall and amazing armor turned into a monster with 4 arms stretched out, extremely ferocious. Then, in the hands of the armor, a giant bow, a square black magic hammer, and a divine spear with a faint glow appeared. The armor held 3 weapons, but one arm was empty and made into a fist. All 4 arms were stretched out, like a flamboyant crab, ferocious and ferocious, making people dare not look directly at it. On the right shoulder of the armor, a young man sat, his feet hanging in the air, swinging back and forth, looking very leisurely. This armor is naturally the underworld armor, and the young man sitting leisurely on it is Fang Sui. The underworld armor has the power of transformation, and can change size. After Fang Sui's 5th level, his power surged, and the Book of the Dead also opened the 5th level chapter. The underworld magic weapon chapter inherited on it showed new magical powers, one of which was the armored armor phase technique that Fang Sui activated at this time. The power of this armor transformation technique described in the Dead Book is very simple, with only 8 words. The technique can reach the sky, and the armor is like a mountain. At this time, the huge armor that penetrated the sky and the earth stretched out its 4 arms and ran on the vast snowfield. Without seeing it with your own eyes, it is really hard to imagine the visual impact and the overwhelming pressure caused by a pair of armor as tall as mountains and rivers. When it moves quickly, it will make people feel a kind of shock and fear from the heart. On a snowy mountain far away from the armor, a group of people suddenly appeared at this time. These people stood side by side and looked into the distance. The old man in the lead stretched out his hand and pointed. A picture scroll suddenly changed thousands of feet away from the opposite side of the armor, and it also became extremely huge, not inferior to the armor at all. The next moment, the mist on the surface of this huge picture scroll dissipated, showing the colorful scenes of mountains, rivers, land, grass, and vegetation. The whole picture scroll seemed to contain an independent small world. The giant painting was the Sky Peking picture, which was pressing towards the dark armor at a slow but firm speed. On the opposite side, the dark armor ran with big strides, stomping on the ground like beating drums, shaking the mountains. The surrounding black air surrounded the armor like rolling rivers. Suddenly, one of the black air coiled up and turned into an arrow feather that was more than 500 feet long and about 30 feet in diameter, or it would be more appropriate to say a mountain peak. When this huge arrow, that looked like a horizontal mountain, was formed, one of the 4 arms of the dark armor, holding the big bow, and the other free arm cooperated to pull the bow into a full moon, and the huge mountain arrow fell on the bow. Woo! There was a muffled sound like a thunderstorm, and the giant arrow was seen leaving the string and shooting towards the Sky Peking picture that was pressing from the opposite side. Boom. Snap. A pattern of a mountain in the Sky Peking picture fell off and flew out, turning into a real mountain, facing the giant arrow. The two collided, and the void was shattered. The splashing airflows were like dragons and pythons swimming. The mountains and giant arrows that flew out of the Sky Peking map shattered at the same time. Countless rocks fell in all directions and hit the peaks standing in the snow in the distance, causing the rocks to crack and snowflakes to splash. Boom boom boom. The netherworld armor was running, and the nether key was swelling around its body, constantly turning into giant arrows and shooting them continuously. On the other side, the Sky Peking map offered mountains and rivers one after another to collide with the giant arrows. This battle was not only unique, but also showed destructive power far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The group of people who appeared on the top of the distant mountain were the Inner Elder, the 11th Elder, and Gu Yan, who had been chasing Fang Sui all the way. The two sides had fought for no less than 100 games in the past few months. They were all watching the battlefield from afar. Among them was a young man, but it was Dark Killing Knight, one of the 4 great masters of the young generation of the Shadow Camp, whom Fang Sui had seen in the Death Maze. He stared at Fang Sui from a distance, with a burning desire to fight on his face, and said with disdain, "Internal Elder, how about letting me fight him? I recently broke into the 5th level, and my combat power has greatly increased. This time I came out of seclusion to challenge the Little Demon Emperor and compete for the position of the first young master under the shadow. I passed by this snowy planet and met you chasing Fang Sui. It's a good opportunity to warm up with him first. I can promise to take his life within half an hour." Yinding Sect Master continued unceremoniously, "Although you are the offspring of the top powerhouse in my Shadow Camp, Anshai, you have received the most powerful inheritance since childhood, and your foundation is strong. But if you say that you can kill Fang Sui within half an hour, this is not very realistic." Anshai's eyes flashed with hostility, and he glanced coldly at Yinding Sect Master Gu Yan, and sneered, "Why, you have been entangled with Fang Sui, and have never been able to do anything to him, so you think that Fang Sui is invincible in the world? Have you ever thought that this may be because you are too stupid and incompetent?" What Anshai said was equivalent to including all the people around who had chased Fang Sui for months, but still could not do anything to him. It can be seen that he was arrogant and conceited. Anshai paused and said, "If I didn't want to get hurt, I would need to save my energy to continue to challenge the Little Demon Emperor. After killing Fang Sui, it might not take even half an hour to kill Fang Sui. If you don't believe it, just wait and see." Even the inner elder, who had always remained calm, frowned and turned to Anshai and said, "During this chase, we fought with Fang Sui no less than 100 times. Including me. We all looked down on him at first, but after many fights, he was able to rely on on-the-spot changes and constantly revealed trump cards to successfully get rid of our encirclement. His skills are really amazing." And Anshai, don't forget that among the 4 young masters under Shadow, Yaoki, who ranks higher than you and has a devouring body, died at the hands of Fang Sui not long ago. Anshai laughed loudly and said, "Yaoki ranks above me? What a joke. He ranks above me only because I have never entered the 5th level in order to build a strong foundation. My realm is slightly lower than Yaoki. Otherwise, Yaoki would never be my opponent. He was killed by this worthless Fang Sui, which proves that Yaoki is just a name. Now I will personally kill Fang Sui. You can see clearly who is stronger between me and Yaoki." Anshai was so arrogant that he really looked down on others. The people around him frowned when they heard it. The inner elder was about to speak, but Anshai waved his hand to interrupt him and said, "Inner elder, are you going to take your people away? Otherwise, once I take action, Fang Sui will be worried that, after he fights with me, you will follow him, and he will be surrounded. He must flee at the first sight. Isn't it troublesome?" Boom. In the distance, a deafening sound came from the battle between the Netherland armor and the Sky Peaking map. It turned out that the armor and the Sky Peaking map were relatively close and finally collided with each other, just like 2 small worlds colliding. After the collision, ripples surged on the Sky Peaking map, and most of the mountains, rivers, and plants sealed in the entire scroll were blown into chaotic mist. The Sky Peaking map trembled repeatedly, as if it had suffered great damage. Of course, the Netherworld armor did not gain much advantage. The armor, which was thousands of feet high, was pushed back hundreds of feet by a force after the collision. It looked like a mountain was pushed back. Many flickering spells appeared on the armor, and they were also shattered and cracked. Fang Sui, who was connected to the armor's aura and integrated with it, was even paler, with a stuffy chest, as if he had been hit hard and almost coughed up blood. At this time, Anshai, who was watching from a distance, said in a deep voice, "Look at me, I'm going to kill Fang Sui. Everyone, retreat quickly, lest he sees me and dares not to fight, and flees in panic." After speaking, Anshai flew up and rushed quickly to where Fang Sui was. On the other side, Fang Sui saw Anshai approaching and blinked with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. PS. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. Chapter 487, Life and Death. In fact, The mountain where the inner elders and others were located was very far away from the location where the Netherland armor and the sky peaking map clashed. This was the experience that the inner elders and others had gained from chasing Fang Sui all the way. If they were not far enough away, Fang Sui would never stop to fight in order to avoid being surrounded. After discovering this situation, the inner elders and others would often choose to have one person go forward and try to entangle Fang Sui or injure him, and then try to come out together to besiege Fang Sui. This seemed to have become a tacit understanding between the two sides. This time, the inner elders and others stayed far away, activating the sky peaking map to fight Fang Sui from a distance. Precisely because the inner elders and others were very far away from Fang Sui, when Anshihai rose up, he could not immediately come to Fang Sui's eyes. Dark Knight flew through the air like a black lightning, and as he quickly approached Fang Sui, he shouted, "Fang Sui, I have asked everyone else to step back. Do you dare to fight me?" As if to cooperate with Dark Knight, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky peaking map that was originally competing with the Netherland armor was immediately taken back by the inner elders and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the inner elders and others also withdrew and moved to the top of a mountain farther away from Fang Sui. Dark Knight pursed his lips, smiled coldly, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying light, covering Fang Sui from a distance. Fang Sui did not respond to Dark Knight's invitation to fight, but stood up from his seat on the Netherland armor and stood tall. Fang Sui's actions undoubtedly showed that he was waiting for Dark Knight to approach before fighting. At the same time, on the distant mountain, Gu Yan spat and said in a deep voice, "Anshi is so arrogant, let's not talk about whether he can defeat Fang Sui. What he said about challenging the little demon emperor is absolutely nonsense. The little demon emperor is the most outstanding young master I have ever seen, no doubt about it. The little demon emperor once entered the 5 directions domain alone like Fang Sui, challenging all 4 directions and honing himself. The little demon emperor once challenged the 7th level with the 5th level, and the result was neither win nor lose. This amazing move can be called a contemporary myth. It's hard to say who will win the battle between Anshi and Fang Sui, so wanting to challenge the little demon emperor is like wishful thinking. The few people who were chasing Fang Sui were all angered by Anshi's previous words. At this moment, Gu Yan took the lead in expressing his dissatisfaction with Anshi, and everyone nodded in agreement. The 11th elder agreed, Anshi is just relying on his noble birth in the Shadow Royal family, so he looks down on everyone else. If he fights Fang Sui, he might not only fail to kill Fang Sui, but also lose to him. It will be exciting to watch. The others also spoke up. They had been fighting with Fang Sui recently and knew his methods very well. If someone said that a young man could kill Fang Sui in a short time, none of them, who had fought with Fang Sui many times, would believe it. Instead, the leading inner elder expressed a different opinion, saying, Anshi was able to stand out in the Shadow Clan and be listed as one of the 4 young masters in the clan. His strength and wisdom are far more than what he seems on the surface. He added, there is a reason why he broke into the 5th level this time and was so confident that he looked down on everyone. According to the information I have, the 5th level Anshi has already mastered the magical power of Source of Darkness recorded in the legendary Dark Scripture of the Shadow Clan. I don't know the specific power of this magical power, but I know that this magical power is one of the 4 magical powers recorded in the Dark Scripture. Even though the Shadow Clan is full of talents, no one has mastered this magical power for more than 3,000 years. This shows the profoundness of the Source of Darkness. It is precisely because Anshi has mastered the Source of Darkness that his confidence has skyrocketed, and he wants to challenge the little demon emperor to compete for the position of the number 1 young man under the shadow. Gu Yan snorted and said, so, inner elder, you think that Anshi can actually defeat Fang Sui within half an hour? And is he qualified to challenge the little demon emperor? The inner elder hummed and nodded, Anshi, who has cultivated the Source of Darkness, is naturally qualified to challenge the little demon emperor. As for whether he can kill Fang Sui within half an hour, let's not talk about it for now. His strength is undoubtedly above Fang Sui. The inner elder spoke slowly and steadily. To put it another way, Anshi can at least fight Fang Sui to a draw. The fight between the two is bound to be extremely intense. Everyone, get ready. Once the two enter a tangle, we will act quickly, form a siege, and take the opportunity to kill Fang Sui. The 11th elder opened his mouth, obviously wanting to speak. The inner elder seemed to have anticipated what he was going to say, and said in a prepared manner, if we take action, it is equivalent to refuting what Anshai said before, that he would kill Fang Sui alone. This is not important. I will explain it to Anshai when the time comes. The 11th elder nodded, and no longer had any objections. Gu Yan said, so the inner elder is going to use the confrontation between Anshai and Fang Sui to create an opportunity for us to kill Fang Sui in one fell swoop. The inner elder smiled lightly and said, as long as Fang Sui is entangled by Anshai's aura, and cannot escape in a short time, this elder will immediately activate the sky peaking map that has not been taken back at all, but is hidden not far from Fang Sui, to cover that piece of heaven and earth, so that Fang Sui cannot escape. When we successfully rush over, he will die today. This chase has also come to an end. In just 2 or 3 sentences, Anshai had approached to within 1,000 feet of Fang Sui. He laughed loudly, and rushed out with a punch in the air. The strength of Anshai's punch was secondary. The key was that a mass of black chaos emerged from his fist, and turned into a black fist column. This fist column accurately rushed towards Fang Sui, who was perched on the shoulder of the armor. Fang Sui did not dodge, but took a step, left the shoulder of the dark armor, took the initiative to meet him, and also punched back. His fist offered a round of scorching sun, crashing into the incoming black fist column. Fang Sui, you are looking for death. Let's see how you can take my source of darkness. Anshai's voice had not yet fallen, and an unexpected scene appeared. After the black fist column collided with the scorching sun shot by Fang Sui, it showed an incredible invasion ability. As soon as the red fire sun came into contact with the fist pillar, it was died. Not only did the burning red fire quickly extinguish, but the entire sun was assimilated and absorbed by the black gas, becoming a part of the black gas fist pillar, which in turn boosted the power of the fist pillar. This is like two armies facing each other, and one side suddenly changed sides, and joined forces with the opponent to counterattack its own side. The destructive power can be imagined. Fang Sui was caught off guard, and was rushed by the black gas. Even though he reacted quickly, and a raging flame immediately ignited all over his body as a defense, he still couldn't avoid shaking and unstable. He retreated several steps in the void and almost fell from the air, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The power of Anshai's punch was really amazing, and Fang Sui was suppressed by the move. Gu Yan and others who were watching the battle from a distance all showed surprise. Someone said in amazement, the source of darkness magical power contained in the dark code is indeed amazing. No wonder Anshai is so arrogant. The source of darkness can actually absorb and assimilate other people's magic power for his own use. This is equivalent to both offense and defense in a battle, and he is almost invincible. Anshai's only attack showed that he really had the qualifications and capital to be arrogant, and he was worthy of being one of the 4 young masters of shadow. How does this attack feel? Anshai succeeded in one attack, and his momentum rose again. He smiled and said, I will kill you in half an hour. After saying that, he put one hand behind his back, stepped into the air, and in a blink of an eye, he came to Fang Sui and Gaya Weilingshan, who were standing in front of the Netherland armor. Fang Sui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there was no joy or anger on his face, but a calm look. Anshai smiled proudly, poked his finger, and transformed it into a wisp of black air like a knife or a sword, and the sharp edge was swallowed and spit out. He took the initiative to attack again, and stabbed Fang Sui. His other hand was still behind him, preparing to fight Fang Sui with one hand, and he said lightly, see how many moves you can block from me? Fang Sui was indifferent to Anshai's arrogance, but the sharpness in his eyes gradually became brighter and brighter. Fang Sui took a step forward in the air. Clang! A sound of armor fitting together, like the sound of metal, was not deafening, but it was like a loud bell, with a long meaning, and could be heard from 1,000 miles away. This was another piece of underworld armor that Fang Sui had formed in addition to his life armor. He wore it on his body to protect his body. Fang Sui's bravery was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The way he chose to fight surprised Gu Yan and others in the distance. The Inner Elder's face changed slightly, and he immediately activated the sky peeking map, appearing from less than 1,000 feet away from the battlefield, and pressed towards the place where the two sides were fighting. On the battlefield, Fang Sui actually chose to resist Shiai's attack. Crack. Fang Sui's figure suddenly accelerated as he walked forward, as fast as lightning. In an instant, his underworld armor was hit hard by Shiai's blow and shattered. Fang Sui's chest and abdomen were directly cut, and blood gushed out from the wound. However, Fang Sui's figure did not stop, and rushed forward like lightning. Shiai did not even have time to react, and Fang Sui approached him with a life and death battle. Crack. The second shattering sound, since the fight sounded, and Fang Sui's hands were like hammers, and he blasted out thousands of punches in an instant, with the force of the punches like a rainstorm. Shiai rushed left and right, responded hastily, and retreated step by step. Suddenly, Fang Sui's thousands of punches merged into two, one on the left, and one on the right, and hit Shiai in the face. Shiai could not dodge in time, and was hit on the head by Fang Sui's two fists. All this happened too quickly, and no one expected Fang Sui to be so decisive and fierce, and to implement his strategic intentions without any hesitation throughout the whole process. He obviously saw through the intention of the Inner Elder, to use Shiai to tangle with him, and take the opportunity, to come up and encircle him. So Fang Sui directly chose the fastest and most tragic way to fight. He would rather be hit by Shiai first, and quickly cut in front of him, and his move was as fast as lightning. At this time, Shiai's head was hammered by two fists, and there was a look of surprise and horror in his eyes. His whole body was shattered by the mountain opening power contained in Fang Sui's fist, and cracked in response to the punch. At the last moment, Shiai urged the racial magic of the Shadow Clan, turning reality into illusion, and his whole body collapsed into a shadow aura, trying to take the opportunity to dissolve the lethality of Fang Sui's fierce and violent punch. Unfortunately, Fang Sui's offensive continued, and 5 rounds of scorching suns rushed out from his forehead one after another, and instantly hit the shadow aura of Shiai after his whole body collapsed. Kai kai kai. The aura of Shiai was burned by the 5 rounds of scorching sun, and evaporated and dissipated in pieces. The desperate scream of Shiai before his death rang out in the void. Fang Sui's series of actions were as smooth as flowing water, and it took less than a breath of time. The fierce fight that everyone expected did not happen at all. Instead, it was unexpected that the winner and loser were decided in almost one blow, and life and death were decided. At this time, Fang Sui shouted solemnly, retracted the 5 suns that he had released, and the life armor behind him, which was as high as a mountain, was also retracted into his body as a wisp of gossamer. Then he smashed the void and left, leaving without any delay. When the sky peeking map arrived at the scene, the void had already closed, leaving only the people watching the battle in the distance, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, Fang Sui's voice floated in this world. What genius young master of the Shadow Royal family? He knows nothing, is pitifully stupid, blindly arrogant, and vulnerable. P.S. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. Chapter 488 Secret. Fang Sui said these somewhat teasing words, and the Inner Elders and others looked at each other subconsciously, speechless. The battle between Shiai and Fang Sui ended in life and death so quickly, which was indeed something no one had expected. When this scene really happened, everyone still felt unbelievable and unexpected, as if they were dreaming. In the end, it was the Inner Elder who took a deep breath, broke through the void first, and chased after Fang Sui. Although the result of the battle just now was beyond our expectations, the reason why Fang Sui was able to win was only a tragic victory at the cost of his life. We will take advantage of the situation and chase him closely, and we can tire him to death. At the same time as the Inner Elder's voice sounded, the sky-seeing map, under the control of his thoughts, had already chased after Fang Sui and flashed away. The others woke up, as if from a dream, and they broke through the air, and chased after him, and disappeared one after another. On the other side, Fang Sui was already nearly 1,000 miles away, and a new round of killing and fighting between him and the people chasing behind him was inevitable. In fact, the Inner Elder was not wrong. Fang Sui's situation was not optimistic. Before he fought with Anshai, he was already injured in the chase and fighting. Later, he activated the Netherworld armor and the sky-peaking map to collide head-on, which was considered to be a double injury. Then he had to withstand Anshai's attack before he killed him. You can imagine how bad the situation was at that time. According to Reason, Fang Sui needed to find a place to heal his wounds at this time. If he could have a few days without being disturbed, Fang Sui would be sure to recover 70% to 80% of his combat power. Unfortunately, there were pursuers behind him. Not to mention a few days of rest, it was all wishful thinking to have a few breaths without being disturbed. Fang Sui's mind raced as he moved forward. His thoughts moved slightly. The Fire God pill that he had taken from the Earth Fire Palace of the sect under the Mother Force earlier flew out of the storage space of his identity nameplate. Fang Sui's eyebrows glowed, and he put the Fire God pill into his sea of consciousness. As soon as the Fire God pill entered the sea of consciousness, it immediately caused changes. The Fire God pill, which was the size of an apple, and was red and blazing, had just entered the sea of consciousness when the 5 blazing suns in the sea of consciousness suddenly became brighter and a chain of flames was rolled out, whipping the Fire God pill. Crack. The Fire God pill shattered into symbols containing the aura of the flame rules, which spread across the sea of consciousness like flaming meteors all over the sky, creating a gorgeous scene. Soon, these symbols of the flame rules were drawn into the 5 blazing suns. Something amazing happened. After absorbing the Fire God pill, the flames of the 5 blazing suns became brighter, and they were pulled closer to each other, and actually merged into a blazing sun with raging flames. The flames of this sun alternated between gold, red, blue, black, and purple, looking strange but brilliant. What was even more amazing was that in this blazing sun formed by the merger of the 5 suns, a phantom of a fire god then walked out, sitting cross-legged under the blazing sun, chanting a magnificent and mysterious scripture incantation. The incantation chanted by the god affected the 361 orifices in Fang Sui's body that had dimmed due to his injury. After the incantation sounded, the orifices and meridians in Fang Sui's body became bright one by one, radiating vitality. The piercing wounds on Fang Sui's chest and abdomen, which had been inflicted by Anshai in exchange for his life, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly heard Ergalz's voice full of regret, as if he had lost his parents. "Master, you are such a spendthrift. This Fire God pill is a divine object that was formed by the Earth Fire Palace under the Mother Powers. It was nurtured for countless years by extracting the core fire of the stars in the Fire Infant. It was originally a tribute used to awaken the memories of the past life of the Son of Love and Desire. You just let the 5 scorching suns refine the fire pill. It is simply a waste of heaven's gift. If you absorb the Fire God pill slowly and carefully comprehend the power of the rules in it, it may even allow you to transform the 6th sun in your sea of consciousness and break into the 6th level. Now that you use it like this, let alone being promoted to a higher level, you can't even be promoted to a small level within the same level. Most of the power of the Fire God pill is wasted." Ergalzi muttered, his face full of pain. Fang Sui ignored it, and the key in his body kept running. From the perspective of an observer, Fang Sui always kept moving at a high speed, frequently entering and exiting the positive and negative spaces, trying to get rid of the pursuers behind him. At the same time, his body seemed to be reborn. Although he consumed the extremely precious Fire God pill, and was unable to use the Fire God pill to its full potential as Ergalzi said, the absorption of one Fire God pill made Fang Sui feel like the rebirth of the divine fire in a short period of time. His injuries recovered quickly, and the wounds on his chest and abdomen were completely healed. Suddenly, Fang Sui stopped walking, his eyes sparkling and shining. In his sea of consciousness, the sun after the 5 suns merged into one split again, and the shadow of the fire god chanting the scriptures disappeared. Fang Sui stopped to think for a moment, and suddenly turned around, and walked back the way he came. Ergalzi was startled and blurted out, "Master, your injury has healed, but there is no need to turn back and fight them, right? The other side is strong, and it is unwise for you to turn back to fight. You are so stupid." Fang Sui shouted, "Shut up, you are the stupid one. I chose to turn back, because the pursuers would never have thought that I could recover from my injury so quickly. Therefore, they chased me without any scruples, and did not prepare for me to turn around and counterattack. If we don't make good use of this situation, wouldn't it be a pity? He added. The Sky Peking map has suffered great damage after the previous collision with the underworld armor. At this moment, the Sky Peking map is the fastest and closest to me. It is the best time to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy this map. Galzi was refreshed and said excitedly, so we have to deal with the Sky Peking map. That thing is really annoying. The pursuers can always find the master's trace because the Sky Peking map has the ability to search time and space and observe everything. If we can destroy the Sky Peking map, it means we can completely get rid of the pursuers, and our long-lasting pursuit will be over. Galzi's voice has not yet fallen, and the Sky Peking map has already caught up with Fang Sui not far away. As soon as the treasure map appeared, it sprinkled a ray of light and covered Fang Sui. This has always been the usual practice of the Sky Peking map. After discovering Fang Sui's trace, the purpose is to cover Fang Sui with light and slow down his movement speed so that the pursuers behind can catch up. This time, Fang Sui did not avoid the light of the Sky Peking map as before. Instead, he rushed forward and took the initiative to hit the Sky Peking map. The Sky Peking map was originally pressing towards Fang Sui. At this time, the two were relatively close, and Fang Sui rushed into the space inside the map without difficulty. If this map was intact, Fang Sui's move would be like walking into a trap, which was extremely stupid. The Sky Peking map is easy to enter, but difficult to exit, like a cage. However, after the collision with the armor of the underworld, the map's vitality was greatly damaged, and it was far from intact. Although Fang Sui still took some risks, there were more variables, and the result was unpredictable. Hundreds of miles away, the inner elder who controlled the Sky Peking map with his mental power suddenly changed his face and shouted, "You want to take the opportunity to destroy the Sky Peking map? You are so bold and reckless, and you will suffer the consequences." At this time, the sun in the sky had already set, and night had just begun to fall. The Sky Peking map, which was 9 feet wide and 3 feet high, was unfolded horizontally and hung in the air above Mountain Field, waving in the wind and shaking. 100 feet below the location of the treasure map, the ground was still covered with snow. Suddenly, the Sky Peking map trembled violently, and a dark and ferocious armor appeared in the mist inside the map. The armor grew rapidly in the space inside the diagram, standing tall. In the hand of the armor, a long sword appeared silently, like a huge sickle, with a slender handle, black as ink, and the blade placed horizontally. The armor held the sword with both hands, raised it high in the Sky Peking diagram, and after fully accumulating strength, slashed it with a sword. With this slash, not only did the air in the Sky Peking diagram flow, but lightning appeared out of thin air, lingering around the sword. Even above the sky, there was a sudden surge of wind and clouds, lightning and thunder, and thick thunders broke through the air and slashed at the Sky Peking diagram. Obviously, the armor in the diagram actually pulled the celestial phenomena, forming a situation where the Sky Peking diagram was attacked from both inside and outside, and it was going to tear it apart and destroy it. At this time, there was thunder outside the diagram, and armor inside the diagram was like a mountain, slashing out with one sword after another. Under the double attack, the Sky Peking diagram suffered heavy damage and shook violently. The fog covering the entire diagram quickly dissipated and became faint. The sky-seeing map moved quickly, avoiding the thunderbolts, while walking opposite to the furious inner elder. Unfortunately, before the inner elder arrived, a sound like a brocade being torn came from the map. A blade pierced out from the inside of the sky-seeing map, like a laparotomy, and cut the sky-seeing map open. 100 miles away, the inner elder, whose aura was closely connected to the sky-seeing map, looked at Hen, and his abdomen was actually torn open with a wound as the sky-seeing map was damaged. At the location of the sky-seeing map, Fang Sui stood proudly on the shoulder of the Netherland armor holding the magic knife, strode out of the chopped seam in the map, looked at the inner elder who was 100 miles away, and smiled coldly. The place on Fang Sui's forehead suddenly became dark, and a lifeless ancient book appeared faintly, but it was a shadow reflected by the Book of the Dead. "Stop!" The inner elder's shout was filled with hysterical anger, but it was too late. A ray of black light emanated from the dead book, which bound and entangled the sky-peaking map, which was wailing and losing its spirituality, and dragged it into the book. This scene was like the sky-peaking map was eaten by the dead book, which was very strange and rare. In the distance, the inner elder began to bleed all over his body. He was unwilling, and struggled to move. He appeared in Fang Sui's position with a miserable image. Unfortunately, Fang Sui had already left before he arrived. The inner elder was furious, and stroked his chest with one hand. Bloodstains flowed all over his body, which was horrible. Then the 11 Dark Elders, and Yinding sects Guan and others arrived one after another, and everyone looked ugly. Without the sky-peaking map, their pursuit of Fang Sui this time turned from active to passive, and it was difficult to accurately track Fang Sui's whereabouts. In the following half-month, Fang Sui seemed to have disappeared from the shadow area. The inner elders and others tried their best through various channels, but still failed to find Fang Sui's trace. In fact, Fang Sui was leisurely going deeper into the shadow area. His goal of entering the shadow area this time was to temper himself and increase his practice by fighting life and death. In fact, this goal has been achieved after breaking through the 5th level. The reason why he continued to go deeper into the shadow area was because among the several secret messages about the power of the mothers told by Ergalzi, there was a secret that made Fang Sui very curious. This secret was about the Mother of Life. The Mother of Life has always been mysterious and its origin is a mystery. Many higher-level figures in the 5 Directions domain have conducted follow-up investigations on the origin of the Mother of Life, but unfortunately there has never been an accurate and convincing statement. Fang Sui was able to leave the Earth because a Mother of Life was born from the dark side of the moon. Fang Sui boarded the mysterious Mother of Life and finally came to the 5 Directions domain. As for the Mother of Life, Fang Sui currently only knows that there are more than one of them. Each Mother of Life explores everywhere in the vast universe, and the purpose seems to be to collect cosmic wonders. And every time a Mother of Life passes, it will return to the 5 Directions domain. In the vast universe, the 5 Directions domain is like a transit point for the Mother of Life. However, after the Mother of Life enters the 5 Directions domain, it will eventually disappear mysteriously, without beginning or end. Where did it go? No one knows! Exclamation mark. According to Ergalzi, deep in the shadow-ruled area, at the intersection of the chaotic time and space, there is a mysterious starry sky area. In Ergalzi's inherited memory, only that mysterious starry sky is shown, which seems to be a base for the Mother of Life to dock. There are no less than dozens of Mothers of Life that have experienced a long voyage in the vast universe, docked there. After hearing this news, Fang Sui temporarily changed his goal of going deep into the shadow area to exploring the mysterious starfield where the Mother of Life docked. After that, Fang Sui will end this trip to the shadow area and return to the 5 Directions domain. PS. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and give me your monthly vote. Chapter 489, Leaving the Seclusion. The 13-star area in the center of the 5 Directions domain. The headquarters of the Alliance of All Heavens, the buildings of the All Heavens civilization world, the twin towers of day and night are towering, pointing directly to the starry sky. It was raining in the sky, and the raindrops fell to the ground, and all things were in spring. The trees were shaking, and the leaves were lush, and it was a season for the flowers to be green. Near dusk, the Tower of Night, which was as dark as night, suddenly changed. A pure cold and gloomy aura suddenly surged out of the tower, and filled the entire building complex of the All Heavens civilization world. Above the sky, the sea of clouds was surging, like a tide. The sea of clouds in the sky also became cold and gloomy at this moment, covering the earth. Even the originally milky white sea of clouds changed its color at this time, becoming cold gray, like a cold ocean hanging upside down in the sky. The emergence of these changes made the city of the earth, where the headquarters of the Alliance of All Heavens was located, seem to have suddenly entered the cold winter from early spring. There are many strong people in the buildings of the Alliance of All Heavens. Although the change came abruptly, no one was panicked because of it. After some experts sent out their thoughts to investigate, they suddenly understood the source of the change and whispered, "It turns out that someone broke through and came out. This momentum is really not small. I wonder which talented person it is." Among the many experts sitting in the headquarters, only Zhang Zheng knew exactly who caused this change after investigation. He chuckled and said to himself, the people under Fang Sui have broken through to the 5th level one after another. UK King was born a while ago, which caused a shocking phenomenon that shook the East region. This time it was the abandoned child from the ancient tribe. Unknowingly, Fang Sui has grown stronger. He has hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his command, and each of them is a top choice. He paused and frowned, thinking, recently, many peripheral members of the demon cult team have died inexplicably. This is a troublesome matter. Is there someone in the dark who specifically targets the demon cult team? Is this to cut off Fang Sui's growing wings, or is it simply revenge? While Zhang Zheng was muttering and thinking, in the middle floor of the night tower, in Fang Sui's residence, a meditation room, dark clouds were rolling out of thin air, and there were lightning and thunder in the clouds. Suddenly, lightning intersected, tearing the void, forming a black hole of time and space. The black hole was filled with ghost chirps, which made people feel terrified. Then thousands of ghosts swarmed out of the black hole and filled this meditation room of 100 feet in size. For a time, hundreds of ghosts were rampant in this meditation room, and the scene was terrifying. Looking closely at these ghosts, they were different from ordinary ghosts. Some ghosts actually sat on tall horses, like brave generals among ghosts, wearing armor, holding long swords, and having a heavy yin aura. Of course, the horses these ghosts rode were all ghost horses transformed by yin ki, not flesh and blood. This scene was like the legendary underworld suddenly connected to the human world, which was terrifying. Then there were other ghosts of various forms, each of them ferocious and evil, who were born and died in the room, interpreting all kinds of legendary scenes in the underworld. When many ghosts filled the room, another white bone ghost king walked out of the black hole passage, roaring to the sky, swallowing and exhaling an unprecedented purple gold ghost aura, without the sinisterness of ordinary ghosts, but full of a gorgeous and majestic aura. After that, a touch of scarlet appeared from the depths of the passage, getting closer and closer. Zhang Shizhen, wearing a blood-colored armor that seemed to be soaked in blood, with long indigo hair and fierce eyebrows, strode out from the depths of the passage. He broke into the 5th level, experienced thousands of battles in the underworld, and returned to the human world. The ghosts in the room changed from the previous chaotic scene to a solemn and solemn one, worshipping Zhang Shizhen, who was wearing blood armor. The next moment, a sudden change occurred, and the ghosts in the room with a strong yin energy suddenly dissipated, and the energy of hundreds of ghosts merged into one, turning into a fierce ghost Dharma body with a violent aura. This Dharma body was surrounded by yin energy, and its image was terrifying. Its arms were over its knees, its nails were as long as sharp blades, and its body was boiling with hostility. When this ghost body was formed, its figure flashed and merged into Zhang Shizhen's body, disappearing without a trace, and merged with Zhang Shizhen. In an instant, the fierce ghost totems around Zhang Shizhen seemed to come alive, flickering and wandering. After that, the white bone Dharma body standing aside, swallowing and spitting out purple gold ghost energy, also shrank and entered Zhang Shizhen's body, sitting cross-legged between his eyebrows, and became a white bone relief. 10,000 ghosts, white bones, 2 great Dharma bodies. Zhang Shizhen, who was at the 5th level, reawakened the dormant Yama bloodline in his body. Although it was still very thin and far less pure and rich than before the catastrophe he encountered in his youth. After all, the Yama bloodline was awakened again, and Zhang Shizhen's strength soared by more than several times. He took back the 2 Dharma bodies, waved his hand to wipe out the underworld passage behind him, and sent out his thoughts. After a brief induction, he muttered, I entered the underworld world this time, and I have clearly spent several years in it. How come it has been less than a year since I came back? The time dimensions of the 2 worlds are different. I originally thought that I was the last one to return to the team, but now I'm the first one. This room is empty, and there is no one in the team. What should I do? He closed his eyes and pondered for a while. I'm at the 5th level. Why don't I go back to the underworld tribe to see the young lady and then challenge King Zhang Liu? Then, if Fang Tower hasn't come back yet, why don't I go to the shadow ruling area to find him? Zhang Shizhen thought in his heart and immediately took action. He rushed out of the practice room as fast as a leopard, and then jumped out from the outdoor terrace, running on the clouds, and quickly went away. Just after Zhang Shizhen left, a message was sent through a secret channel in the Lion family mansion in the high-level residential area of the All Heavens Alliance. Zhang Shizhen, a core member of the demon cult team, has left the world of the All Heavens civilization. This news was passed around but quickly, and soon it reached certain people. A few months after this day, Zhang Shizhen's name spread all over the world. It was because of his appearance this time. He traveled eastward, challenging masters above level 5, and he always won. Amazingly, he also defeated several level 6 masters, fighting against masters above level 5, and winning. This is amazing enough in itself. What is even more commendable is that Zhang Shizhen defeated many famous masters along the way, including those at level 6. So far, he has never fought himself. He only separated a body of 10,000 ghosts and defeated no less than 10 opponents in a row. This rumor surprised everyone who heard it. A body of Dharma could defeat a level 6 master. If Zhang Shizhen fought himself, how powerful would he be? Then there was another piece of news, that this core member of the increasingly famous demon cult team was going to challenge another more famous young leader in the 5 regions, who was born in the ancient tribe, and is now the deputy commander of the God-killing army, one of the 10 most powerful armies in the 5 regions, Zhang Liuwang. As soon as the news came out, it quickly became the most concerned and hotly discussed topic among countless young people in the 5 regions. Just like another piece of news that swept the 5 regions, that is, the leader of the demon cult went deep into the shadow area alone and fought endlessly along the way. Many people were eagerly looking forward to the battle between Zhang Shizhen and Zhang Liuwang. Unfortunately, just as everyone was looking forward to it, an accident happened. Zhang Shizhen was ambushed during his journey eastward and almost died tragically. Someone reported the confirmed news afterwards, but it was that when Zhang Shizhen was traveling alone in a remote starfield, he was besieged and attacked by several 6th level masters of unknown origin. Zhang Shizhen was able to escape in the end because the other party misjudged his combat power. Under siege, he transformed into 2 Dharma bodies to fight against his opponent. During the period, he killed a 6th level strongman and seriously injured 2 people. Only then was he seriously injured by others and almost died. Fortunately, Zhang Zheng had previously noticed that someone seemed to be deliberately assassinating the members of the demon cult team. In order to be on the safe side, he sent an elite team led by a 6th level figure to secretly follow Zhang Shizhen. The purpose was that, if someone really attacked Zhang Shizhen, they could follow the clues and find out who was behind the attack on the demon cult team. Fortunately, this team that followed secretly appeared, and Zhang Shizhen got a glimmer of hope. However, the team that covered Zhang Shizhen inevitably died in battle. After this battle, Zhang Shizhen disappeared and did not appear again for a short time. While the news in the 5 regions was chaotic and discussions were everywhere, Fang Sui was still alone in the area under the rule of the Shadow. After continuous deepening, he has reached the deepest part of the Shadow-ruled area and is about to reach the mysterious starfield, where many mothers of life are. Dr. Zergauzi said. It was early morning, and Fang Sui was walking in a vast and boundless wilderness, with withered grass and trees around. This source of life star is in late autumn. The reason why he was moving forward in this wilderness was that the mysterious starfield he wanted to go to was an extremely large and desolate starfield, and there was no teleportation array to teleport to it. Fang Sui changed his appearance and collected information in a nearby city. He learned that there was a bandit nest deep in this wasteland, where some people dared to do some black work such as helping people smuggle. You can pay them to escort you to any place you want to go, or if you have enough energy crystals, you can also buy a flying ship from them and drive it off. Therefore, Fang Sui appeared in this wasteland with the purpose of going to the place called the Bandit Nest, buying a ship, and setting off to take a look at the mysterious starfield. Fang Sui walked slowly on the wasteland under the morning light, chatting with Buster, who was busy fighting in the Netherworld recently and rarely appeared. Buster, have you finally reached the core area of the Netherworld? Fang Sui asked softly, while walking on the endless grassland with a piece of grass stalk in his mouth. Buster lazily lay on his shoulder, hummed like an old Buddha, and looked arrogant, and didn't care about Fang Sui. There was a very deep wound on Buster's back, deep enough to see the bone, which kept healing and then breaking open. The wound was filled with a dark green strange aura, which continued to compete with the power in Buster's body, making it difficult for the wound to heal. This shows how fierce the battle between Buster and others in the Netherworld was. The less talkative Buster was, the more questions Fang Sui asked. Buster, can you tell me about the situation in the depths of the underworld? What kind of opponents did you encounter? The casualties were so heavy. I heard from Anubis that, although you won the battle just now, nearly half of the dead army was killed. This was really a tragic victory. Buster obviously didn't want to hear it and said, that's better than you being chased everywhere. Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said, I'm in enemy territory, and my opponents are all old guys of level 6. Buster curled his lips in disdain. Then we are still alone in the underworld. Isn't it much more difficult than you? He added. Our last opponent was the notorious tribe of the Abyss Demons in the Netherworld. That's why we lost nearly half of our undead army. Fortunately, we won in the end. After the defeat, the tribe of more than 100 strong Abyss Demons surrendered to Anubis and was branded as the Dead Army. So it was not a tragic victory, but our strength grew stronger with each fight. We will take a short break before entering the famous Earthlung Abyss Sea of Fire in the Netherworld. The Death Island in the center of the Sea of Fire is our next destination. Fang Sui asked again, what are you going to do on the Death Island? Buster rolled his eyes and answered the question irrelevantly. Are you like Ula? Are you going to become a chatterbox, or what? So many questions? Fang Sui smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed that there was an abnormal aura in the distance ahead. He looked up and saw clouds gathering and dispersing in the sky hundreds of miles away, churning endlessly. P.S. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. Chapter 490. The First Old Friend. Fang Sui withdrew his gaze from the distance and said with great interest, there is obviously something wrong over there. It's boring to travel, so I'd like to go and watch the fun. Buster said, don't tell me that the person who is chasing you deliberately set up a trap to lure you into it. You want to watch the fun, but then they catch you as a fool. Buster, I find that you are a kind of unlucky star. You never say anything good. While arguing with Buster, Fang Sui hid his own breath, stepped on the wild grass, and rushed hundreds of miles away, as if flying close to the ground. Buster said in a condescending manner, I'm afraid that you will be arrogant, so I'll give you a beating for no reason. Don't be ungrateful. Fang Sui laughed dumbly. In the Golden Sutra, Ergauzi blinked his eyes, listening to Fang Sui and Buster bickering, and was about to interrupt and say a few words to join in the fun, but unfortunately Buster spoke a moment in advance, as if he had foreseen the future. Shut up. A traitor like you has no right to interrupt casually. Ergauzi was stunned, with a look of astonishment and grievance. He knew that he had no status under Fang Sui, and was the last one around Fang Sui. Naturally, he did not dare to go against Buster and shut up obediently, but he cursed Buster in his heart, and cursed Buster for hundreds of times without taking a breath. As Fang Sui approached quickly, he could see that the world in front of him showed further changes at this time. There were dark clouds in the sky, and the atmosphere was solemn. Fang Sui was in the mood to watch the fun, so he was naturally very relaxed. However, after sensing the fluctuations from afar, he was inevitably a little surprised. He thought, what a strong aura. It seems that someone is confronting each other. Fang Sui became cautious, blending himself into the world, and seemed to be invisible in the aura, and carefully sneaked forward. The place where the incident occurred was a rare mountainous area in the wilderness. There were many hills with ups and downs, and the terrain was quite complicated. When Fang Sui quietly came over and climbed a hill, he could see what was happening in front of him. It was true that someone was confronting each other. Each of them was stimulating their aura, which caused the aura in the surrounding area to be abnormal, and the sky was surging. From Fang Sui's perspective, there were several not too high barren hills in front, but they were steep and dangerous, so the mountains were quite majestic. At this time, there were 4 people, each occupying a hilltop, and they were all spectators like Fang Sui. These 4 people all looked young, both men and women. All of them were handsome and calm. Fang Sui was very interested when he saw them because he saw familiar faces among them. First, on a hill, there stood a young man in dark yellow clothes. This man had already confirmed his identity. He was one of the 6 reincarnated gods under the power of the mothers, but he was lurking in the 5 directions domain, the son of love and desire, Wu Shen. Wu Shen still looked like a jade god, with a pair of deep and compelling eyes, shining with spirit, standing there outstandingly. There was also a woman standing on another hill next to Wu Shen. Fang Sui had also seen this woman. She was the reincarnated figure Yu Xiangshan under the power of the mothers, the young demon god, the son of the god of good and evil, and the daughter of the daughter. She was the same as before, with a gloomy aura, a mysterious mask, hiding her true appearance, and wearing a dark purple cold armor. Unlike the last time I saw this woman, she and Wu Shen, whose fire god pill Fang Sui had robbed, had seen their cultivation levels soar by leaps and bounds, both at the level of the 5th order middle grade. These reincarnated characters under the power of the mothers, as Gao said, advance faster as they advance to the later stages, gradually revealing their stunning beauty, far beyond the ordinary. Fang Sui's eyes wandered, sweeping across the other 2 bystanders on the hills. Those 2 were 2 young men, both quite extraordinary, but compared to the mysterious Xinu and the handsome Wu Shen, they were obviously not as good as one. Fang Sui's eyes turned again. In addition to the 4 people standing on the periphery and watching, there were 2 other people on the other 2 low peaks who were the real opponents of the confrontation. The one on the confrontation side was the Dark Saint, who was still wearing black armor, with long flowing hair and skin as white as snow. The Dark Saint was confronting a mysterious carriage shrouded in mist. The person in the carriage was hidden in the mist that lingered around the carriage. One could only vaguely see through the mist that the person in the carriage was a woman with a graceful figure and beautiful outlines. When Fang Sui saw the carriage, his heart moved slightly. It turned out that the creature pulling the carriage in front of the carriage was a fat white creature that looked like a pig. It was the Chaos Beast carriage he had seen in his early years. However, the Chaos Beast that was headless and faceless and had a body like a bull back then, now for some reason has a head and facial features, as well as short 4 hooves and 2 ears that flap, so big that they can cover the entire face. This image is so lifelike of a pig. They are brothers. Fang Sui's heart moved slightly when he saw the carriage, because he guessed in his early years that the woman in the chaos carriage might be the night cicada that he had accidentally seen through the array image on the top floor of the Mother of Life when he first left the earth. Fang Sui muttered in his heart, this time I really see an old acquaintance. Hey, Dark Saint, why are you chasing me all the way? A clear and pleasant voice like a mountain spring came from the frame, making people unforgettable. Just by hearing this voice, it is not difficult to imagine the extraordinary demeanor of the person in the car. The Dark Saint sneered, what a joke. You broke into our Shadow Clan's holy land, stole things and ran away, and now you ask me why I'm chasing you? The pleasant voice in the car frame said with a smile, I went to your place just because I was curious and just took a look. I entered the place where the dark holy scripture was enshrined and took a look, and then you found me. In the end, I didn't take the dark holy scripture. I still put it in the dark temple. Why are you still chasing me? The long wind blew, and the Dark Saint gathered her flying hair and said unhappily, if it weren't for the fact that you didn't touch the dark holy scripture, it wouldn't be just me chasing you now, but also the dark demon guards of the Dark Demon Saint. They would have killed you long ago. The voice in the car frame became more lively and lively, since no one else is chasing you. Why are you chasing me? We have fought more than 10 times along the way, and you can't do anything to me. You might as well stop chasing me. The Dark Saint glanced at the direction where Fang Sui was hiding, intentionally or unintentionally, and replied, you have a shallow cultivation. What qualifications do you have to fight me more than 10 times? Every time I catch up with you, it is the Chaos Beast that pulls your cart and I fight, and you can only watch from the side. The voice in the carriage was not angry at all, and still said in a clear and lively voice, if you want to chase me. Anyway, you can't do anything to me. I'm leaving. The Dark Saint's beautiful eyes turned slightly and said, the few people watching the battle around are all my helpers. It's not so easy for you to leave this time. However, if you give the Chaos Beast to me, I will let you go. How about it? The woman in the carriage said without hesitation. My relationship with the little fat man is good. I won't give it away. The Chaos Beast, called the little fat man, heard his master calling his name and immediately snorted twice, sounding more like a pig. However, the next moment, once this fat pig really moved, it immediately showed the power of looking down on the world, and it was no longer like a pig. The pig roared like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. White clouds suddenly fell from the sky, interweaving and gathering into a ball of chaos. The chaos formed an egg, then broke open, and a giant was born. His skin was bronze, and his body swelled up in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet tall, supporting the sky. The giant stomped his feet and stepped on the hilltop where Xenu, Wu Shen and others were standing. One of the giant's fists hit a bronze fist column, which hit the Dark Saint with a force that penetrated the sky and the earth. The fighting style of this Chaos Beast was extremely strange. It was obviously able to swallow and spit out the oldest initial chaos energy in the world that could give rise to all things and had the ability to change in various ways. It was probably just a small test to transform into a giant. Such a mysterious magical power opened the eyes of Fang Sui, who was hiding on the side and watching. The next moment, the Chaos Beast offered a cloud bridge, which was like an immortal road, and had the magical effect of reducing the distance between space. The Chaos Beast pulled the gorgeous white carriage, soaring into the clouds, and was about to board the bridge and fly away. The Dark Saint's method was also amazing. She lightly touched her eyebrows, and her body turned from solid to virtual, activating the racial power of the Shadow Clan. The Dark Saint suddenly transformed herself into a black divine bird, with feathers and claws like knives, tail wings fluttering, and a proud and graceful demeanor. This magical power of using the shadow energy to turn from virtual to real and transform into other creatures was also the first time Fang Sui had seen it. The Dark Saint's magical power was equivalent to using the racial talent of the Shadow Clan to the extreme. After turning from real to virtual, it did not stay at the level of virtual, but transformed from virtual to real again. However, the reappearing reality has changed the original appearance of the Dark Saint and turned her into a divine bird. Obviously, this magical power can allow the Dark Saint to transform into a legendary powerful creature, and her combat power will double. At this time, both sides' combat methods are ingenious, and the people watching are amazed. Snap. The black bat transformed by the Dark Saint was extremely ferocious. It flapped its wings and dodged the giant's fist. Then it flew over the giant's head at lightning speed, stretched out its claws, and crushed the giant's head. However, the bird itself was also twisted by the giant's dying counterattack. The two sides fought so fiercely at the beginning that they ended up dying together. After that, the bodies of the two collapsed together. The giant shattered into a ball of chaotic gas, which was taken back by the soaring Chaos Beast. After the collapse, the bird transformed and turned into the Dark Saint again. She turned her head and saw that the chaotic frame was being trapped by Xenu and Wu Shen. However, under the Dark Saint's gaze, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, a long arrow broke through the air and shot directly at Xenu's eyebrows. And a piece of armor appeared in the void behind Wu Shen, holding a magic knife, and slashed out in a flash. Wu Shen and Xenu were caught off guard and both dodged sideways. The Chaos Beast took the opportunity to pull the chariot, and rushed out of Wu Shen and Xenu's obstruction. Suddenly, the Chaos Chariot was galloping, and covered 100 miles in an instant. At this time, a figure appeared in the air, and flashed close to the Chaos Chariot frame. The fat pig-like Chaos Beast was furious, and was about to show its power, but a joyful voice came from the frame. "Oh, it's you. Come up quickly." The person who appeared beside the car was naturally Fang Sui. At this time, as the mist on the frame dissipated, he smiled and walked into the car without hesitation. PS. Happy reading. Please recommend and subscribe, and please vote for me. Chapter 491 Bright Night Cicada. The Chaos Beast in front of the car was obviously seeing its master inviting people on the car for the first time, so it turned back to look at Fang Sui, who was entering the car with curiosity in its eyes. Its huge ears fluttered back and forth as if it was fanning itself, which looked quite funny. The underworld armor was taken back when Fang Sui got on the car. In the back, the Dark Saint, Wu Shen, and Xenu all jumped up to chase him. The Chaos Beast tilted its head and suddenly spit out a ball of chaos, like a thunder, which instantly shattered the void, flashed into it, and reappeared hundreds of miles away, with amazing speed. Who is the person on the car? Since Fang Sui changed his appearance after entering the area under the rule of the shadow, neither Wu Shen nor Xinu could recognize Fang Sui at the first time, so they asked this question. However, the Dark Saint had recently come into contact with Fang Sui, so she recognized Fang Sui at a glance and responded, "He is my husband." This answer was so unexpected that Wu Shen, who never changed his expression and was elegant, was also greatly surprised when he heard it. He turned his head to look at the Dark Saint and was a little confused about the truth. The Dark Saint continued, "Your fire infant divine pill was taken away by him, and the Lord of Rangshan City, who was quite ambiguous with your Wu Shenzi, was also defeated by him with one punch." Wu Shen and Xinu reacted at this time, and both blurted out, "So this person is Fang Sui." The Dark Saint smiled and nodded slightly. While the three of them were talking, they kept moving, each showing amazing magical powers, tearing open the void at will, entering and exiting the positive and negative spaces, and chasing the Chaos Chariot. The other two young men who had previously surrounded the Chaos Frame with the three of them were slightly weaker in power. When the giant evolved from the Chaos Beast made a move, they were restrained and suppressed by the giant's stomping feet and the powerful aura that burst out. They were unable to move. Only then did they break free from the aura, and rushed over from behind. The Dark Saint was watching the frame flying in front of her, and she muttered with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, "This guy actually knows the Chaos Girl. He really has a wide range of friends." At this time, the Chaos Beast in front suddenly transformed into four wings that were gathered from clouds. With a light flap, a blazing white thunderbolt flashed under the wings of the Chaos Beast. The entire frame seemed to jump into the void, and it flashed in the air, and disappeared without a trace. Wu Shen, who was chasing after the Dark Saint, snorted coldly, and a strange vision appeared on his forehead, and a pair of male and female gods who were making love appeared. Wu Shen's eyes were filled with yin and yang energies, as if he could see through everything in the universe. His eyes broke through the void, and glanced left and right, chasing the chaotic chariot that disappeared out of thin air after the thunder. Wu Shen was still searching for the trace of the chariot. The Dark Saint suddenly turned her eyes and changed her focus, saying, "Forget it. Since Fang Sui is also in the chariot, plus the Chaos Beast, even if the three of us catch up, it will most likely be a draw and we won't be able to do anything to them. So let's not chase him for now. Let's find a strong and invincible helper first, and then we can seize the Chaos Beast." Wu Shen restrained the strange vision in his eyes, looked at the Dark Saint and said, "I originally came only to help you seize the Chaos Beast, but now I have changed my mind. I decided to take the Chaos Woman in the chariot herself. You should all know that the magic I practice has a special sense for women. I was watching from the side before, and I clearly sensed that the woman in the chariot is the one with my life bill. If I can fall in love with this woman and capture her body and mind, the loss of my fire infant pill taken away by Fang Sui can be doubled." The Dark Saint rolled her eyes at Wu Shen in annoyance. "Oh, Wu Shen, you are so capable that you only know how to do despicable things to women? From what you said, it seems that you are targeting Fang Sui. Why, you think Fang Sui is not easy to mess with, so you start to make some dirty plans and want to deal with the women he knows." The Dark Saint's words were not polite, but Wu Shen was very well mannered and did not show any strange expression. He treated the Dark Saint's sarcasm indifferently. At this time, Xenu took over the previous conversation and said, "Dark Saint, you said you wanted to find an invincible helper. Who can make you describe him as invincible?" The Dark Saint seemed to be answering a question that was not related to the question, but she said, "Not long ago, the little demon emperor told me that if Fang Sui could really escape our pursuit, he would personally kill Fang Sui and would never let Fang Sui successfully return to the Five Directions domain after training in our shadow area." She added, "The reason is that if Fang Sui can successfully experience life and death in our shadow area and then return to the Five Directions domain safely, it will greatly help Fang Sui's character and momentum, and will help Fang Sui cultivate an invincible key and intention in the world. If Fang Sui is allowed to escape unscathed, He may break into the 6th level soon after returning to the 5 Directions domain, and even show an unparalleled momentum in practicing the Path of Path, becoming a great threat. So the little demon emperor will never allow such a thing to happen. The Dark Saint glanced at Wu Shen and said meaningfully, also, you may not know that the little demon emperor and the chaos girl in the carriage, whose true appearance no one in the world has ever seen, seem to have some intersection. The little demon emperor regards the chaos girl as a forbidden delicacy and will never allow anyone to touch her. I only need to tell the little demon emperor that Fang Sui has boarded the chaos carriage and my husband will be dead. Well, Wu Shen, you also want to touch the chaos girl, but you must be careful. If the little demon emperor has the intention to kill you, you, Wu Shen, at your current level of the 5th level middle grade, can't stand it. Wu Shen remained calm and smiled indifferently. The Dark Saint finally said, let's go. The little demon emperor is not far from here. Let's go find him, and what happens next should be very exciting. Time moved forward a little. When Fang Sui entered the chaos carriage, he finally saw an old friend who he had known for many years, but it was the first time he really met. The interior of the chaotic carriage is a different world, a space of its own, in the style of a small orchard, with trees arranged in an orderly manner, and fruits on the trees, plump and attractive, colorful and dazzling. The space inside the carriage is at least several hundred feet in radius, which is really vast for a carriage frame, and it is definitely not a carriage style that only looks a few feet in size. In the center of the orchard inside the carriage with the fragrance of fruits, there is also a clear small pond. Beside the pond, there is a star tree that is more than 10 feet high, which sheds wisps of starlight and bears stars, connecting into a bright Milky Way, hanging in the air, beautiful and magnificent. Under the tree is a jade bamboo couch. Yi Chan, who has known Fang Sui for many years, but met him for the first time, sat on the couch with her knees bent, her hands around her knees, and a pair of white and slender feet exposed. Even with Fang Sui's picky eyes, that are used to seeing beautiful women, when he saw Yi Chan, he still had a breathtaking feeling from the bottom of his heart. If Jiao's beauty is a dream like otherworldly beauty that meets all people's fantasies of beauty, then Yi Chan in front of him is a vivid and bright beauty that can be imprinted in people's hearts. The appearance and temperament of the two are both of the kind that people will never forget after seeing them, but they are very different and each has its own merits. This is the first time Fang Sui has seen it with his own eyes. There is someone who can catch up with Jiao in appearance, almost on paragraph. Yi Chan wore a light green Luo skirt, which was silky and slim and fitted. Her long black hair was lightly scattered, and fell naturally on both sides of her shoulders. Her face was as white as jade, and her eyes were lively, but deep like a baby, revealing a kind of innocent and lively yet intelligent charm. She sat by the pool, and against the sparkling background, she was like a legendary flawless elf, so beautiful that people felt ashamed of themselves. After Fang Sui entered the car, he walked calmly to Yi Chan's side, sat cross-legged on the ground without any hesitation, and said casually, I wanted to say thank you to you back then. Fang Sui's thank you was not a polite remark. Back then, he was in the mother of life. If it weren't for Yi Chan's reminder through the array pattern image, it would have been very difficult for him to find a way to leave the mother of life. What's more, Yi Chan also mentioned that, if he had the opportunity to leave the mother of life, he must go to the central region of the 5 Directions, saying that it was the source of cultivation. This sentence directly affected Fang Sui's choice of the time to leave the mother of life later. Otherwise, he would probably leave the mother of life in a hurry like the Queen of Hunting and others at that time, and his series of experiences would inevitably be affected. From this perspective, Yi Chan changed Fang Sui's fate. Therefore, Fang Sui's first sentence after meeting was thank you, which was said sincerely and without any pretense. Ever since Fang Sui walked in, Yi Chan's beautiful, sparkling eyes were filled with interest and curiosity, and he sighed softly, as if lamenting the mystery of fate. She pursed her lips and said softly, we actually met once a few years ago. At that time, I was in a hurry to chase the mother of life. When I saw you, I was caught off guard and you flashed by. I thought about coming back to find you, but unfortunately something went wrong later, and I couldn't get back to find you, so I missed you. I always regretted it when I thought about it these years. I thought I should have stopped the car and reminisced with you at that time. Fang Su, I said in silence. In fact, after we communicated in the Mother of Life, we met not only that time when the various parties in the starry sky were chasing the Mother of Life, but also twice before. But both times I saw your frame passing by from afar, and I didn't know you were in the car. After I knew you were in the car, because my level of cultivation was low at that time, I couldn't catch up with your chaotic frame no matter what. Yi Chan smiled sweetly, patted the jade bamboo couch and said, sit here, it will be more convenient for us to talk. After Yi Chan finished speaking, Fang Sui had not yet opened his mouth to respond, and Baster on his shoulder suddenly said with a cold face, no, the Lord has a wife, and he can't sit so close to other women. Yi Chan turned his gaze to Buster and looked at him carefully, saying, you are an interesting cat. Fang Sui looked helpless. Buster raised his paw and said, Fang Sui, if you dare to be a philanderer and fall in love with everyone you see, I will tell Miss Gao and dump you. Yi Chan burst into laughter and said, my name is Ming Yi Chan. Miss Black Cat, what is your name? Buster said seriously, I won't tell you. Yi Chan's eyes were full of brilliance, and he said excitedly, hey, fatty, come out and see if this cat is willing to make friends with you. P.S. I crave 4 monthly tickets and recommendations please. Thank you. Chapter 492 Amazing Hidden Strength. As soon as Yi Chan's voice fell, Buster immediately followed up, I don't like fat people, and I won't make friends with fat people. Suddenly, from the depths of the orchard, a ray of black light swooped out and hovered steadily beside Yi Chan. Fang Sui looked closely and saw that it was a black pig, well, or another chaos beast. The only difference between it and the chaos beast pulling the cart outside was that the little fat man outside was all cotton white, like a ball of cotton candy, while the big fat man in front of him was all pitch black. This guy was called the Big Fat Man by Yi Chan. He was indeed much fatter than the little fat man. He was round all over, with a fat head and big ears. On his head, he was juggling 4 or 5 stacked, fresh and tempting colorful fruits. He looked like a foodie, no wonder he was a fat man. Fang Sui could hardly hide his surprise and said, it's really a likeness of the owner. The 2 fat guys you raised, Yi Chan, look really cute. But I heard that chaos beasts are divine creatures of the same level as true dragons and heavenly phoenixes, and are closely related to the energy of a universe. Inherited since the beginning of the world, there can be at most 1 chaos beast in each generation of a universe, and they are all white or fiery red. How come you have 2 chaos beasts here, 1 black and 1 white? This is so weird. While Fang Sui was speaking, Buster on his shoulder looked down at the fat guy opposite with arrogant contempt and said disdainfully, hey, short-legged black fat guy, can you speak the common language of intelligent creatures? The fat guy opposite, who looked like a Yuan Bao pig and a little like a panda, flapped his ears, and his small but focused black eyes were full of the look of being hit in the vitals. He shook his head pitifully and then nodded hesitantly. Buster was becoming more and more disdainful and said with disdain, you shook your head to indicate that you can't speak yet because you are still young among the chaos beasts and your intelligence has not yet fully developed, so you can't speak the language of ordinary intelligent creatures and can only communicate through spiritual thoughts. Later, you nodded to indicate that, although you can't speak, you can understand. Is that right? Buster's words made even Fang Sui feel astonished. He didn't understand how Buster could interpret such accurate information from the 2 simple actions of the fat man nodding and shaking his head. The fat man opposite was even more amazed by Buster, and a black gas chaos suddenly appeared on his head. He selected the largest purple fruit from the pile of fruits above his head, wrapped it in black chaos, and sent it to Buster through the air. The fat man also tried to take a step closer to Buster with an attentive look on his face. This look clearly showed that he was looking forward to making friends with Buster. Buster took the fruit in front of him with a big face, put it into his mouth, and ate it until the juice flowed all over his mouth. It seemed to be quite delicious. He said without any politeness, stop. I said I don't like fat people. What's more, you are so stupid that you can't even speak. I have never seen such a stupid fool. You are not qualified to be my friend. The fat man was sentenced to death. With a sad face. As expected, he He stopped obediently, sat down in the air, stretched out his two fat and short front paws, and touched them together, looking very cute. Yi Chan and Fang Sui looked at each other, and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Yi Chan responded to Fang Sui's previous question. In fact, the universe is pluralistic. In theory, as long as you have the power to transcend the fundamental rules of the universe, you can open up a universe and ascend to the universe of other planes. This is what the ancients called ascending to heaven in broad daylight. At first glance, Yi Chan's words seemed to have nothing to do with Fang Sui's question about why she had two chaos beasts, but after Yi Chan's words, Fang Sui was able to easily understand the meaning and suddenly said, "You mean, since even the universe can exist in a pluralistic way, then the legendary saying that there can only be one chaos beast in a universe is not absolute?" A brilliant light flashed in Yi Chan's eyes, and he smiled gently and said, "Well, my pair of chaos beasts correspond to the chaos pure air and dark turbid air that differentiated the world after the beginning of chaos, so one is black and the other is white. If they are considered twins, they are also different species among chaos beasts. The big fat black one is the sister, and the white one is the brother. However, it is my wishful thinking to distinguish their genders. In fact, chaos beasts do not have male and female genders." Fang Sui said oh, and glanced at the fat man, and found that he was staring at Buster, who had just finished eating a fruit, and was shamelessly spreading his paws to ask the fat man for a second fruit. The strange thing was that the fat man didn't bear a grudge and happily gave him another fruit. Fang Sui smiled knowingly, and Yi Chan also smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Actually, someone is deliberately disrupting the energy of this universe. The energy of the entire universe is gradually becoming chaotic and can no longer be inferred by common sense. So there may be a third or even more legendary species such as artificial chaos beasts in this universe." Fang Sui quickly caught the key point in Yi Chan's words and frowned subconsciously. Someone is deliberately disrupting the energy of the universe. Artificial? At this time, the fat man pulling the cart outside, because no one was chasing behind, he put the chaos chariot at full speed, and the sky had already darkened, with stars lined up in the sky, shining like water, illuminating the earth. The entire frame was like a group of white clouds, slowly moving under the night, passing through mountains, rivers, grasslands, and land. Yi Chan changed his sitting position and sat on the couch, as if he was swinging on a swing, with his ankles together, hanging in the air, swaying leisurely, and said, "Fang Sui, you have entered the Mother of Life before, and you are not unfamiliar with the Mother of Life. What I said about the disruption of the universe's energy and the birth of artificial mythical species are related to the forces behind the Mother of Life." Fang Sui hummed, his eyes sparkling, and said, "It is related to the forces behind the Mother of Life, the forces of all mothers?" Yi Chan nodded and said, "Well, I want to ask first, do you know that under the forces of all mothers, in addition to the Dark Elders Council, the 6 sons of God, the 5 servants of the goddess and others, there is a more obscure force? This force is secretive, but it has existed silently in the long river of history of billions of years, dominating many things?" Fang Sui said frankly, "I just found out about it not long ago." Yi Chan took out a grape-like fruit that looked like black agate from a jade bowl on the bamboo couch beside him, and ate it in small bites with an elegant posture, while motioning Fang Sui to do whatever he wanted. Fang Sui smiled and shook his head. Yi Chan ate the fruit and said, "Since you know that such a force exists, it will be much easier for me to explain. Let me put it this way, the force hidden in the dark under the command of the mothers is so powerful that it makes people panic. Ships like the Mother of Life that can travel far in the universe independently are their tools for exploring the universe." Fang Sui's eyes became sharper, and he said in a deep voice, "What does this have to do with the birth of artificial mythical species you mentioned?" Yi Chan explained, "Since you have entered the Mother of Life, you should know that in the process of exploring the universe, the Mother of Life will collect countless cosmic alien objects, and is especially keen on collecting the corpses of various powerful creatures, including fossils of creatures from billions of years ago." Fang Sui was keenly aware of what Yi Chan meant, and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. "You mean, this hidden force under the command of the mothers actually has a way to artificially resurrect the many dead biological remains, or fossils, collected by the Mother of Life, so that the dead things can be reborn and fight for them? Even though the topic she was talking about contained extremely shocking information, Yi Chan still gave people a relaxed feeling. She stretched out her hand to roll up her long black hair, forming a somewhat lazy beauty bun. A wooden hairpin appeared in her hand like a magic trick, and she turned her hand over and inserted it into the bun. As she stretched out her hands to roll up her hair, her slender waist and tall breasts were more prominent, which aroused people's reverie. Yi Chan seemed to be unaware of how attractive she was. She glanced at Fang Sui with clear eyes and said, "Is the news I said shocking?" Fang Sui took a deep breath and nodded slowly. What Yi Chan said was indeed shocking enough. Just imagine, in the history of cultivation in the entire universe, how many amazing talents have fallen and died? How many mythical species that were once powerful have been annihilated in the long river of time and turned into dry bones? At this time, Yi Chan clearly pointed out that the hidden force under the command of the mothers had the power to bring the dead back to life. They could extract things like genes or cells from corpses and fossils and revive the dead species, making them a kind of combat power source controlled by them. More importantly, this force under the command of the mothers had been secretly preparing for endless years. So how many mythical species or dead strong men have they successfully resurrected in the long years? Their hidden strength may have reached a sensational and unmatched level. If this is true, it is very likely that a catastrophe that affects the entire universe will break out at some point in the future. Fang Sui recalled what he saw and heard in the Mother of Life. He did see many legendary strong men's corpses on the corpse display table in the Mother of Life. Now, he and Yi Chan's words are mutually confirmed, which shows that the news she said is true. It turns out that the Mother of Life sailed in the universe, and the corpses collected were all specimens for resurrection. The ability of the Mother Powers to revive fossils or corpses actually had a related theory on Earth before Fang Sui crossed over, similar to gene repair and cell cloning. In addition, some practitioners who practice curse-related magic or soul-related secrets can occasionally revive corpses for combat or research. But on the one hand, the ability of these practitioners to revive corpses is definitely not mass-produced, and on the other hand, they cannot achieve the amazing level of being able to revive a living thing from just a fossil. Fang Sui carefully considered the key points of this, and even with his daring, his heart was throbbing, and he felt a sense of fear that a catastrophe might break out at any time. However, Fang Sui has been through a lot in recent years, but he still remains calm and asked the key question. Then, what is the success rate of the ability of the Mother Powers to revive the powerful who have disappeared and died? Are there any limitations? Yi Chan shook his head and said, such a heaven-defying thing must have limitations, but what specific limitations are, and so on are the core secrets of the Mother Powers, so I don't know. Fang Sui analyzed, this kind of mythical ability or technology that can bring the dead back to life, like the gods of creation, is bound to be subject to the many obstacles formed by the operation of the way of heaven. There are definitely many limitations, and the failure rate is bound to be astonishingly high. But even so, over the long years, as long as there are a dozen mythical species, or legendary dead powerful people, who are successfully resurrected by the Mother Powers, that is enough. Their strength will reach a level where they are rampant and invincible. Fang Sui paused, then looked at Yi Chan and said, how did you know the secret of this level, Yi Chan? Yi Chan's eyes were full of excitement, and he admired Fang Sui's calmness. Since the conversation, no matter how shocking the news was, Fang Sui's questions always got to the point, showing amazing wisdom and analytical ability. The next moment, Yi Chan's face was calm, and the meaning behind his words was very unexpected. I'm not from this universe, but from another universe. P.S. I crave monthly tickets and recommendations, please, please, please. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Bandit Den. The idea that there are other planes outside the universe has always been a theoretical speculation and analysis. Although the relevant arguments about the outer universe are very mature with the development of the 5 directions domain, it can almost be determined that the outer universe really exists. But all this has not been confirmed after all. Except for the gods and demons who broke through the air and left this universe, no one can judge the mysterious time and space outside the infinite universe with limited cognition. It may be another new world that exists in any form and is completely beyond the understanding of intelligent life. However, at this moment, Yi Chan said in person that she came from another universe. When Fang Sui heard the news, his mood was probably similar to that of an earthling who suddenly saw an alien appear in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and then laughed softly. Yi Chan was surprised and said, "When you heard that I came from the outer universe, shouldn't your first reaction be shock and surprise? Why are you laughing? Is it interesting that I was born in the outer universe?" Fang Sui laughed and shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It's just that I remembered that the aliens I imagined a long time ago were all weird. Later, when I came to the 5 directions domain from my hometown, I found that the appearance of most intelligent life forms is not much different from that of humans." He continued, "Especially now that you, Yi Chan, are from the outer universe, but your appearance is so perfect, it proves that the appearance of intelligent life forms is roughly the same, no matter in which time and space. This is the same as the fact that, although the universe is big, all the stars are round. Even if the appearance of intelligent life forms is different, they are generally rooted in the same source and have their own rules to follow." Yi Chan was touched by Fang Sui's praise for her perfect appearance. She smiled and said, "Oh, actually, to be precise, I'm not a visitor from the outer universe. My ancestors came to this universe a long time ago and have lived here for a very long time. They have completely merged with this universe, so we are no different from the people in this universe in every aspect." He added, "I've seen in some ancient books of my family's inheritance that we left our hometown because some irresistible disaster occurred in the starfield of our universe. My ancestors integrated the remaining resources in the starfield and rushed into an extremely large black hole in our universe with the determination to die. Then everyone fainted. After waking up, they inexplicably discovered that various rules, including time and space, were all different from the universe we used to live in. Only then did they determine that they had come to another brand new universe." Fang Sui said, "Did a disaster occur in the starfield of your universe?" Yi Chan nodded slightly, his eyes far away, his face showing a focused look of lost in memories, and said, "My ancestors came to this universe and managed it quietly. As time passed, problems gradually arose. We found that the disasters that once appeared in our universe have appeared in your universe again." Fang Sui's eyes lit up, as sharp as a knife, and he said uncertainly, "The disaster came from the Shadow Clan and the mothers?" Yi Chan said solemnly, "We can't be sure about this, we just suspect it. My ancestors came here to escape, and they had the lessons learned from the past, so they were careful in everything. After taking root in your universe, they acted secretly and never revealed their identities. When we found some clues, we launched a secret investigation. Over the long years, we have made many arrangements for possible disasters." Turning his gaze to Fang Sui, he said, "So once a crisis really breaks out, we are not without the power to fight back." Fang Sui chuckled and said, "This is the first good news we have heard since our conversation. Meeting you is supposed to be a very happy thing. Who knew that we would talk about such a heavy topic unknowingly?" The starlight from the night sky fell in, covering Yi Chan. She was like an elf under the moonlight, bathing in the glittering starlight. Hearing this, she laughed and said, "That's right. The disaster may not really happen. Besides, one of us is at the 4th level and the other is at the 5th level. It's just a waste of time to discuss the topic of the disaster here. Forget it. Let's change the topic and not talk about this. Yi Chan's own cultivation is not amazing. He is at the 4th level, which is lower than Fang Sui today." She said with beautiful eyes, "Let me formally introduce myself. My full name is Ming Yi Chan. You already know this. After my ancestors took root in this universe, they relied on running various businesses in secret to maintain operations and cultivate their own power. like the Wanwu store, Yangxiao Palace, and some other businesses that have been spread out. We manage them in secret, but we have another hidden identity on the surface, so it seems that these shops have no connection. Fang Sui was surprised and said, so it is you who are controlling the Wanwu shop behind the scenes. So, Yi-chan, you should be the richest person I know. Fang Sui was quite moved. Yi-chan was certainly not a fool. He could be so straightforward and frank about such a secret without any concealment, which showed that he really regarded Fang Sui as a friend. Yi-chan puffed his cheeks and continued to introduce himself. I'm not very keen on practicing, so my own practice is ordinary. My family is afraid that I will be in danger, so every time I go out, they ask me to take the fat man and the little fat man with me. They grew up with me since childhood and are my bodyguards. Fang Sui glanced at the fat man who was hurriedly taking Buster into the orchard to pick fruits from the fruit trees and smiled. Since the Wanwu shop and other industries throughout the 5 regions are controlled by you behind the scenes, it is natural for you to collect all kinds of information. No wonder you know so many secrets that the world doesn't know. Then he said, I'll introduce myself as well. Yi-chan waved his hand and said like he knew everyone by heart, no need, aren't you Fang Sui, the leader of a team of young strong men who is popular today and is known as the best in the 5 regions, and the leader of the demon cult team. In recent years, you have been in the limelight and have thwarted the plans of the Shadow Clan several times. Even the joint invasion of the Shadow and the Mother forces into the 5 regions was blocked in the East region because of your planning. And you came to the Shadow ruled area for training this time. Once you return to the 5 regions, you will take over the position of Chief Deputy Palace Master of the Secret Hall of the Strategic Privy Council. Yi-chan patted his cheek and added, I forgot to say the most important thing. Our great genius Fang, what you are most proud of is not these, but the most stunning woman in this universe, Jiao from the Immortal Land, is also in love with you. Are the information I have correct? After listening to Yi-chan's endless chatter about himself, Fang Sui boasted intoxicatedly, it turns out that I have become famous without knowing it, and my reputation is so great that everyone knows me. Yi-chan rolled his eyes at him and said, what are your plans for the next stage? I'm an idle person. If you have anything interesting to do, take me with you? Fang Sui said happily, okay. I caught a guy under the Mother Force not long ago. I successfully turned the guy over and now he's a traitor. He told me that the Mother Force has a mysterious starfield where the Mother of Life is docked, so I want to go and have a look. Ergauzi, who was imprisoned in the Golden Scripture, sighed. The name of this traitor seemed to match his own name, Ergauzi. Yi-chan said excitedly, then what? Fang Sui said, I came to this wasteland to go to the bandit's nest deep in the wasteland where I can buy ships. I plan to get a ship so that I can go to the mysterious starfield where the Mother of Life is docked. Yi-chan thought for a while and said, my Chaos Chariot has the ability to travel proudly in the universe, but the Chaos Chariot is a bit conspicuous and it is difficult to hide. Since we are going to explore the docking place of the Mother of Life, we should follow your original plan. Fang Sui joked, I was very distressed about where to get so many energy crystals to buy a ship from the bandit's nest. Now it's good I met you, a sucker, and you have to pay for the energy crystals to buy the ship. Yi-chan, who got the title of a sucker out of thin air, didn't mind at all and said heroically, isn't it just buying a ship? It's not worth mentioning. In the wilderness under the cover of night, the wind blew the grass low, rustling, mixed with the occasional roar of beasts, and there was a heart-pounding atmosphere. Deep in the vast wilderness that was tens of thousands of miles long and wide, there was a ruined site covering an area of 100 miles. Although the place was small, it was twinkling with thousands of lights in the night that were no less than the stars in the sky. It was already late at night, but the ruins were bustling with people and the atmosphere was noisy. Occasionally, you could see ships taking off and landing above the ruins. This is a wilderness bandit nest similar to a no man's land. It is a distribution center for many dark transactions that cannot be seen in the light. It is full of killers, robbers, and smugglers. It is extremely dangerous here, but also very prosperous. in a small area of 100 miles. As long as you have enough connections and money, you can find almost everything you want. Under the beautiful starry sky with twinkling stars, a group of white clouds quietly drifted above the bandit nest. Not long after, Fang Sui and Yi Chan appeared on a main street in the bandit nest. Yi Chan pouted slightly, with a face full of displeasure. In order to facilitate her actions in the bandit's den, she was forced to make herself a little uglier. No girl was willing to make herself ugly, and Yi Chan was no exception. Even after becoming ugly, she was still considered an extremely attractive beauty in the eyes of ordinary people, but she still couldn't help but look depressed. Fang Sui's change was more thorough. He made adjustments to his appearance and became a rough and burly fierce man. This image was everywhere in the bandit's den, and he could better integrate into it and facilitate his actions. Yi Chan's Chaos Chariot was put into the identity nameplate space by her. She was wearing a white soft metal light armor at this time, which looked very fitting and highlighted her graceful figure just right. She wore a pair of lightweight combat boots of the same color and material on her feet, decorated with exquisite patterns. Yi Chan was holding a fat white pig in her hand. The pig hummed and adjusted itself to the most comfortable position, feeling very comfortable. But in a moment, it fell asleep in Yi Chan's arms with drool. Fang Sui transformed into a valiant and fierce man, wearing ordinary style cold and hard black armor, and walked with Yi Chan, like a combination of a lady from a noble family and a bodyguard. The two walked on the noisy streets of the bandit's den, attracting the attention and looks of many people of all kinds. Yi Chan suddenly whispered, "We should be careful of the Dark Saint. She practices the art of transforming the virtual into the real. If she can absorb the chaos beast that can naturally control the chaotic energy to derive all things, the benefits the Dark Saint will gain will be immeasurable. So she will never give up the idea of robbing the chaos beast. She didn't come to chase us before. I think she has other plans. I guess it will be difficult to deal with her next time she appears. Moreover, she has a special sense of chaos beast, so she can easily find our traces and chase us." Fang Sui responded in a low voice. He was also very wary of the unpredictable Dark Saint. As Fang Sui continued to move forward, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head to look to the side like a whirlwind, and saw a thin old man squatting casually on a street corner, holding a dry grass stalk in his mouth, as if picking his teeth. His triangular eyes stared at Fang Sui with a weird look on his face. "PS, I'm craving monthly tickets and recommendations, please please please. Thank you." Chapter 494 123 Monday Vote Request. A few months ago, Fang Sui was trapped in the Beihai Hall in Yinding sect. At that time, he used the space mirror of the hunting mirror to teleport away, and then he returned to the Beihai Hall to recover from his injuries and practice. At that time, a very strange old man appeared in the Beihai Hall inexplicably, and looked at Fang Sui with interest. Unfortunately, Fang Sui was immersed in practice at that time, so he did not see the old man. When Fang Sui woke up from practice, there was a voice outside the hall shouting loudly with ill intentions, exposing Fang Sui's whereabouts, which was also done by the old man. However, when these things happened, Fang Sui did not meet the old man, which was equivalent to being secretly tricked by the old man. Therefore, when he saw this strange old man again at the corner of the bandit's nest, Fang Sui did not know that the two had met before, but he felt that the old man had seen through his true identity, and the gaze he looked at contained the meaning of his puzzlement. Fang Sui immediately became alert and stepped towards the old man. The old man's reaction was also strange. He spit out the grass stems he used to pick his teeth, and like a skinny old rabbit, he jumped onto a low wall beside the street, flashed and disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui was slightly stunned. This old man was staring at him blatantly on the side of the road, obviously not afraid of being discovered by him. Why did he run away when he approached him? This was really a bit bizarre. Fang Sui frowned and asked Yi Chan beside him. "That wretched old man on the corner of the street was staring at us unscrupulously at first, but when I approached, he ran away. What happened?" Yi Chan curled his lips and said, "How would I know if even you, young Master Fang, can't figure it out?" Fang Sui shook his head in confusion. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, he suppressed the thought in his heart and changed the subject. "Is there a place in the bandit's den that your family has opened, similar to a store selling everything? Yi Chan said frankly, yes, although this bandit's den is small, it is a good place to collect information from all sides. But the level of the people garrisoned here is not qualified to know my existence, so it would be useless for us to go there. We have to find another way to get the information. Fang Sui said, I'm just asking casually. I don't mean to use your family's arrangements here. It's not difficult to get information here. Just find someone on the street, give him some energy crystals, and you can ask who has the greatest power in this bandit's den, and who can buy ships from them. As Fang Sui spoke, his eyes wandered among the pedestrians on the street, looking for a target to question. There were many people strolling around the street, or squatting on both sides of the street, examining the pedestrians on the street. While Fang Sui was looking at these people, many people were also looking at him. The bandit's nest was full of old people who had traveled all over the place and temporarily settled here. None of these people were good people, and all of them had committed robbery or murder. If you have not done similar things, you would be embarrassed to settle in this bandit's nest, and you would not be able to settle here. Therefore, the bandit's nest is a well-known gathering place for fierce people. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes swept around, and many people around him looked back without showing weakness. Almost everyone's expression contained ferocity and provocation. There was also an inconspicuous and dilapidated shop on the side of the street, which was actually openly selling natives captured from some life source stars, where civilization was in the initial stage. This kind of open human trafficking is a felony that is strictly prohibited in other places, but it can be seen everywhere in the bandit's nest. There were many people gathered in front of the shop, commenting on these natives and trading them. In the void above the main street of the bandit den, a full moon-like crystal lamp hangs, casting a cold light like water, reflecting the various faces on the street. Fang Sui's eyes swept around the chaotic street, like thunder and lightning, extremely sharp, and at a glance, he took in the situation on the street in detail, knowing it like the back of his hand. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his sharpness was cold. The next moment, before he could choose the target to question, a middle-aged man took the initiative to approach him. The man was wearing a dark blue robe with a standing collar and an ancient style, and he looked honest and dutiful. However, when many fierce strong men around saw the man walk out, they immediately looked at each other, and vaguely, they all showed a trace of awe for this honest man. These subtle changes naturally did not escape Fang Sui's eyes. Is this the first time for you two to come to the bandit den, looking for a way out? The man who came over said sincerely. With Fang Sui's current knowledge and experience, he has no intention of competing with these ruffians, and he went straight to the point and said, that's right. We want to buy a boat. Do you have any way? After hearing this, the honest man did not show any abnormality on his face, but laughed in his heart and thought, it turns out that they are two inexperienced idiots. They gave away their true colors as soon as they opened their mouths. Not only did they admit their purpose, but they also said they wanted to buy a boat. It seems that they carry a lot of energy crystals. The man deduced a lot of useful information from Fang Sui's words, and guessed that Fang Sui was either a self-righteous fool or an inexperienced fool. The honest man had a flash of thought in his mind, and his sincere expression did not diminish at all. He continued, buying a boat. That's a huge expense. And buying a boat is something that not everyone in our bandit den dares to promise. If you two trust me, Suoli, I can provide some ways to get a boat, but Fang Sui understood immediately, patted his chest roughly, and said proudly, don't worry, you will get something. Suoli cursed him in his heart as a fool. Just 2 sentences made it clear that he had no shortage of money and a lot of energy crystals. Suoli thought so and said, okay, follow me. After that, he turned around and led the way with a respectful face. Other people on the street watched Suoli take Fang Sui and the other two away with envy and gloating. The one who envied him was of course Suoli, who was about to make a good income, and the one who gloated was the two fools, a man and a woman. Fang Sui and Yi Chan chatted along the way and followed Suoli, who led the way in a relaxed atmosphere. Since Suoli had determined that Fang Sui and the other two were idiots, he did not do anything unnecessary on the way, such as verbal questioning and conducting a survey. They were silent all the way. Soon, 3 people, 1 in front and 2 behind, came to another relatively quiet street. This street was paved with bluestone, about 3 meters wide, and the light was slightly dim. On both sides of the street were ruins of buildings, some high and some low, most of which were already damaged. The bluestone paved on the ground was very old, with traces of cracks everywhere, and moss grew tenaciously from the cracks in the stone, adding a vivid and ancient charm to the street. At the end of the street, there was a mottled and damaged archway. Behind the archway was a complete courtyard that was rarely seen in the bandit's nest. The courtyard was square in shape, with 2 entrances in front and back. The iron-painted huge door was 3 meters high, and looked extremely heavy. 2 jade-carved beasts squatted beside the door. They were tall and mighty, and their momentum was intimidating. This courtyard with this style was somewhat like the courtyard of an ancient royal palace. Suoli led the way through the archway and walked towards the courtyard. He said in a playful tone, "This is the garrison of one of the famous forces in our bandit nest. You two should be careful when you go in." "Well, are you sure you have enough energy crystals?" Fang Sui said in a rough voice. "Don't worry, we have plenty of energy crystals. I'm just afraid that there are no ships that we like in a small place like yours." Suoli chuckled and said nothing. He led Fang Sui and Li Chan all the way to the main gate of the courtyard. After entering the gate, there was an empty small square, about 30 feet in size, with flat terrain and bright lights. More than a dozen people with murderous auras and fierce faces stood scattered on the square. Seeing Suoli bringing Fang Sui and Li Chan in, these people looked over at the same time, first looking Fang Sui up and down, then moving to Li Chan, and their eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry wolf seeing a delicious lamb. "Hey, Suoli, it seems that you are lucky today. You can catch a fat fish while strolling outside. It follows you here? I never have this luck. TSK, this girl is really good looking. Look at her figure and skin, and she is holding a fat pet in her arms. She must be a girl who ran out from a big family and eloped with the guy next to her. It doesn't look like it. Such a delicate girl can elope with the rough man next to her? You don't understand this. That man is rough, but maybe he has a treasure on him. If he can subdue this girl, wouldn't he elope with her? Ha, that's because this girl hasn't tried me, otherwise she would have dumped the rough man next to her and turned to my arms." As soon as Fang Sui and Li Chan entered the courtyard, not only did the people in the courtyard talk unscrupulously, but Suoli, who was leading the way in front, also stopped moving forward, turned around slowly, and looked at Fang Sui and the others. The people scattered in the square gathered in 2s and 3s, and blatantly surrounded Fang Sui and the other two in the center. Suoli, who had brought Fang Sui and the other two along the way, had long lost the respect and honesty that he had when they first met. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me, you two came here to buy a boat. How many energy crystals did you bring with you?" Fang Sui looked around and said calmly, "Are you going to show your true colors and kill people for money?" Suoli sneered, "You just realized it now? You are such a fool. Let me tell you, in this bandit's den, there are so many such things happening every day. You two just broke into the bandit's den casually, thinking that the way in here is so easy to find. I'm not afraid to tell you that many outsiders have come here, but once they enter our bandit's den, they have to lie down honestly, and people like you can't even find a place to lie down in the bandit's den." He looked Fang Sui up and down and said mockingly, "Actually, I've seen through it a long time ago. You walked so calmly and leisurely along the way and chatted and laughed happily with the girl beside you. I'm afraid you think you have some ability and think we can't handle you, so you took advantage of us. Maybe you even want to plot against us and achieve your own goals. I'm too lazy to say you're stupid. People in this world are always self-righteous, and you're no exception. You'll find out later that some things don't go as you planned." Fang Sui and Li Chan looked at Suoli with new eyes at the same time. Fang Sui said calmly, "You have a good eye. You can actually see that I'm outwitting you." Suoli said proudly, "I have always had a very good eye. I can also tell you that your apparent strength is that of the 3rd level, but I have analyzed from experience that you may have a hidden strength of the 4th level. That's why I dared to follow me here, thinking that we can't do anything to you. Unfortunately, what is beyond your imagination is that we have lost several 5th level masters here. You'd better give up your unrealistic thoughts when entering this place. Well, I have told you a lot. Next, will you take out the energy crystals on your body obediently, or do you want to try it yourself and won't give up until you try it yourself? Fang Sui answered the question irrelevantly. I just want to ask, do you have any flying ships? The people around laughed in unison. This guy is still thinking about buying a ship? He is really stupid. Suoli grinned and said, to tell you the truth, we have flying ships, but we keep them for our own use and don't sell them. Fang Sui said, so you have a ship, that's good. He added, I originally wanted to buy the boat honestly. Since you don't agree, let's try another way. Bang, bang, bang. No one could understand how Fang Sui did it. He just stood there and whispered, 1, 2, 3. The shocking thing was that Fang Sui counted 3 times in a row, and 3 of the group of unscrupulous and violent men who surrounded him fell to the ground with his voice and died silently. The originally noisy sounds around suddenly became silent. Fang Sui asked, sell me the boat, or let me continue counting? P.S. I crave monthly tickets and recommendations please. Thank you. Chapter 495, an energy crystal, votes requested on Monday. It should be noted that there are many desperate criminals in the bandit den. Apart from other things, everyone is brave. Therefore, although Fang Sui's means at this time are amazing, just saying 3 numbers, 3 people fell to the ground and died, but it is not true to say that this can intimidate these desperate criminals. When Fang Sui's voice fell, the faces of the people around him changed, but no one was afraid and stopped. Instead, everyone's eyes were full of anger and they wanted to fight for their lives. The next moment, half of the 10 people standing around him attacked at the same time, ready to gather their strength and crush Fang Sui to death in one fell swoop. Most of these people are strong. Almost all of them are 3rd level strength, and 2 of them are leaders, and they have reached the 4th level initial level. When these people gather their strength and attack together, their power is really not to be underestimated. Their power was exerted at the same time, like a wave rolled up after several rushing rivers merged, and it hit Fang Sui with great force. For a moment, thunderous sounds and roars rang out in the surrounding void. At this moment, Fang Sui gently waved his hand and slashed in the air. His action seemed to be understated, but it was actually very particular. As his hand swung out, a force acted out of thin air, instantly cutting off the power of several people who attacked together, making the power of the surrounding people become rootless water, and the power was disconnected from the power sender. Without the control of the power sender, the power wave that pressed towards Fang Sui out of thin air naturally decreased sharply. Then Fang Sui turned his hand up, and it was like an indestructible dam rose in the void, easily resisting the incoming attack. If there were masters here at this time, they would definitely applaud Fang Sui's means. It should be noted that Fang Sui's light slash, although it looked simple, was actually beyond the ordinary level of magical powers. It was a magical means that touched the rules. The more profound the cultivation, the more they could perceive the extraordinariness of it. After blocking the attacks of several people, Fang Sui spoke again, slowly saying, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bang, the previous scene was repeated. Every time Fang Sui counted, 1 person fell over and died instantly. The people around were all fierce, and they were all brave enough to risk their lives. The first time Fang Sui counted 1, 2, and 3. 3 people died in a row, but these people were ferocious and rampant. They all thought that Fang Sui used evil techniques and was deliberately making things mysterious, and it was not impossible to crack. Therefore, everyone was dissatisfied at that time and attacked to kill Fang Sui. But at this moment, the scene reappeared, and 5 more people died after counting 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, including a small leader of the 4th level, who also had no ability to resist and fell to the ground and died. More importantly, this time everyone was on full alert, but still could not see how Fang Sui did it, which really frightened everyone. At Fang Sui's current level, there are indeed many ways to kill people silently. For example, if he used all his strength to attack, his speed would naturally exceed the limit of these people's vision, which would cause the phenomenon that he had already attacked but the people around him could not see that he had moved. Or Fang Sui could also achieve this effect by activating his own armor that could turn into nothingness. Every time he spoke, he would take a life. These people usually did all kinds of evil and were all murderers with bloody hands. Fang Sui killed people without any scruples and without blinking an eye. At this time, he spoke twice in succession and 8 people died on the other side. Then Fang Sui's voice, like a soul calling spell, rose again. 9, 10, 11 shut up. Before Fang Sui finished speaking, 3 more people around him fell to the ground and died. At this point, the rest were already pale, as if they had seen a ghost. At this time, including Suoli who led the way, there were still 3 people left. These 3 people had lost their previous bravery. They might not be afraid of death, but such a weird way of dying, being counted to death by people, was something everyone feared. The shout of "shut up" was not from Suoli and the other 3 who were frightened, but came from the back of the house. Along with the voice, a middle-aged man with a reddish-brown face, a leopard head and round eyes, and an angry face suddenly appeared beside Suoli. When Suoli and the other 2 saw this man, they felt like they had found a savior. The fear on their faces disappeared immediately, and they shouted in unison, "Deputy Leader, this man deserves to die. He has harmed 11 of us with evil means. Today, we will not let him go. We must torture him to death. Please ask the Deputy Leader to make the decision for us." The middle-aged man who appeared was one of the 2 deputy leaders of their gang, and he actually had the profound strength of the 5th level. The middle-aged man raised his hand slightly, and the 3 Suoli stopped talking. They stood behind the deputy leader and showed their extremely ferocious eyes to each other again. The deputy leader glanced at the 11 dead subordinates around him, with a hint of hostility on his face. He looked at Fang Sui and said, "You are obviously a 5th level character, but you pretend to be a 3rd level character and bully people with lower cultivation than you. Is it fun?" Fang Sui said calmly, "Your cultivation is not lower than mine. I won't bully them, but I will bully you." The deputy leader laughed wildly and said, "Do you think you are invincible and can run rampant here? Bully me, do you think you can?" Fang Sui said impatiently, 12. The deputy leader's face suddenly stiffened. In the void in front of him, without anyone being able to see, there was a magic knife that flashed through the air at a speed that no one could see clearly. This knife does not attack the human body, but the vitality contained in the human body. One knife cut, and the vitality is gone. The deputy leader was attacked by the blade, and his vitality was cut off invisibly, and he slowly fell to the ground. He died tragically as well. The 3 people from Suoli were dumbfounded and horrified. A 5th rank deputy leader actually died just like that! Exclamation mark. In fact, after the deputy leader appeared and confronted Fang Sui, he looked fearless on the surface, but he was already on full alert in his heart. Unfortunately, he was still killed in one blow. This strange ability that takes a person's life every time he opens his mouth is simply irresistible. At this time, it has completely broken down the psychological defenses of the 3 people from Suoli. No matter what a person does, he must pay attention to his spirit. Once the spirit is scattered, the person will collapse. This is the case with the 3 people from Suoli at this time. The spirits of the 3 people are almost collapsed, and the fierce spirit of fearlessness and death is lost, and they become full of panic. Fang Sui looked past the 3 people and looked at the back of the mansion. A tall old man, accompanied by a charming woman, walked out from the depths of the mansion. The man took a step forward, as if shrinking the void, and suddenly came to Fang Sui a few feet away. When Suoli and the other 2 saw the old man, they knelt on the ground in silence, bowed respectfully to the old man, and trembled. "Big leader, this person is really weird. I thought that this man and woman carried a lot of energy crystals with them to attract them, but I didn't expect it. Suoli reported to the old man tremblingly. The old man didn't even look at Suoli, but only glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. His pupils shrank slightly, and finally looked at Fang Sui, saying deeply, "It can cut off people's vitality invisibly. This is the use of the power of the rules of life and death. It's a good method." This tall old man in brown leather armor and majestic is undoubtedly the leader of this group of thugs. What surprised Fang Sui was that this old man, who was just the leader of a group of bandits, actually had a cultivation level as high as the 6th level, which was obviously too high. The enchanting woman who came out with the old man was wearing a blood-red gauze skirt with a graceful figure, elastic skin, and a pair of strong and plump long legs. She was a rare beauty. This woman also had a 5th level cultivation and was obviously another deputy leader of this group of thugs. The woman's eyes were like a venomous snake, staring at Fang Sui fiercely, and then looked at Li Chan, who was standing quietly on the side and never spoke. Fang Sui didn't have the time to beat around the bush with the old man and said directly, I want to buy a boat, but you won't sell it without killing people, so I had to kill these people. Are you going to sell it now? The old man was born with a pair of narrow eyes, and he narrowed his eyes into a slit when he heard the words, like a knife blade containing a terrifying coldness, and said, what an arrogant person. Do you think you can defeat me? Fang Sui answered the question irrelevantly. This small bandit nest is really eye-opening. The leader of a group of thugs can reach the 6th level. This makes me understand one thing. The bandit nest is a small place where thugs gather on the surface, but in fact the entire interest chain is integrated. In addition to you, old man, there should be several 6th level figures. You are connected to each other to unify the interests. In this case, the interests will grow bigger and bigger, and the bandit nest can become a distribution center for accommodating thugs and conducting dark transactions. He continued indifferently, I guess that only with unified interests, huge profits, secret control of human smuggling, plundering of natives and other lucrative industries, can make an old guy like you, a 6th level, willing to take root in the bandit's lair. Am I right? As Fang Sui finished speaking, the old man's face was calm and unchanged, but a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes uncontrollably. It was obvious that Fang Sui's guess was alright, which made him feel that Fang Sui was unfathomable, and added a layer of scruples. He asked gloomily, who are you? Fang Sui waved his hand and said, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Are you selling the boat or not? The old man's eyes showed anger. You came here alone, relying on your 5th level cultivation, and you want to be lawless? Fang Sui said leisurely, you may know some 6th level partners. Unfortunately, my intuition tells me that you are the only 6th level person in the bandit den at the moment. Who do you want to fight me? Yourself? Let me put it this way, you are old and weak. You are called 6th level, but in fact, you are very weak. It's good enough to barely keep from regretting. When I was at the peak of the 4th level, we were evenly matched with a 6th level person like you. Now you will die in an instant if you fight me. Do you really dare to try? When Fang Sui said this, the charming woman beside the old man screamed, with murderous intent in her eyes, and she jumped up to kill Fang Sui. However, she suddenly turned pale and dared not move, because a piece of armor suddenly appeared in the void, and the dark blade in the armor's hand pointed directly at the woman's eyebrows, less than a millimeter away, and the murderous intent was piercing. This woman only needs to move forward half an inch to die. When the old man saw the man in armor holding a knife, his pupils shrank again. He inhaled slowly and began to mobilize the power in his body. The surrounding void began to vibrate. Only Fang Sui's position was like a rock facing the sea, without any waves. The old man looked at Fang Sui with his eyes piercing. The void hundreds of feet away seemed to be hit by an invisible hammer, and the vibration became more and more violent, as if it was going to turn the world upside down. This posture clearly showed that the old man was willing to fight Fang Sui at all costs. However, the next moment, things took a turn for the worse. The old man saw that he had been stimulating his momentum continuously, but the area around Fang Sui was still as calm as a quiet lake, without any waves. Finally, he lost his momentum and said softly, I will sell you the boat. How many energy crystals will you give me? Fang Sui said, I wanted to offer a sincere price, but now that we have broken up, I naturally want to save some money. I will give you 1 energy crystal. Not long after, a dark red sailboat style ship rose above the bandit's nest. It had excellent performance and quietly went away. PS. It's Monday. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation, please, please, please. Thank you. Chapter 496 Star Airlock Lake. The vast universe has created countless miracles. Infinite universes have infinite possibilities, and countless intelligent life forms exist, giving rise to countless forms of civilization evolution. From the moment all life is born, there is a mark of life and death, imposed on each life. This is the truth of the cycle of fate. There is life and there is death, and so are all things. Intelligent creatures naturally pursue strength, and want to transcend life and death, so thousands of methods of practice have been derived. In summary, they are all looking for a way to transcend the reincarnation of the universe. The successful ones are gods, immortal and indestructible. Fang Sui stood in the cabin, looking through the window lattice, looking at the deep and vast space. Yi Chan did not have the slightest reserve that a beautiful woman should have. She sat lazily in the main cabin of this ship that was forcibly seized with an energy crystal. She took out fresh fruits one after another like a magic trick in her hand, and put them into her mouth happily, eating with relish. At this time, it had been several days since the two left the bandit's nest. They were traveling in the dark and empty space, approaching the mysterious starfield, where the mother of life was. Dr. Zergauzi said, "It seems that we are lucky. We have been smooth sailing these past few days. We have not encountered the Starfield patrol team of the Shadow Clan, nor have the Dark Saint and others chased us." The night cicada's voice was brisk, as pleasant as a wind chime in the breeze. She thought for a moment and said, "This ship is really good. It is made of ancient bloodwood. This kind of wood is not inferior to rare metals. It is said that it needs to be watered with divine blood to grow. The most precious thing is that once the items made of bloodwood are damaged, they still have the ability to grow and recover on their own. Haha, this energy crystal flower is really worth it." Yi Chan chirped. Although the old man succumbed to your power at that time, the first thing he took out was not this bloodwood ship. How did you find out that he had a bloodwood ship? The old man was finally forced by you to take out the bloodwood ship. He was obviously very distressed. I think he was about to turn against you. Alas, it's a pity that they didn't fight in the end. Yi Chan sighed that they couldn't fight, with a look of regret on his face, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. The ship that Fang Sui and the others were riding on was indeed extraordinary. Its shape was as sharp as a blood-colored longsword. There were 6 floors of cabins on it, and the interior decoration was classical and gorgeous. There are 6 blood sails in front and behind the whole ship, engraved with dense time and space spells. If the 6 blood sails are raised, the speed will be incredibly fast, chasing light and lightning. This ship was originally the favorite of the 6th level old man in the bandit nest. A few days ago in the bandit nest, the old man weighed the pros and cons. On the one hand, he felt that he had no chance of defeating Fang Sui, and on the other hand, he had been pampered for many years, and had lost the courage to fight for his life. In the end, he could only choose to compromise and sell the ship to Fang Sui. At that time, the old man flipped his palm and lightly lifted it. A dark metal ship floated out of his storage space and quickly enlarged to 3 feet in the old man's hand. Recite the spell, untie the space constraints of the ship, and it will grow to 100 feet in size. After the old man finished speaking, he threw the ship to Fang Sui with a sullen face. Unexpectedly, Fang Sui did not even look at the ship, and threw it back. "Don't want this one, change one." The old man said sternly, "Don't push me too much." Fang Sui did not give the old man any way out, and said stiffly, "You are pushing me too much, change one quickly, otherwise, you will lose your life. It's useless for you to hide the good things, and not take them out." Yi Chan burst out laughing, and quickly covered his mouth and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it. You continue, just pretend I didn't laugh." The old man's face became more and more embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his anger and really changed one. In his hand, a dark yellow miniature building ship appeared. The whole body was surrounded by chaos, and the aura was ancient and noble, like a dragon swaying in the void. The old man said coldly, "This is a treasure ship that I have treasured for many years. It is called Zuanhuang Xian Lao. It can generate a kind of Zuanhuang Qi from the hull, which can be transformed into a dragon, move clouds and rain, attack and defend, and is indestructible. Nothing can break it. This ship is worth tens of millions of 4th level energy crystals. The old man introduced it diligently, but unfortunately Fang Sui just glanced at the Zuan Huang Xian Lao and said leisurely, changed to another one. The old man's eyes were stern, and he said in a tough attitude, if you are aggressive, I will fight to the death. I only have these 2 ships. You can choose one of them. It is the limit of my tolerance. Fang Sui was unmoved by the thunder and said slowly, then you fight to the death, or change to another one quickly. The old man shouted loudly and punched out with a bang, shaking the void. Unfortunately, his punch did not hit Fang Sui directly, but hit the ground. The small square where Fang Sui and others were hiding was hit by this punch and sank silently to a depth of more than 10 feet. At the same time, a strong force swept and spread, breaking the void into cracks as dense as a spider web. This shows how amazing the power of this punch is, enough to split mountains and crack the earth. However, when the fluctuations of this punch disappeared, the old man could not hide his surprise, but although the entire square sank 10 feet deep, the place where Fang Sui and Li Chan were was not affected. A piece of ground about 10 feet in size remained the same, without any signs of sinking. Fang Sui and Li Chan looked calm, standing side by side in the only place in the entire square that did not sink, looking down at the old man. Get up. Fang Sui shouted softly, and a wonderful scene appeared. The sunken ground was like the rising tide of the sea, rising slowly, seemingly slow but actually fast, and returned to its original state in an instant. Even the small cracks on the stone slabs on the ground that were cracked by the old man's punch were healed and restored to their original state without any damage. In a trance, the square seemed to have gone back in time and returned to the state before the old man threw a punch, without any difference. This scene was much more difficult than the old man's angry and demonstrative punch that sank the ground. Fang Sui showed his magical power of tracing the source, and the various aspects of the magic involved were so profound that they could be called unfathomable. The enchanting woman who came out with the old man wanted to take action before, but was forced back by the armor of the underworld. She retreated behind the old man with a gloomy face, still unwilling, but when she saw Fang Sui's magical power, she could no longer suppress the horror in her eyes and almost cried out. Fang Sui pressed on, my patience is limited. Change the boat quickly. To tell you the truth, if I wasn't worried that you would die, the storage space would be closed. It would be very troublesome to crack it open to get things. You would be dead now. The old man looked sinister, snorted coldly, but did not refute. With a flash of blood in his hand, he took out the last treasured boat. It is obvious what the result was. Fang Sui not only sold the Bloodwood boat, but also made the old man give up more than 10 subordinates to serve as the crew of the Bloodwood boat. The group immediately set off and flew away. Time goes back to the present. Fang Sui stood with his hands behind his back in the top cabin of the Bloodwood boat, which is as high as 6 floors, and looked into the distance. Yi Chan said boredly, Fang Sui, your cat is such a glutton. Fatty brought it to my orchard. It only took 3 days for it to eat all my 4 fruit trees. My fruit trees are full of spiritual fruits. It's such a waste. Fang Sui looked back at Yi Chan and said, you are rich, but you still care about this? Yi Chan's expression was vivid, and he said in a displeased manner, it's easy for you to say. He asked again, when can we reach the mysterious starfield, where the mother of life is docked? Fang Sui said, it won't take much time. Let's discuss it first. In case something unexpected happens at that time, how should we cooperate? When Fang Sui and Yi Chan were driving the Bloodwood boat, in the chaotic time and space far away, there was a silent place on the back of the Dark Star, the base camp of the Shadow Clan. This place has been shrouded in darkness for eternity. In the center of the endless darkness like the ocean, there is an ancient and majestic temple floating. At this time, the Demon Marshal left the Demon Palace and came to the temple in person. His arm that was cut off by Gao has been restored to its original state, and there is no trace of injury. Faintly, the Demon Marshal's aura has become more powerful, with a kind of overwhelming momentum that overwhelms the universe. Demon Marshal, you use the sword that Gao cut off your arm to fully understand the sword secrets of the Immortal Land, and in turn promoted your own advancement. You have taken another step forward at the level of the 8th level demigod. Congratulations. When are you going to take action to challenge Gao and shake up the Immortal Land? After the demon marshal arrived, an old voice sounded in the temple that had been filled with darkness for billions of years. The sound would make people inexplicably feel obedient and awe, and this voice also contained an indescribable power. When the voice sounded, it sounded like it was telling the truth, and no one could disobey or change it in the slightest. If a cultivator above the 7th level heard this voice, he would be horrified, because the fact that the sound can affect the flow of rules means that the speaker's cultivation has reached the level of gods and demons. In other words, there is a real god deep in this temple. The demon marshal said to the darkness in front of him with an unprecedented humility, "I came here to tell the Saint Master that I will go to the immortal land again soon. This time, I will give Gao a very deep memory and detain her as my slave girl." No one in the darkness responded to the demon marshal's bold words. The demon marshal did not take it as an offense and continued, "I would like to ask, the Saint Master said last time that in this universe, some people can rely on continuous efforts to attract luck and gradually become the so-called lucky people in this universe. Once they are blessed with luck, such people will have natural instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger, and they are extremely difficult to kill. We have found that in this universe, there are people who are making rapid progress and attracting luck, and their luck is accumulating more and more, such as Fang Sui and Guo Dongshan. The Saint Master said last time that he would take action to reduce their luck. How are they now?" As the demon marshal finished speaking, a tall dark shadow appeared faintly in the depths of this palace that possessed the most source of dark power in the world. In front of the demon marshal, a strange object of 9 feet and 9 feet in size appeared out of thin air, floating in the air, looking like a still lake and an ancient mirror. The surface of this strange object was smooth, dark and deep like the void of the universe, and there were dots of light inside, as if it contained thousands of stars. The brightness of the stars was different, some were dazzling, while others were relatively weak and inconspicuous. The old and wise voice in the hall rose again, saying, "This starry skyluck lake was derived by my magic. Every bit of starlight in it represents the luck of a person in this universe who has gained luck through his own efforts. The idea of luck involves the laws of the birth and death of the universe, which is very mysterious. Only the person with luck can affect the strength of his own luck, weakening or increasing it. For example, if someone is brave and diligent and makes breakthroughs one after another, he can naturally increase his connection with this universe, increase his own luck, and get the coordination of heaven and earth, like the sun at the peak of his career, unmatched. On the other hand, if a person with luck suffers a certain blow, becomes decadent and does not want to make progress, his luck will gradually decline. Therefore, the strength of destiny is closely related to one's own efforts. It is difficult for outsiders to interfere with the strength of a person's destiny. If I take action, I can only suppress the destiny of the target person, not directly reduce it as you said, Demon Marshal. At this moment, there is a star reflected in the starry sky destiny lake in front of you. The light flickers and is very unstable. That represents the Fang Sui you mentioned. Just like what I promised you last time, his destiny has been suppressed by me, like a leaf blinding him, and he can no longer sense the traps and murderous intentions against him. As long as he does not leave my shadow area, his destiny will be suppressed by me for one day. This is the best time to kill him. From now on, this boy will be in great trouble. I have asked one of my demon guards to take action and take his life." Time passed quickly, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Fang Sui was riding a bloodwood boat and had reached the edge of a mysterious and cold space. PS. I crave for monthly tickets and recommendations please. Thank you. Chapter 497, Unexpected Disruption. In the vast starry sky, the Dark Saint, Wu Shen and others were riding on a dark triangle ship, moving forward rapidly. Inside the triangle ship, the little demon emperor, wearing a black armor, was as majestic as a demon god in the world. Just standing there, he gave people a kind of awe-inspiring momentum that no one could shake, like a majestic peak station. The triangle ship was mainly dark inside and outside. This triangle ship belonging to the little demon emperor was slightly different. On the basis of the dark color, golden star patterns were added in many details. The interweaving of black and gold made this triangle ship look noble and extraordinary. In the triangular ship control room, the light was a little dim, like the earth shrouded in the night. If you get a little closer to the little demon emperor, you can notice that he is not standing by the window lattice to pay attention to the deep scenery of outer space, but facing the space, breathing in and out a kind of nothingness. It is this constant and unremitting effort, coupled with unparalleled talent, that has made Dark Yin Yang what he is today, the undisputed #1 youth among the billions of Shadow Clan. We have received news that the Saint Master has also developed an interest in Fang Sui. The Saint Master has personally ordered his demon guards to take Fang Sui's life. Little Demon Emperor, do we need to make way for the demon guards? A 5th level master under the command of the Little Demon Emperor, who is also the captain of this 1,000-foot-long triangular ship, approached and asked respectfully. The middle-aged captain humbly lowered his proud head behind the Little Demon Emperor. Facing the Little Demon Emperor, it was like worshipping a god or demon, with sincere admiration in his eyes. In fact, the captain never doubted that the Little Demon Emperor would successfully enter the realm of gods and demons one day in the future. After hearing this, the Little Demon Emperor did not turn around and said in a deep voice, "It is a bit surprising that the Saint Master has developed an interest in Fang Sui. But even if he is the demon guard under the Saint Master, he is not qualified to let me give way to him. You go down and urge the ship to move forward at full speed. We will compete with the demon guard under the Saint Master to see who kills Fang Sui first." The fanaticism in the eyes of the captain of the triangular ship became stronger. The Little Demon Emperor has always been so domineering. Once he decides to do something, no one can change his decision. It should be noted that the Dark Demon Saint Master is so prestigious in the Shadow Clan that he is catching up with the supreme authority of the Demon Emperor. Before the current Demon Emperor became the Demon Emperor, the Saint Master had taught the Demon Emperor, which gave him the honorific title of Saint Master. In the Shadow Clan, the Dark Demon Saint Master is also called the Time and Space Sage. It is rumored that he can see through the trajectory of the long river of time and space and predict the future. In the past years, the Saint Master has always been able to guide the direction of the Shadow Clan and has never made a mistake. It can be said that the Holy Master is the most revered living god in the entire Shadow Clan. No one dares to disobey his words. If anyone else knew that the Holy Master had sent his notorious and nearly omnipotent demon guards to kill Fang Sui, they would definitely adopt a retreat strategy and would never dare to compete with the demon guards for the prey. Only the Little Demon Emperor was different. He knew that the demon guards were going to kill Fang Sui, but he still wanted to compete with the demon guards. Obviously, the Little Demon Emperor's mind was so strong that even the Holy Master could not shake it. This is the mentality of a fearless strong man. At this time, the eyes of the Dark Saint, who was not far from the Little Demon Emperor, sparkled, and she said to herself, "So the Saint Master has also taken action. It seems that my husband will not be able to escape the catastrophe this time. I wonder which demon guard left the Temple of Gods and Demons and went to take Fang Sui's life." On the other side of the Dark Saint, the graceful Wu Shen said, "Dark Saint, you were born in the Temple of Gods and Demons. You are the Saint Master's disciple, and you are also the Saint of the Temple. Do you know how many demon guards the Saint Master has under his command?" The Dark Saint said calmly, "The number of demon guards has never exceeded 10. It's not that we don't want to increase the number, but the threshold for being selected as a demon guard is too high. You must know that there are as many as 100,000 people ready to replace the demon guards at any time. Each of them is the elite among the elite. Once someone in the official demon guard dies, the strongest one among the 100,000 people will be directly replaced and become a formal demon guard. The remaining 99,999 people will be directly eliminated and dispersed to the troops under the various shadows. The temple will reselect 100,000 people to become candidate demon guards. In other words, each official demon guard will only be selected from one of the 100,000 elites. The premise is that these 100,000 shadow troops can become candidates for demon guards after going through layers of screening. Under such a strict selection, those who can finally become demon guards are all geniuses of the moment. This alone shows how difficult it is to become a demon guard. Once they become formal demon guards, they will receive supreme honor and will be summoned by the Saint Master for guidance once, and their cultivation will be raised by at least one level. At this level, demon guards are all registered disciples who have received the Saint Master's teachings. It is self-evident how powerful they are. Wu Shen patted his forehead, and it was hard to tell whether his tone was gloating or not. He sighed lightly. It seems that Fang Sui will definitely die this time. Not only does the little demon emperor want his life, but there is also a mysterious and powerful demon guard who has left the God and Demon Palace. The Dark Saint glanced at Wu Shen and said calmly, "Aren't you, Wu Shen, also looking forward to harvesting Fang Sui's life?" The triangular ship sailed rapidly. Not long after, they arrived in a desolate and dark starfield before Fang Sui. At the same time, another ship sailed out of the God and Demon Palace on the dark side of the Dark Star, like a dark spirit butterfly, looming in the space, as if riding the light. Finally, this ship, carrying a demon guard whose infamy has shaken billions of races, also arrived in this starfield. On the other side, a weird and thin old man also appeared in this starfield with a chuckle. For a time, this starfield was undercurrent. On the blood-lit Bloodwood ship, Fang Sui and Yi Chan walked onto the deck together, staring at the dark and silent space in front of them. Yi Chan was quite fully armed at this time, wearing silver armor, with gorgeous shape and majestic appearance. Yi Chan, set off by the armor, looked like an invincible Valkyrie. This armor fits her very well, and it outlines Yi Chan's curvy waist and long legs, especially her round buttocks, that are as round as a full moon, and have an attractive arc, forming a thrilling beauty. Her hair was tied into a neat ponytail, which jumped left and right as Yi Chan walked. A faint body fragrance lingered in Fang Sui's nose as he stood side by side with her. Yi Chan scanned the starfield in front of him and frowned, saying, "The aura of this starfield is dark and cold. The few stars that exist sparsely are all lifeless, and seem to be filled with ominous aura." The space in front of the two of them was indeed unusually dark, vast and boundless, like a dark ocean. There were a few stars scattered in this void, and just as Yi Chan said, each one was dark and lightless, as if it was dead. This starry sky was like a cemetery. Fang Sui was also looking around with a burning gaze, frowned and said, "I don't know why, my mood has been up and down in recent days. Sometimes I feel as if there is a great danger approaching me, and sometimes I feel nothing unusual. This feeling is the first time for me. After seeing this piece of void, a kind of uneasiness surged in my heart, but I don't know where the root of it comes from." Yi Chan turned his gaze and said worriedly, "Fang Sui, the state of mind of us cultivators reflects the heaven and the earth. There must be a reason for your uneasiness. Why don't we retreat? There will be plenty of opportunities to explore the secrets of the shadow and the mother's forces in the future. We don't have to take risks." Fang Sui showed a smile as bright as the sun, and said calmly, "Don't worry, if things are impossible, I'm not a fool. I will run away naturally, and will never be brave. Yi Chan, remember, as we agreed in advance, if something happens, you retreat immediately, and don't worry about me. I'm confident that I can retreat safely. If we get separated here, we will contact each other again when we return to the Five Directions domain." Yi Chan nodded coquettishly. At this time, Ergalzi, who was sealed in the Golden Sutra, said, "Master, my memory of this starry sky is extremely vague, and I don't know much. I only know how to open this void and see the ancient land of life, where the mother of life is docked. The rest is a little unclear." Then Ergalzi immediately passed on the method he knew to open this void to Fang Sui through his thoughts. After Fang Sui read the method sent by Ergalzi, he muttered, "This place is really not for everyone. People with weaker power can't even open this void. Only by opening the void under the void can you see the hidden space." When Fang Sui muttered softly, the two blood sails of the Bloodwood ship that rose high burst out with brilliant and flickering spell patterns, and the whole ship suddenly turned into a blood-colored lightning and quickly moved towards a star in the distance. Soon, the Bloodwood ship appeared on the periphery of this star with a diameter of 10,000 miles and a size similar to that of the Earth. The hull circled the star, and Fang Sui stood on the deck, exerting all his strength to slowly punch. As he threw this punch, his arm was surrounded by 5 dark mountains one after another. Then the 5 dark mountains around Fang Sui's arm enlarged one by one, and they turned from strange images into real mountains, and instantly grew to 1,000 feet tall. These 5 huge dark mountains, pushed by Fang Sui's fist force, hit the stars in front like meteors. Boom. The stars in front were directly shaken by the 5 dark mountains. The stars trembled and swayed unsteadily. After that, Fang Sui repeated the previous steps and selected 3 other stars in the surrounding space. He urged the fist force one by one to make the stars vibrate unsteadily. In the end, there were 4 stars in different directions that vibrated one after another under the impact of Fang Sui's power. After the 4 stars were vibrated one by one, wonderful things happened. The vibrations of these 4 stars intersected in the void, like a strange hand, slowly revealing the true appearance of the starry sky. The void in front of Fang Sui and Li Chan was like a curtain that was originally covered. At this time, the curtain was lifted, revealing another time and space hidden under the curtain. And shaking the 4 stars and making them vibrate with unique fluctuations is the way to open this star field. When the void was opened, what appeared in front of Fang Sui was a magnificent and vast ancient continent that spanned tens of thousands of miles, like a vast land of Shenzhou. This continent was located squarely in space, dark and dead, with mist steaming and ancient charm. On that continent, there were many mothers of life docked. There are really many mothers of life here. According to Gauss's inherited memory, in addition to docking the mother of life, it is likely to be a secret base of the dark forces under the command of the mothers, which has amazing hidden strength. Fang Sui came here to try if there is a chance to sneak in and check the secrets. However, after the starry sky was opened, it showed an unexpected change. In the dark and gloomy floating continent, in addition to many mothers of life docked, there were actually people fighting fiercely. The 2 sides of the battle, one of which was led by a dark elder of the mothers, led everyone to besiege a middle-aged man wearing mottled bronze armor and holding a halberd, as if he had resurrected from ancient times and walked into the world. The middle-aged man was besieged by another dark elder, as well as the little demon emperor who arrived here before Fang Sui, and 2 shadow demon generals. Fang Sui came here to explore the secrets of the mother of life, and the little demon emperor and others came here to stop Fang Sui. There are also some people who are hidden in the dark and have not appeared yet, and they all have their own purposes. However, no matter which side, it is obvious that the original plan was disrupted by this sudden battle. The occurrence of this battle, or the middle-aged man who appeared with a halberd, is like an unexpected disruption, which has disrupted the plans of all parties. The current situation caught both sides off guard, and it suddenly became complicated and unpredictable. P.S. I'm eager for monthly tickets and recommendations, please. Thank you. Chapter 498, Regaining a City. If the shadow that attacked Fang Sui could see Fang Sui breaking through the void and diving into it, he would definitely not dare to chase Fang Sui directly and enter the reverse void. Fang Sui broke through the void and entered the reverse space. It seemed that he was escaping in a panic, but it was not the case. As soon as he entered the reverse void, he took advantage of the cover of the space barrier and stopped his steps without being seen by outsiders. He turned around like a whirlwind and stood with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The next moment, the shadow chasing him rushed in. At this moment, Fang Sui urged all his strength and punched out. In the eyes of the person who attacked Fang Sui was lucky to survive after being hit by his palm. He would never have the strength to fight back. Therefore, it was not rash for him to follow Fang Sui closely. Under normal circumstances, Fang Sui would not be able to retain the strength to fight back except for running away with all his strength. However, the fact was not like this. As soon as this person rushed into the reverse void, he saw a fist hitting him on the head. The pursuer's reaction was also amazing. He was attacked suddenly, but he was able to reverse his rapid forward movement and retreat. His body movements were strange, trying to avoid Fang Sui's punch. Unfortunately, Fang Sui's punch was ready, and it was as fast as light. Crack. With a cracking sound, the man's forehead was hit. Although he dodged in time and was not hit thoroughly by Fang Sui's punch, it was still inevitable that his skull was almost cracked. The severity of his injuries was definitely not as severe as the palm attack that Fang Sui had suffered before. Who would have thought that after being attacked, Fang Sui would turn the tables in an instant, without any loss? This series of events happened like lightning, and the strength and weakness changed hands in an instant. If someone was watching from the side, they could see that the pursuer was hit in the head with a punch almost as soon as he chased into the reverse void and fell out at a faster speed than entering it. The changes did not end there. Normally, Fang Sui's counterattack was successful at this time, and the pursuer had lost the strength to continue the pursuit in a short period of time. If Fang Sui wanted to leave, he could retreat calmly. The timing was right. But not only did he not retreat, but he decisively attacked from the opposite void, chasing and killing, without stopping, like a storm, rolling towards the opponent. In an instant, Fang Sui's punch was as fast as heavy rain, as fast as lightning, as heavy as mountains. Bang bang bang. The original attacker now became the attacked. He had been hit by Fang Sui's punch before. His forehead was about to break, and he was seriously injured. In this situation, he was attacked by Fang Sui's torrential rain, and he lost the initiative. He could only try to suppress his injuries and take a defensive position, but he could not launch a counterattack. This person was so frustrated. He had injured Fang Sui severely with one blow and had the upper hand. However, because of a small mistake that could not be called a mistake, Fang Sui immediately seized the opportunity to reverse the situation and continued to chase and attack to expand the victory, firmly suppressing the pursuer. If anyone could see this scene in full, they would definitely applaud and cheer for Fang Sui's series of amazing tricks. At this time, under Fang Sui's Yangtze River-like attack, the sneak attacker was like a small boat that was up and down in the huge waves. It seemed that it was in danger of capsizing at any time. It was in a mess. However, it must be admitted that this person was not a mediocre player, but a very smart one. Otherwise it would not have been possible to seriously injure Fang Sui with one blow. Although he seemed to be in a bad situation at this time, he was actually in a strict defensive position and was not in danger of immediate defeat and death. Both sides knew that what they were fighting for at this moment was a breath, not an emotional battle, but a battle for the operation of the breath machine. Fang Sui was able to maintain a strong offensive at this time, seemingly unaffected by his own injuries. In fact, it was only because he forced himself to take a breath, which circulated back and forth in his body, to support himself in the battle. Once this breath of energy was exhausted, Fang Sui would be immediately attacked by the injuries in his body, becoming a spent force, without the strength to fight again. Under Fang Sui's attack, the attacker, who seemed to be in danger and could be killed by a punch at any time, was the same. He was hit on the forehead by Fang Sui's punch and was seriously injured. He also forced himself to take a breath, suppressed the injury, and supported Fang Sui's fierce attack. The two were just competing to see whose breath was exhausted first, and then the other party only needed to hit lightly to lock in the victory. Therefore, the current situation of the two can really be called extremely dangerous, and success or failure can be achieved in an instant. From an objective perspective, although Fang Sui was in the main attack, he was actually the disadvantaged one. It should be noted that the main attacker consumes much more energy than the person on the defensive, so the breath will naturally be consumed faster. According to the current situation, the longer the time goes, the more disadvantageous it will be for Fang Sui. Until now, the true face of the person fighting with Fang Sui can be seen clearly. He is a gloomy young man with a thin face and a rather thin body. He is dressed in a black light robe, with eyes like hawks, sharp light and fierce light. His forehead was almost broken by Fang Sui, and a crack appeared faintly, which made him more fierce. Under Fang Sui's all-pervasive attack like a tide, this young man did not show any panic or fear. His face was only ruthless and calm, which showed his extraordinary mind. At this moment, on the floating continent in the distance, the battle between the copper-armored man and the Dark Elder, as well as the little demon emperor and others, was still going on, and new changes appeared on the ground below where the Mother of Life was docked. In the center of that floating continent, there was an endless palace-style building complex. At this time, the entire building complex suddenly cracked everywhere and began to collapse, as if something was raging in it and was about to break out. Only at this moment can we see the purpose of the man holding the halberd. He seems to be looking for something at this docking base of the Mother of Life. Seeing something unusual in the building complex below, the man holding the halberd immediately showed a look of concern, blurted out a light whistle, and dodged to the building complex below. The Dark Elders and others who besieged him shouted together, looking anxious, and chased after him. The situation on the entire floating continent became more and more chaotic. Yi Chan's Chaos Chariot had disappeared without a trace, including Wu Shen and the Dark Saint who were chasing her. There were also new changes in the battle situation on Fang Sui's side. I made the mistake of rushing to succeed, and you turned the tables on me. This is undeniable. But you didn't take the opportunity to escape, but chased me out to kill me. This was a fatal mistake. You were eager to attack, and your ki was consumed quickly. You will definitely use up your ki before me, and you will die in my hands. Fang Sui and his opponent were fighting fiercely. Both of them relied on the ki in their bodies to support the battle. Neither of them wanted to speak and waste their words in vain. At this time, the man, who was the opponent, was vibrating his mind to transmit his voice in order to take the opportunity to disturb Fang Sui's state of mind and try to launch a counterattack. Fang Sui pursed his lips and sneered, "Sorry, you guessed wrong." After Fang Sui finished speaking, the ki in his body circulated, and he unexpectedly changed to a new ki, and the offensive did not stagnate or weaken during the transformation of the ki. Under the incredible gaze of his opponent, Fang Sui calmly changed his ki, and his offensive became more fierce, powerful and heavy, and opened and closed. In fact, the reason why Fang Sui can change his breath is simple. Because he is different from ordinary people, he cultivates two supreme codes, and has two sources of mana. One is the Sea of Consciousness and the other is the lower abdomen. Therefore, his internal ki naturally has one more opportunity to circulate back and forth than ordinary practitioners. At this time, Fang Sui just consumed a breath of dark ki, and the power in his body circulated automatically, changing into the overwhelming firepower of the sun. When the power of the sun is consumed, Fang Sui's breath will be completely consumed. When Fang Sui's breath was exchanged, the young man's face changed for the first time as his opponent. The young man's thoughts were flying. For him, the current situation could only be a desperate struggle. While the ki in his body was not exhausted, he took a risk. Suddenly, the young man activated the life-saving technique. He spit out a symbol, which evolved into a thick wall of mana, like a shield, blocking in front of him to resist Fang Sui's attack, and he took the opportunity to retreat violently. However, the young man paid a heavy price for this. In order to successfully spit out this magic shield, his chest was hit by Fang Sui's punch, and his whole body was covered with cracks, looking horrible. The next moment, the young man withdrew away, spilling drops of blood in the void along the way. His image was tragic, and he coughed continuously, spitting out blood every time he coughed, and was seriously injured and dying. He fled 1,000 feet away in an instant, and after escaping from danger, he turned around and said, "Your name is Fang Sui. I remember it. It won't be long before I come to kill you." Fang Sui's figure was like a bat. He turned around and landed on the deck of the Bloodwood ship again. He said calmly, "You call yourself this guard, so you are the demon guard sent to kill me. What a big name, but your ability is sparse. You are a complete incompetent. When you attacked me, you were in a good situation, but I countered you and barely escaped with your life. If you dare to come again, you will only die in my hands. You are so ashamed to say that you want to take my life." The young demon guard's face flushed, and he was furious when he heard this. He was so angry that he trembled all over. While Fang Sui was speaking, the 6 blood sails on the Bloodwood ship under his feet had all risen, and the spell patterns on them were shining like stars. With a hiss, the whole ship suddenly started, tore through the void, and disappeared in a flash. What Fang Sui didn't know was that just after the Bloodwood ship carried him away through the air, a big hand suddenly appeared at the location of the grey-faced, seriously injured demon guard, and slapped his forehead with one palm, and actually killed the young demon guard. A voice sounded in the void, saying coldly, "You were originally the one with the most hope of being promoted to a formal demon guard among this batch of 100,000 candidates. Unfortunately, you failed such a simple task as killing Fang Sui as the assessment for the demon guard candidate to be promoted to a formal demon guard, so you can only die. Next, this demon guard will personally take action to complete the task you have not completed. On the other side, the Bloodwood ship broke through the space barrier thousands of miles away and returned to normal space. Fang Sui stood at the bow, his chest heaving, and blood from the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed and continued to flow out, and his injuries broke out. He sighed in his heart, and as soon as this mouthful of blood came out, trouble would come immediately. P.S. I crave 4 monthly tickets and recommendations, please. Thank you. Chapter 499 Purpose. Before Fang Sui finished thinking, a series of cold laughs rang out from the cabin of the Bloodwood ship. Following the sound, more than 10 people walked out of the cabin together. The leader was Suoli, who had led Fang Sui and Yi Chan when he was in the bandit's lair a few days ago. On that day, Fang Sui sold the Bloodwood ship to him, and by the way, he extorted more than 10 crew members from the old man to operate the ship. The people who walked out of the cabin at this time were these more than 10 crew members, and Suoli was one of them. These more than 10 people, led by Suoli and a 4th level strong man, did not approach Fang Sui after they appeared, but stood far away at the door of the cabin, casting a staring look at Fang Sui from a distance of more than 10 feet, and everyone had a bad face. What? You want to rebel while I'm injured? Fang Sui raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but new blood immediately overflowed and could not be wiped away. His internal condition was extremely bad at this time. After the breath was lost, he had been backfired by the injury and completely lost his combat ability in a short period of time. In fact, we all know that, even if a master like you is seriously injured, as long as he is still alive, it is not difficult to kill small characters like us, so of course we dare not rebel. Suoli raised a smug look on his face and said with a smile, but we dare not rebel, but others dare. And, it's not rebellion, it's to take your life. Several people around Suoli sneered at the same time. These people were originally desperate criminals. Seeing that Fang Sui was so seriously injured that he couldn't even stop bleeding, they were less cautious and immediately showed their vicious faces. Fang Sui's face was normal, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He said with a little curiosity, "Take my life. Since you dare not, then let the people who dare come out, and let me see." Suoli and others looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths were slightly raised. More than 10 people went to both sides together. A man and a woman walked out of the cabin at the back. These 2 people turned out to be the 6th level old man who was bullied by Fang Sui in the bandit's lair and obediently handed over the Bloodwood boat, and the 5th level enchanting woman who usually followed him. This time, both of them appeared fully armed. The old man wore a set of unprecedented khaki black armor, on which was engraved a colorful python, with bright colors, retractable snake tongue, and its body coiled in the clouds, majestic and lifelike. The enchanting woman wore a green armor, holding a carved short spear made of the same color metal, with a cold aura. After the 2 walked out, they stared at Fang Sui closely, looking him up and down. When they felt that Fang Sui's internal energy was chaotic, and it was impossible for him to fight in a short time, they both let out a sigh of relief at the same time, relaxed their expressions, and turned to look at Fang Sui with a playful look. Fang Sui tilted his head and revealed the reason why the 2 people showed up. There is a teleportation array connected to the bandit's lair hidden in this Bloodwood ship. So as soon as you received the news that I was seriously injured, you couldn't wait to rush over and wanted to take my life. The old man's sinister face showed deep hatred, and he said sinisterly, "You still have some brains, and you are right. Do you think that, after humiliating me that day and taking away the Bloodwood ship, the matter can be let go? Then you are too naive. You are a junior, and you are only in power for a while. There will always be a time when you will be in trouble. I have been waiting for such an opportunity. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come so quickly in just a few days." The enchanting woman looked at Fang Sui and said with satisfaction, "You are seriously injured now and have no ability to take action. Am I right?" Fang Sui said frankly, "Yes, I'm injured. Once I take action, the situation will be very bad." The woman spat and said, "What do you mean, once you take action, the situation will be terrible? Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that by saying this, you can make us believe that you still have the strength to take action? make us dare not act rashly, and worry that you will fight to the death. You just want to make us cautious. Can't we see through this little trick? Bah. Fang Sui laughed and said, since you have seen through me, why don't you take action? The old man's eyes were sharp, and he looked at Fang Sui carefully, showing his mature and cautious side. Besides, he seemed to enjoy the process of looking down on Fang Sui and taking revenge on him, and was not in a hurry to take action. At the beginning, I chose to tolerate you step by step, and let you press forward step by step, and finally you got carried away, and took away my bloodwood boat. My tolerance was only so that I would not take action. Once I took action, I would take your life directly. This is the bearing of a person who can accomplish great things, and can endure and let go. Do you understand? Are you convinced of the loss? Fang Sui said casually, it's too early for you to say who wins or loses now. I didn't lose, so how can I be convinced? The old man put his hands behind his back and said calmly, you are really pitiful. You still can't see the situation clearly at this time. I know you want to delay time, to suppress the injuries in your body and fight to the death. Haha, it's a waste of effort. How could I give you this opportunity? The old man showed a somewhat weird look, and leaned towards Fang Sui and said lightly, do you know how I will deal with you, when I catch you later? Without waiting for Fang Sui to respond, he continued, I will peel off your skin completely, and make a human skin puppet for collection. Then I will use secret techniques to carve a spell on your skinless body, so that after you lose your skin, you will grow scales, and become a beast-like monster. Then I will destroy your cultivation, but leave you disabled but not dead, just living with a scaly skin. TSK, my punishment is called skinning and reincarnation, which is equivalent to letting you reincarnate and live again with scaly skin. How about it? Shouldn't you thank me? Fang Sui ignored the old pervert, but suddenly frowned, and turned his head to look at the deep void outside the bloodwood ship. In his pupils, the shadows of two scorching suns, one golden and one purple, flashed by, and he instantly saw through the obstacles of time, space, and distance. In Fang Sui's eyes, a scene flashed far away, and a figure was following the remaining aura of the bloodwood ship, and chasing after it. The pursuer and the previous demon guard had some similarities in their aura, so Fang Sui knew at first sight that this should still be a demon guard, and even more powerful. Fang Sui thought to himself, it turns out that there is more than one demon guard coming to kill me. After defeating one, another one comes. The old man and the charming woman, as well as Suoli and others, saw Fang Sui staring into the void and mumbling in silence, thinking that he was frightened by the punishment of skinning and reincarnation mentioned by the old man. Everyone laughed and said, it's too late to be afraid now. The great leader, please act quickly and punish him by skinning and reincarnation, so that we can also watch the fun. Fang Sui looked back at the old man and said, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to chat with you. It's just right. I don't have the patience to tease you, a fool, anymore. Mediji, go and kill him. The old man's face completely sank, and he ordered the woman beside him to take action. In fact, this was also a cunning trick when facing an enemy. The purpose was to make Fang Sui shift his attention to the woman after hearing what he said. In fact, the old man and the woman had already started fighting at the same time as he finished speaking, attacking Fang Sui from the left and right. In a blink of an eye, the old man and the woman both killed Fang Sui in front of him. The woman shouted softly, it's really a reversal of fate. You have come to this day. Show me the arrogance you had a few days ago. Before the woman finished speaking, she saw ripples in the void beside Fang Sui, and a dark, vigorous, and powerful hand stretched out of the air and grabbed the old man's head. Crack. In the old man's horrified eyes, this hand was more than irresistible and directly grabbed his head into a rotten watermelon. The old man died before he could accomplish his mission and was killed instantly. The next moment, a black gas rolled out, and the enchanting woman who was attacking Fang Sui was rolled up by the black gas, and her hands were blown into a bloody mist and cut off at the shoulder. The change at this moment shocked the woman inexplicably, and the power in her body flowed. She tried to withdraw and retreat, enduring the pain of her arms being cut off. Unfortunately, the black hand that stretched out from the void was like a shadow. It just flipped its hand and grabbed the woman in its hand like a chicken. The development of the situation was really unexpected. Suoli and others who thought Fang Sui was exhausted and vulnerable were dumbfounded. "You despicable person, you have hidden helpers?" the woman said with unwillingness and almost screamed. Fang Sui said calmly, "If we classify it according to the practice, one of my main practice directions is summoner. I'm injured, and it is not suitable to do it now, but I have a lot of accomplices. Summoning one is enough to deal with you lowly people." At this time, the owner of the Black Hand stepped out of the void. He was a fierce and ferocious creature with a dark body like ink, wearing bright golden armor, and a dog's head and a human body. Anubis. He grabbed the woman's neck with one hand. He was majestic and 2 heads taller than Fang Sui. He looked down at Suoli and others indifferently, like a god looking down at ants. His face was expressionless, but Suoli and others felt their souls tremble, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and tremble. Fang Sui stepped forward, and Anubis followed behind, holding the woman with a broken arm and a hideous face. Fang Sui's mouth was bleeding, and he walked very fast. Soon he came to the bottom cabin of the Bloodwood ship. It was originally a casual chest piece as a backhand, but I didn't expect it to be used. Fang Sui muttered as he walked. Soon, he found a secret mezzanine space in the bottom cabin, and saw a small teleportation array with flowing lines in it. There is no doubt that the old man and the woman used this teleportation array to teleport from the bandits' den to the Bloodwood ship. They wanted to rush over to kill Fang Sui for revenge, but they even lost their lives. The woman saw Fang Sui moving forward and coming directly to the bottom cabin. She easily found the teleportation array hidden in the mezzanine space and finally reacted. "So you already knew there was a teleportation array on the ship and deliberately led us here. What on earth are you going to do?" Fang Sui seemed to be in a good mood after seeing the teleportation array. He turned his head and looked at the woman being carried by Anubis. "My purpose is just to borrow your teleportation array." The woman thought for a moment before gradually understanding, and said hatefully, "I heard from Suoli and others that you were being chased. So, you are waiting for us to activate this teleportation array from the other end, so that you can use it to escape. You coward, I curse you to be hunted to death." Fang Sui curled his lips nonchalantly, and a wisp of underworld energy suddenly spread from his body, turning into a piece of underworld armor, which was strangely worn on the woman. Then Anubis threw the woman in the cabin and stepped into the teleportation array with Fang Sui. The array pattern flickered, and both of them teleported and disappeared to the bandit's nest. Fang Sui's voice came back softly and clearly. "My goal is not just to make the pursuers empty-handed. You will know the details later." Bang. After Fang Sui left, the teleportation array suddenly collapsed into powder and could no longer be used. P.S. This is the 500th chapter. 500 chapters, no matter the chapters or the number of words. It is not small. I crave for monthly tickets and recommendations, please. Thank you. Chapter 500 Cursed Dragon. After the teleportation array collapsed, the trembling Suoli and others bravely looked into the cabin and saw that Fang Sui and the awe-inspiring Anubis had left. Only Meiji was left standing in the corner of the cabin wearing a domineering and ferocious underworld armor. The scene was a bit weird. After Fang Sui left, everyone on the Bloodwood ship felt relieved. Without the swords and axes hanging over their heads, they immediately rushed in without any scruples and swarmed into this small cabin. These people originally thought that they would definitely not be able to escape death this time, but who would have thought that Fang Sui didn't even pay attention to them and just left. Therefore, at this time, they were all surprised and inexplicably happy. They all felt that their father was indeed blessed and could survive such a disaster. That guy must have been chased so badly that he ran away in a panic without even the time to deal with us. Ha. Well, maybe it's true. Bah, if that little beast didn't run away, I wouldn't be afraid of him. The worst that could happen is that both of us will die. It's a pity that the leader was killed by this kid. It's difficult for our group to maintain our position in the bandits' lair without our leader. By the way, that kid's strength is amazing. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had a trump card. The monster he summoned was so powerful that it killed the leader with just a single move. That devil-like dog head is so powerful that people dare not look directly at it. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, but when I saw the devil-like monster appear before, I had nothing but awe and fear in my mind, and even my thinking couldn't function normally. I just wanted to keep kneeling down. But it's strange, I have exactly the same idea as you. When these people saw Fang Sui was gone, they immediately became lively and started to discuss. In the midst of their random discussions, they suddenly remembered Meriji, who was inexplicably wearing armor, and turned their heads to look. They saw Meriji trying to take off the armor of the underworld, but unfortunately the armor was seamless and integrated. Meriji wanted to take off the armor, but she had no idea where to start. As the old man who was the leader died, Meriji, who had the highest cultivation among the group, naturally became their leader. At this time someone asked, "Lady Meriji, why did that guy do such a strange thing before he left? Why did he force you to wear a set of armor? How do you feel now?" Meriji said sternly, "No matter what his purpose is, it is definitely not a good thing. Why don't you roll over here and help me take off this armor?" After the death of the big leader, Meriji broke both arms. Although logically, she should become the leader. At this time, Suli and another 4th level leader in the cabin had different ideas. They were not willing to be led by Meriji, and at the same time they had the desire to fight for power. As soon as Meriji finished speaking, the 4th rank leader was the first to attack, sneering, "Meriji, you relied on being the chief's mistress and becoming our deputy chief. You have gained so many benefits in recent years that you have barely pushed your cultivation to the 5th rank. When the chief was here, we wouldn't say anything, but now you have broken both arms. Not to mention that your strength has been greatly reduced. The chief is gone too. What rights do you have to lead us?" Meriji's face was filled with murderous intent. "Why? Do you think I can't kill people just because I have broken both arms?" The 4th rank leader said calmly and fearlessly, "You have broken both arms, and now you are covered in this strange armor with no seams throughout. You can't even get out. Why are you trying to be so strong? If you have the ability to kill that little beast to avenge the chief, we will naturally obey you. Otherwise, if you want to order us around, just ask how many people in this room obey you." Seeing the two people arguing, Suli stepped back a few steps silently and watched coldly. The others were divided into 3 groups. 2 of them, like Suli, watched silently. The rest of them went to Meriji and the 4th level leader. These people had just saved their lives from Fang Sui, and they immediately started to fight for power. When the 4th level leader finished speaking, Meriji's anger surged, and she said in a deep voice, "You are looking for death." Strangely enough, just when Meriji's murderous intent was strong, a spiritual demonic sound suddenly sounded in the underworld armor on her body. This sound suddenly rushed into Meriji's mind and affected her mind. As soon as the sound came, Meriji was like a puppet whose mind was taken away. In her consciousness, she only felt that this sound contained the supreme truth of the world. If she could understand it, she could get a glimpse of the secrets of gods and demons. Meriji's mind was immersed in this sound and lost herself. Her vitality was silently deprived and devoured by the armor. Without anyone noticing in the cabin, Meriji was dead. At the same time, an astonishing scene appeared. A strong and thick black gas suddenly rushed out from the armor worn by Meriji, mixed with spell patterns, flickering and flickering. The black gas that rushed out of the armor was like a cursed dragon, rolling towards the 4th level leader in the air. "Ah!" With a scream, the 4th level leader who wanted to compete with Meriji for power was instantly hit by the dragon-like black gas. The flesh and blood on his body were quickly melted by the black gas, and soon only a skeleton was left standing there. What was even more shocking was that the skeleton was still screaming and struggling, making a wail that was not like a human voice. "Quick, someone come and save me. Meriji, I'm willing to serve you as my master. Please spare me." Ah. This scene clearly showed that the flesh and blood of the 4th level leader had been extracted and devoured by the black energy of the cursed power that rushed out of the armor, but this person's soul was not lost, and his mind was still there, so his skeleton could still struggle and make sounds. The horror of the scene was indeed something that many people had never seen in their lives. The people in the cabin had never expected such a sudden change. Everyone was shocked and surprised, and at the same time thought, although the kid left, He left such a brutal method in the armor. At this time, the black energy of the cursed power became more and more like an evil dragon, shaking its head and tail, and came to the skeleton of the 4th level leader vividly. Suddenly, the remaining skeleton of the 4th level leader was decomposed from his body one by one, and was controlled by a cursed power, floating into the black energy of the cursed power. At this time, the others reacted one after another, and rushed out of the cabin, pushing and shoving each other to escape. Looking back in panic, the cursed black gas that rushed out of the underworld armor had completely devoured the skeleton of the 4th level leader. This black gas seemed to be evolving into some kind of foreign object. After devouring many G, it also deprived and absorbed the 4th level leader's flesh and bones. At this time, the changes in the black gas were really weird. It actually gave birth to several bones and a thin layer of flesh and blood membrane. The changes were still continuing. In this small cabin, the black gas spread rapidly, and the curse power was pervasive. More people were affected by the black gas and screamed. Their flesh and blood melted, and their bones were pulled out. The black gas, at a jaw-dropping speed, evolved from a spell of ki, and turned into a physical entity, giving birth to bones and flesh, and constructing a body and head. Looking at its derived form, it was just a black dragon with evil power. This cursed evil dragon used the bones of everyone as its bones and the flesh of everyone as its flesh. Its eyes were gloomy and its ki was extremely evil. But in a moment, most of the people inside and outside the small cabin became the nutrients for the growth of this cursed dragon, and died one after another. Only Suoli and the other two saw the opportunity the fastest, and escaped from the cabin successfully. Suoli and the other three were shocked. When they fled to the deck of the Bloodwood ship in one breath, a black gas came from behind, and covered the three people. Suoli's eyes went black, and he was desperate. His last thought was, what was the purpose of that young man making such a horrible arrangement? Not long after, the deck was clean. Suoli and others, as well as the corpse of the 6th level old man whose head was crushed by Anubis, were absorbed by this extremely evil cursed black gas. The old man was originally wearing a dark yellow armor with a giant python pattern engraved on it. When the black gas covered the armor glowed with light. A colorful python rushed out of the armor and roared at the black gas, but a black dragon rushed out of the black gas, bit off its neck, and swallowed it into its stomach. Then the old man's body, along with the dark yellow armor, was swept away by the black gas and melted. After absorbing the corpse of the 6th level old man, the cursed dragon became more ferocious, and its power soared, as if it had a soul, raising its head and roaring, breaking the sky. Thousands of miles away, a demon guard stepped on the void and quickly approached the Bloodwood ship. The cursed dragon on the ship swam in the air, its scales stretched out, and its neck stretched out, looking creepy. It quickly returned to the cabin, where Meiji was, where the armor had deprived her of life and only her body remained. Clang. After the cursed dragon returned, it flashed into the armor of the underworld, like a magic weapon returning to its sheath, with a clanging sound. Meiji's body in the armor was quickly absorbed by the cursed dragon, and it took over the armor like a cuckoo in a nest, quietly lying dormant, and no more sound came out. At this point, this strange change ended. There was an evil dragon entrenched in the armor, and the image was as terrifying as it could be, making people dare not look directly at it. In fact, Fang Sui's actions this time were to cast a powerful evil spell contained in the Book of the Dead. The first condition for casting this spell is that at least 13 practitioners' flesh and souls must be sacrificed, and at least one of them must be at the 6th level, and the rest must not be lower than the 3rd level. During the period, the higher the level of the cultivators killed by the spell, the more people killed, and the more powerful this spell will be after it is formed. Although Fang Sui was never a merciful person, he was not a person who enjoyed killing. This spell was so evil that Fang Sui had never used it before. It was the first time he used it until he met these bandit gangsters who were evil. At this time, the cursed dragon, which was based on the cursed power and absorbed the souls and flesh of more than a dozen people, was finally constructed. It condensed the evil power and quietly entrenched on the Bloodwood ship, where no one was alive. It exhaled an evil power from the armor of the underworld, which permeated every corner of the Bloodwood ship. This cursed dragon was like a venomous snake lurking in its nest, quietly waiting for the arrival of its prey. Not long after, the demon guards who had been chasing along the way appeared on the bow deck like ghosts. There is such a strong evil spirit on this ship. With the power and sensitivity of the demon guards, they noticed the changes on the ship as soon as they boarded the ship, but they were not afraid. They shook their bodies slightly, and the next moment they appeared outside the cabin, where the cursed dragon was. At the moment when the demon guard's eyes met the cursed dragon in the cabin, a sudden change broke out. On the other side, Fang Sui, who was in the bandit's nest at this time, pursed his lips and smiled softly, and said to himself, "It's started. P.S. I crave monthly tickets and recommendations. Please happy reading everyone." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.